The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the sweet and swingy songs of Connie Haynes. And this being October 19th, we remind you that just 50 years ago tonight, the governor of North Carolina turned to the governor of South Carolina and said, Hey!
Well, Costello, I just stopped by your mailbox and found a letter for you. Shall I read it to you?
Why, I can read it myself. I'm illiterate.
No.
Well, what do you know, Abbott? It's another letter from my cousin, Corporal Hugo Costello. It's a B letter.
No, Costello, you don't mean a B letter. You mean a V letter.
No, this is a B letter. He's putting a B on me for $10. And besides, Hugo's in the guardhouse again.
What did you wrong this time?
Well, he nailed a picture of a pinup girl on the wall of his tent.
Oh, nonsense. Why would they throw him in the guardhouse just for nailing a picture of the wall on his tent?
Well, there was a sergeant standing outside. The tent was thin, the nail was long, and the sergeant was tall. Do you get the point?
No.
He did.
Anyhow, I hope you're not going to send Hugo the money he asked for.
Oh, yes, I am, Abbott. I went down to the bank and drew out my $75 that I made this summer working on Uncle Artie Stebbins' farm.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. You can't draw that money out without consulting me. It so happens that I have a joint account.
Not anymore, Abbott. I just cleaned out the joint.
Costello, you can't get away with this. Now, I want that $75 right away. As your manager, I'm entitled to 10%. That means that out of the 75, I get 50 and you get 25.
Well, that's okay. I mean, after all, Abbott, I'm not trying to trim.
No, certainly not.
Wait a minute!
Now, what's the matter?
Are you trying to tell me that 10% of 75 is 50?
Well, certainly you don't think I tried to cheat you, do you?
Well, you cheated me last night when we were playing Tiddlywinks.
Tiddlywinks? That's ridiculous. How could I cheat you playing Tiddlywinks?
You were using loaded tiddlies.
Costello, I'm going to prove to you right now that 10% of 75 is 50. Now, I'll do it by multiplying. Now, look. Now, 10 times 7 is 70. 10 times 5 is 50. 70 and 50 is 120. Now, of course, in California, half of everything goes to my wife. Half of 120 is 60. Deduct $8 for federal tax and $2 for Social Security leaves. $50 for me and $25 for you. I take it.
Hey, you might as well take it. You've taken everything else.
Now, that's ridiculous. I'm trying to help you, Lou.
Abbott, you're loading the tiddlies again.
Oh, come, Costello. There are the figures right in front of you. And remember, figures don't lie.
No, but sometimes liars figure. If I make corn a phrase, and I think I will. Now,
Hornet.
Now, just a minute. I'm going to do the figuring this time. Only instead of multiplying, I will detract. Now, 50 won't go in at 10, no matter how much you shove it.
No.
So instead, we will use cubic feet, which is 2 feet to the foot.
So wait a minute. 2 feet to the foot.
Yeah.
How did you get the extra foot?
I grew another foot this summer.
All right, go ahead.
Now, Abbott, please don't interrupt me. Now, to get 10% of 75, we divide by 3, bring down 4, hang up 6, and carry Grant. Carry Grant.
Carry
He's getting
Grant.
kind of heavy. I think I'll unload him. Now, if X equals the sum of these days, I like that. A sum of these days. You're
wait.
going to miss your fat
Now,
dick,
wait a minute.
baby.
What are you doing?
A sum
What
of
are
these
you
days.
doing? What are you doing, Costello?
Now, you got me all mixed up. What was I doing?
You were
Seize
now,
the day.
quiet. Costello. Look, be frank. Tell me the truth. Do you know anything about figures?
Oh, I've whistled at a few in my day.
Oh, that isn't... Please, that isn't what I mean. Look, to prove to you that you know nothing about figures, I am going to give you a very simple mathematical problem.
All right, Abbott. I'll tell you what, make it a very easy one this
All right.
time.
All
None
right,
of that tough stuff like how much is 2 and 2.
All right. 1 and 2 is...
Easier than that. Make that 1 and 1.
All right, very well. Look here. Here's the problem. Now, let's say you're 40 years old and you're in love with a little girl, say 10 years old.
I'm in love with a 10-year-old girl?
Yes.
This one's going to be a pit.
Well, what do you mean?
Now I'm going around with a 10-year-old girl.
So wait a minute.
You got a good idea where I'm going to wind up.
All right. In the nursery. Who cares where you wind up? Look, you couldn't marry this 10-year-old girl, could you?
Not unless I come from the mountains.
And now, look, wait a minute. Look, Costello. Look, this little girl is hypothetical.
She's what?
Hypothetical.
Keep her away from me. That stuff is catchy.
No. Will you please let me finish the problem? You're 40 years old. This little girl is 10. You're 4 times as old as she is. So you wait 5 years. Now the little girl is 15 and you're 45. You're only 3 times as old as she is. Now you wait 15 years more. Now the little girl is 30 and you're 60. You're only twice as old as she is. She's catching up. Oh, yeah, she's catching up. Yes, she's You got to notice those things.
What page are you on?
I don't know. Well, anyhow, here's the big question. How long do you have to wait until you and the little girl are the same age?
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, if I keep waiting for that girl, she'll pass me by.
What do you mean?
I mean, she'll wind up older than I am.
Oh, come.
And then she'll have to wait for me.
So why should she wait for you?
I was nice enough to wait for her.
Wait a minute.
After all, if the girl is willing to marry me, I'm willing to marry her.
Oh, you are?
Sure.
Wait a minute. Do you know this girl?
No.
Then why should you marry a girl you don't even know?
I mean,
You dope.
I'm...
How can you expect me to trust you with the money?
Oh, trust with the money, huh?
Yes.
Well, if you think you're so smart, let me ask you a question.
Certainly. Ask me anything.
All right. What's the difference between?
The difference between?
Yeah.
Between what?
See? He's stuck already.
Oh, get out of
Well, perhaps this isn't the right moment to be serious, yet any moment is the right moment to suggest to you that you try Camels on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Because what could be more important than giving your throat proper care and attention, including the right choice of a cigarette? Try the kind, cool mildness of Camels on your throat and see how your throat feels at the end of a long day's smoking. And try Camel's rich, full, fresh flavor on your taste. See for yourself how that flavor holds up, pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Try them on your T-zone today. Well, Bud Abbott may question Lou Costello's mathematical ability, but we're sure no one will question the rhythmic talents of Freddie Rich and his orchestra as they play I'll Be Seeing You.
come on, Costello. Jump into the car. We're going downtown. Put your $75 back in the bank. Come on. Step on the starter.
The oil is too thick.
Look, will you please get going, Costello? Please, before the bank's closed. Costello, watch where you're driving. Give that pedestrian the right of way.
Okay.
Oh, you big fat dummy. Can't you see where you're going?
I got you, didn't I?
Costello, you bumped into that woman.
Well, you told me to.
I did not. I said give her the right of way.
I thought you said give it to her right away.
Oh. Here comes a motorcycle cop.
Fall over to the curb there, you.
Hey, just a minute, copper. Don't get that motorcycle too close to this car. You want to scrape the paint? Don't lean it against my car.
Never mind that. What's the idea of driving so fast? Going to a fire?
Hey, Abbott, there's a fire. Come on, let's go. All of us, let's go.
Costello, there isn't any fire.
This guy just told me there was a fire.
I did not. I just asked if you were going to a fire.
Sure, I'll go. I like to watch fires.
Listen, Shorty, there isn't any fire.
Now, didn't you just ask me if I was going to a fire?
Yes, I did, but I always ask that.
Whether there's a fire or not?
Yes.
Let me smell your breath.
Look, you, I've had enough of your guff. You just made an improper turn. You were driving on the sidewalk. You went through 2 red lights, and you struck a pedestrian while going 60 miles an hour.
60 miles a minute.
An hour.
A minute. My car won't go an hour.
All right, wise guy, here's your ticket.
Now, just a minute, officer. You can't give my friend a ticket.
Oh, I can't.
No. He hasn't even got a driver's license.
And that don't entitle you to give me a ticket if I ain't got a driver's license.
It don't.
No, because if Abbott says I ain't got none, what are you telling a man, Abbott?
Tell the truth.
What are you telling the guy? Not... You're going to get me stuck with a fine.
What do you care about a fine? You've got a pocket full of money. You cleaned out the bank this morning, didn't you?
Oh-ho! Robbing a bank, eh?
Oh, no.
You'll get 20 years for this. Keep an eye on this crook they call a patrol wagon.
Oh, Abbott, look what you got me into. Now they're going to throw me in jail. I don't want to go to jail, Abbott. I wouldn't look good with that prison collar. I'm too young and pretty. I'm cute.
Yes. Costello, they can't throw you in jail. This is all a mistake. Now, all we have to do is get a good attorney.
As a lawyer, I am dandy. Oh, gentlemen, I hear you're looking for a lawyer.
Hey, it's our friend Kitzel.
Yeah.
Kitzel, how did you know we wanted a lawyer?
A little boy, they told me. He said, cheap. Yeah, and I know what kind of a lawyer you are. Who told you? A little duck. He went quack, quack.
Costello, I agree with you. Kitzel's no lawyer.
Oh, pish-posh, Kitzel's no lawyer. I'll ask you to know you're talking to a college man. Why, I studied law in New York.
NYU?
And why not? Well, come, my chubby little cucumber. I'm going to defend you in court on a 90-90 basis. What's a 90-90 basis? Well, if we win, I get $90, and if we lose, you get 90 days. Well, gentlemen, I'll meet you by the courthouse promptly 4 o'clock.
Where are you going now?
Oh, I got to go to my office and draw up my briefs. You got to draw up your briefs? Yeah. Well, here's a safety pin. You can pin your briefs up right here in front of everybody. Pin up my briefs in front of everybody? I don't like it. Now, look, Abbott, you got me in enough trouble. I don't want this Kitzel for a lawyer. I think he's a phony. Just a second. That's an insult. And I'm giving you just 2 seconds to take it back. The time is up. What are you going to do about it? I'll give you an extension. You know something, with me as your lawyer, Mr. Costello, you can't possibly lose the case because we're going to plead insanity. Insanity? Uh-huh. But I'm not crazy. Maybe not, but I am. What fun we're going to have in court. Why, I handled such cases as mashers, slashers, and dead money cashers, pickups, and a few friends with hiccups, aidings and abettings, and 2 shotgun weddings, Benny the Beezer, and a gorgeous stripteaser. Not to mention
hijackers, safe crackers, and mother-in-law smackers, robbers and fakers, and piggy bank shakers, forgers and checkers, and Griffith Park neckers, gyps, drips, and a girl with fat hips. And she looks sweet upon the seat of a fine
Now, an important message from our Uncle Sam to his many loyal nieces. Some of America's finest young women wear the bright and flattering navy blue and gold, and they're proud of it. Now, more waves are urgently needed. The starting pay is equivalent to $141 a month, and with it go free medical and dental care, low-cost insurance, income tax exemptions, reduced transportation rates, theater admissions, all making the money side of being a wave still more attractive. So visit your nearest recruiting office now. Find out all about the waves. Well, our lovely singing star, Connie Haynes, is all ready to musically tell us, is you in or is you ain't, my baby? Come on, Connie.
I got a man who's always late. Anytime we have a date, but I love him. Yes, I love him. I'm gonna walk up to his gate just to see if I can get it straight, 'cause I want him. I'm gonna ask him, is you ain't my baby? The way you're acting lately makes me doubt you is still my baby, baby. It seems my flame in your heart done gone out. A man is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you find he's gone and made a change. Is you ain't my baby. Maybe baby found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby too? A man is a creature who's always been strange. When you're sure of one, you'll find he's gonna make a change. Is you ain't my baby? Or has my baby found somebody new? Or is my baby still my baby true?
Beautiful, Connie. On the back covers of many magazines right now are the pictures of 2 lovely girls, as easy on the eye as that song you just heard was easy on the ear. 2 debutantes of Greenwich, Connecticut, Renee and Cynthia Tebow, who also happen to be busy workers in a war plant, and also both of them ardent Camel fans. My taste adores them, Cynthia says, and her sister Renee will tell you they're so mild and gentle to my throat. Millions of smokers say things like that about Camels. Why don't you, too, try Camels on your T-zone? That's T for taste and T for throat. The best place to find out which cigarette is best for you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. They're mild, yet full-flavored, too. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The 3rd District Court is now in session. This is the trial of the state versus Lou Costello. the state will now attempt to prove that Lou Costello is guilty. And I think we can do it, too.
You know, Abbott, I don't like the looks of this place.
Quiet, Costello. Here comes a judge. He's the tall, bald-headed man.
What is this? The court of missing hairs?
Order in the court. Order.
One ham and cheese on a toasted roll.
This is a courtroom, not a lunchroom.
Then why are those 12 guys sitting over there at the counter?
Those 12 men are the jury. 11 men and a foreman.
Where are the other 3 guys?
What other 3 guys?
He said there was 11 men and 4 men besides. That's 15 men.
No, young man. There's only 12. 11 men with a foreman makes 12.
11 and 4 is 12?
No, 11 and 4 is 15, but the foreman is just one man. Sometimes a jury has 12 jurymen, and they're all ladies.
The 4 men, too?
Certainly.
Let me smell your breath.
Silence! It's the most stupid thing I've heard in all my years at the bar.
Well, a little less time at the bar, you wouldn't be so stupid.
We will proceed with the case. Lou Costello, you are charged with resisting an officer. You are charged with driving the wrong way on a one-way street. You are charged with going 60 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone, endangering the lives of pedestrians, and going through 2 red lights. What have you got to say?
None of us is perfect.
Young man, I'm beginning to think that you're nothing but an imbecilic nincompoop.
Your Honor, I resent that.
You mean you deny it?
No, I just resent it.
Silence, Costello. Officer Houlihan, present the evidence.
Your Honor, I have here the woman whom this man...
Not so loud!
Oh, hello, Judgy.
I object to the witness being cute.
She can be as cute as she likes. Tell us your story, madam.
Well, my name is Jennifer J. Walker, and I'm a sweater girl.
You're a sweater girl? A big, skinny girl like you? How can you be a sweater girl?
I don't wear them, I knit them.
This next line. I object!
Now, wait a minute. Why do you object?
She's getting bigger laughs than I am.
Young lady,
Well?
please tell the court where you were when this young man's car struck you.
I was on my way home from work. I was hustling to catch the bus.
Where did he strike you?
Between the hustle and the bus.
This whole case is a farce. But since this is your first offense, Mr. Costello, I'm willing to let you go with a warning and a suspended sentence.
Thank you, Judgy.
I object. You can't dismiss this case without a fair trial.
Yes, I demand a fair trial.
Absolutely.
What are you talking about, Abbott? Will you shut up?
Wait a minute.
This guy wants to let me go.
But I object. He hasn't heard your side of the case yet.
I'm willing to forget all about it.
No, you don't. We're going to fight this thing through if we have to drag you through the Supreme Court.
Abbott, you're loading the tiddlies again.
Quiet, Costello. We're going to present our character witness.
You can't do that.
You mean you have no witness?
I have no character.
Never mind that, Costello. I've dug up a witness for you. It's your own little brother.
Not little Sebastian.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Not him.
Yes.
He is a character.
Yes. Come here, Sebastian.
Coming, Uncle Bob. Hey, Louise! Here I am. What do you want me to say?
Quiet, Sebastian.
Okay, don't yell
Quiet.
at me. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me, Uncle
One
Bob.
time you'll be... What's the matter with you?
I don't care for you or the judge either.
Quiet. You realize it's a serious trial where your brother's very life might be at stake. I'm ashamed of you. Bitterly ashamed. Sebastian. Why do you do these things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
Who is this unruly brat?
Hey, Uncle Bob, who is this wise guy with the black nightshirt?
Quiet, Sebastian. Take the witness stand.
I don't want to take the stand.
Young man, do as you're told. Sit down in front.
I can't. I don't bend that way.
Order in the court. Now, young man, what is your name? I said, what is your name? Young man, what is your name?
Where till I find the place, will you? My name, hey?
Yes, your name.
Okay. Sebastian T. Costello.
What is the T for?
I beg your pardon?
What is the T for?
My mother won't let me drink beer.
Oh, let's proceed with the case. Bailiff, kindly swear in the witness.
Young man, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, or would you rather be a mule?
I'd like to hang one on his star.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, bailiff. Let me handle the boy. Look, Sebastian, do you know what will happen to you if you don't tell the truth?
Yes, Uncle Bud. I won't go to heaven.
And what happens if you do tell the truth?
My brother goes to jail.
No, Sebastian. I want you to tell the judge what a wonderful man your brother Louis is.
I ain't talking till I get my 50 cents.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you will. Oh, no, I won't. Well, what's the difference? We always come out even.
Costello, you must be guilty. Even your little brother refuses to testify in your defense.
Don't pay any attention to my little brother, Judge. I hate to say this, but he isn't all there.
Are you sure?
I should be. I'm playing both parts.
Mr. Costello, in view of the new evidence in this case and your lack of defense, it is my painful duty to sentence you to 90 days at hard labor. Court's adjourned.
Well, old pal, see what I did for you? That's a real pal. This guy wasn't going to give you anything, but I fought for you. I got you 90 days, didn't I?
You certainly did.
Certainly.
But you could have fought a little harder and got me the chair.
You want to go back?
No. Keep your mouth shut, Bud. Keep it shut.
All right.
Come here, Sebastian. Come here to your brother. Now, look.
What do you want, Louis? I'm awfully sorry that this had to happen to you. It breaks my heart to think that I won't be able to see you for 90 days.
That's all right, Sebastian. I can take it.
Louis, it's gonna be tough on me. I'm gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you too, Sebastian.
Louis, before you go, there's one little favor I'd like to ask you.
All right, Sebastian. All right, Sebastian. What is it?
While you're away...
Go ahead.
While you're away...
Yes?
Could I use your loaded tiddlies?
We're going to bring you Abbot and Costello in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lions of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, wearer of the Bronze Star for bravery in action in the initial landing on Saipan. In your honor, Lieutenant Hines, the makers of camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts to go out to the United States 3 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now a few final words from Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, now that you've got yourself out of jail, let's go home.
Not now. I gotta get my uncle out of jail.
What's he in for?
Oh, it was a frame-up. That little Sebastian, he framed my uncle up.
What do you mean?
They accuse him of stealing a tub of butter.
A tub of butter?
I gotta get him out right away.
What's the hurry?
We're all out of butter again.
Oh, stop. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night. Only
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
smoking on a desert island. There are folks around you when you smoke. And you really ought to think of them as well as yourself when you pick a pipe tobacco. If you want to make both you and the folks around you happy, why don't you pack your pipe with Prince Albert? That swell, aged-in-the-wood aroma is as welcome to people around you as it is to you. And that flavor, mild, mellow, yet rich and full-bodied. Because Prince Albert is no-bite treated. And it's crimp cut to pack firmly, draw smoothly, and burn evenly right down to the bottom of the bowl. You'll find just about 50 pipefuls in one red 2-ounce Prince Albert package. A thrifty 50. Start PA today.
The Abbot and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes was directed by Dick Mack, and this is Ken Niles wishing you a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Introducing the Bowflex Ultimate. Quite possibly the best home fitness machine ever made. Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less. Own the new Bowflex Ultimate with no money down and monthly payments lower than many health club dues. Call and ask for a free video and brochure or visit us on the web today. The new Bowflex for ultimate results.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
We're coming your way again thanks to General Electric Light Bulbs and Fells and Company.
Do you have a Gentle Fells type song ready?
Yeah, but would you snap on that GE light so I can see the music? Mm-hmm. We're off. I don't want you, but I hate to lose you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I forgive you, 'cause I can't forget you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I'd ought to cross you off my list, but when you come knocking at my door, fate seems to give my heart a twist. I come running back for more. I should hate you, but I guess I love you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. But I hate to lose you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I forgive you, 'cause I can't forget you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea. I'd ought to cross you off my list, but when you come knocking at my door, fate seems to give my heart a twist. I come running back for more. Ooh, I should hate you, but I guess I love you. You've got me in between the devil and the deep blue sea.
You're looking positively handsome this morning, Bing.
Oh, thank you, Rosie. That sounds like a change for the better. I wonder what could have caused it.
I don't know. It's that young, clean-shaven look.
I may lay $30 or $40 on you for that young part, Rosie, but as for the clean-shaven, you're not referring to my high intellectual brow, are you?
No, Bing, your chin.
Oh, well, I know the answer then. I've been taking my own medicine.
How do you mean?
Well, you know those amazing new 100-watt General Electric bulbs we've been talking about, the kind that fit where 100-watt bulbs never fit before?
Oh, do I ever?
Well, my shaving lights, you see, weren't too good. And I looked to see what size bulbs they had in them, and there were only 60-watters. That was the biggest size they would take until...
Until GE shrank the 100-watt bulb down to 60-watt size.
Precisely. So I put in 2 of those new, smaller, brighter, whiter General Electric 100-watt bulbs, and they more than doubled my light. But they didn't seem to increase the glare because that GE soft white, it's nice, it's pleasant, it's bland.
Yes, I know what you mean, Bing. I've got the most adorable, frilly little boudoir lamps that wouldn't take those big old 100-watters either,
I know. And with those clip-on shades with the wire curlicues that keep popping off if the bulb's too big. I developed a childhood loathing for those things. Really, I had a block on them. I couldn't see to read my algebra book.
Oh, well, it didn't
Tom
stop you.
Swift,
No, all those. And his electric, whatever. Well, it didn't stop you from being a Horatio Alger success.
No. Alger never wrote a book about a groaner that I know of.
Now,
and anyway,
Bing, I think Ken Carpenter wants to say something.
Oh, thank you,
I
Rosie.
hope so. I'm embarrassed.
I do. Speaking of groaners, if your husband's been groaning about his shaving lights, why not get him some of those new, smaller, brighter, whiter General Electric soft white bulbs today?
Bells started ringing like ding-dong-a-ding, and my heart is a-winging, and I feel like singing. I was fancy-free, always on the run, till one day you captured me, you old son of a gun. When I let you steal a kiss, it was all in fun. Never thought I'd fall like this, you old son of a gun. I can't deny you were not the guy that I'd been dreaming of. But the bell started ringing like a ding-dong-a-dinging, and I knew that it was love. Yes, I lost my heart tonight. Cupid's work is done. Hey, who just turned off the light? You old son of a gun. Deny you were not the guy that I'd been dreaming of. But the bell started ringing like a ding-dong-a-dinging, and I knew that it was love. Yes, I lost my heart tonight. Cupid's work is done. Hey, who just turned off the light? You old son of a gun.
How long does it take you to do your children's shoes? 10 minutes? Well, now you can spray on a 10-day shine in just 10 seconds with self-polishing Penny Shine. And you can spray a penny bright shine on black shoes, brown shoes, any color shoes with the same giant can of Penny Shine. Perfect for covering children's scuff marks, too. Giant can of Penny Shine lasts for months, only 98 cents. Remember, it's 1-2 shine your shoe with Penny Shine, a quality product by Turtle Wax.
And now Buddy Cole and the boys with If I Could Be With You an Hour Tonight. This is Buddy's rendition. And I must tell you, it runs considerably under an hour. We have to have that sort of a guarantee before we allow him to even approach the 88.
I have a hunch that most mothers and mothers-to-be are searching for new and different names for their children. Could I be right, Rosie?
Right. Oh, I know I am.
Oh, you're on a perpetual name hunt, seems to me.
Look who's talking.
Okay, it's a standoff. Anyhow, here's a good up-to-the-minute name to add to your list.
What is it?
This name is Tyros. Like that, Tyros.
Tyros?
Tyros. That name sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm. Tyros the First, or rather, Tyros 1. That stands for Television and Infrared Observation Satellite.
Oh, sure. That's the first of the new observation satellites.
Now, don't you think that'd be a great new name for a baby? Tyros? You could call him Ty for short, as in Cobb.
Yes, and for a girl, you could twist it to Tyrose.
Mm-hmm. But it's really, I believe, more of a boy's name, huh?
I suppose so, yes.
Unusual names, it seems to me they're hard to find, but here's one just made to order, I'd say. Why don't you make a note of it, huh? Jot it down there. You'll also find it appealing, you ladies who are tuned in. Ponder no longer, just call the boy Tyros.
You know what? By making this coast-to-coast announcement, you practically relaunched the satellite, Bing.
Zoom, there it goes again.
When I get a flash like this, I believe in telling the world. Incidentally, there's quite a moral to be derived from this satellite, Tyros 1.
You pointing out morals today?
Oh, you know how I get every now and then.
Yeah, we know. We know. But go ahead, man. What's the moral?
Well, just consider the dimensions of Tyros 1.
I must confess I'm not familiar with them.
Well, stand by. Here they are. Weight, 270 pounds, 42 inches in diameter, 19 inches high.
Pretty dangerous weight, huh? 270 pounds for a 42-inch diameter?
You suggest dieting?
That's like a size 6 cap and a 46 jacket. Then, too, Tyros travels about 18,000 miles an hour. Expected life, 3 months or less. Now, there you are. If you're overweight and you travel too fast, you can't last. There you see, that's my moral.
Mm-hmm. Even a satellite shouldn't live it up. Burn the candle at both ends. That the point?
If any. However, we can always segue to song, and just duck the issue completely.
We're lucky we can sing, huh?
Yeah, we sure are. Will you chirp something, Rosie?
Okay, glad to.
The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. Why do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. Why do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my gloves. I need no overcoat, I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire, the flame grows higher, so I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my glove. I need no overcoat, I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire, the flame grows high.
I love to watch Buddy Cole play that piano.
Oh, Daddy's real dexterous, isn't
Oh,
he? What
my.
hands, what hands.
And speaking of hands, it reminds me of Gentle Fells.
Gentle F-E-L-S, Fells.
Gentle Fells is the dishwashing detergent that protects your hands. Do you know how many times a day a woman's hands dip into dishwater?
How many would that
Well,
be?
do you know what that does to hands?
Keeps them clean?
Keeps them red and raw and cracked and sore.
Good heavens.
But not hands that use Gentle Fells.
Well, now, Rosemary, let's not get all stirred up.
Gentle Fells protects hands with lanolin D.
Uh-huh.
In fact, it's the only dishwashing detergent that does contain lanolin D.
You mean to tell me that Gentle Fells is the only one that has it?
The only one.
How about that?
And lanolin is the very essence of skin beauty used in costly creams and lotions to keep hands soft and lovely. And only Gentle Fells contains lanolin D.
Gentle Fells. It's all the name implies. Gentle.
Lanolin D cushions your hands while it washes your dishes. With Gentle Fells, glasses and dishes dry sparkling clear, never spotty or streaked. So on your next trip to the store, remember Gentle Fells. F-E-L-S, Fells.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Gentle Fells with lanolin D for dishes?
And for laundry, there's Instant Fells Naphtha. Here's a tune that's been kicking around for, lo, these many years. I don't think one more little touch will hurt it, do you?
Darling, je vous aime beaucoup. Je ne sais pas what to do. You know, you've completely stolen my heart. Morning, noon, and nighttime too. Toujours wondering what to do. That's the way I felt right from the start. Ah, chérie, my love for you is très, très fort. I just wish my French were good enough. I'd tell you so much more. But I hope that you compris all the things you mean to me. Darling, je vous aime beaucoup. I love you. Yes, I do. Chérie, my love for you is très, très fort. I just wish my French were good enough. I'd tell you so much more. But I hope that you comprehend all the things you mean to me. Darling, je vous aime beaucoup. I love you, yes, I do.
And so, we'll be back again, folks, with Buddy and the boys and Ken. Some music, some idle prattle.
Meantime, you take good care of yourselves, you hear?
Yeah, now take it real easy, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood, produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie.
Monday, the stars of the new series Abby, Kadeem Hardison and Sidney Tamaya Poitier drop by to host UPN's Monday Night.
It's a big one!
With Sally Richardson Whitfield and Megan Good from the new movie Biker Boys.
We set our own rules!
Throughout the night, you'll get a look at Biker Boys. Join us on UPN Monday.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Nice rehearsal. Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from Marine Con, the El Taurus Hope. Well, here we are at the El Toro Marine Base. They told me El Toro would be the natural place for me to broadcast from. And there was a lot of financial activity around here. Financial activity. That's a Marine term meaning wealth, prosperity, and come on, make them bounce off the wall. Boy, they really shake them here. I walked past the barracks, and there was more of a rattle than Sinatra driving a Jeep. In the picture, Old Man Bones, huh? On payday, the money really changes hands fast around here. In fact, I looked at a dollar bill, and George Washington was wearing a chin strap on his wig to keep it from blowing off. But there's a big campaign to merge the Army with the Navy, and I finally found out why. That's the only way they can beat the Marine football team here. That's right. Boy, these fellas really have a terrific football team here. In fact, after the last game, they were rated unbeaten, untied, and uncivilized. What a team. They don't worry about the score. After each play, the captain calls timeout and presents unconditional surrender terms. And, of course, there's Fleet City. But I won't say. I read the papers, too, you know. I won't say these Marines are hard to stop, but it's the first time I ever saw anybody receive a kickoff at the Los Angeles Coliseum and score a touchdown at Soldiers Field. These boys are all from overseas, and I guess it's a little hard for them to forget that they're out of the jungles. Last week, the referee shot off his gun to start the game, and 6 Marines in the stands yelled sniper and shot back. Thank you. I'm very sorry to report, ladies and gentlemen, that due to unforeseen circumstances, Professor Colonna will not be with us tonight, and Hello?
Well, it's about time. I've been trying to get you for 3 hours.
How long? How long?
Oh, hello. How long? Send over an order of chop suey.
Colonna, this is Bob Hope.
Well, in that case, be sure to keep your fingers out of the bowl.
Professor Colonna, what happened to you?
Never mind that. Tell me, Hope, who was it who said, stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage?
Shakespeare said it.
Never got caught speeding at Santa Ana, did he?
Well, Colonna, so you're arrested for speeding.
Yes, Hope, and the bail is $50,000.
$50,000? Where were you speeding?
Away from the First National Bank.
Colonna, how will you find your way back to the nut house in this heavy fog?
I'll just hold your hand. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I am an innocent man.
Colonna, are you sure you didn't do anything wrong?
Of course not, Hope. I didn't do a thing. I was just riding in the back seat of my Buick with my girl going about 30 miles an hour.
You were in the back seat of your Buick with your girl going 30 miles an hour? Who was driving, Colonna?
That was the discrepancy.
Couldn't you talk your way out of it?
Well, I told him I worked for Bob Hope.
What did he say to that?
Nothing. He just smelled my breath.
I guess so. Colonna, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed.
Just a minute, Hope.
I'll say
Just a minute.
Should.
Don't you dare. They're giving the woman in the next cell the 3rd degree.
I won't tell you. I won't tell you. I won't.
Colonna, who was that?
Miller Pierce.
I gotta find out right now. Say, look.
I've got enough of this place, Hope. I'm breaking out.
Oh, no, don't do it. If you break out, they'll give you 10 years.
Don't be silly, Hope. I'm eligible for parole. Here I go. They don't believe in the point system, do they?
In the middle of May, I met a gal named Jean. Took her out in July, and neath an August moon. And all through set, I kept admiring her charm. And all through hot, we were locked in each other's arms. From November to Jan, the runaround began. February and March, I was a worried man. And it was until April that she said, okay. And then we got married in the middle of May. And then we got spliced, confetti and rice in the middle of May.
No matter how many No, we did that. Well, that was Skinny Ennis singing in the middle of May. Skin, you really made that song live. Too bad you can't do the same for yourself.
Just how empty they
like to introduce a friend of mine and a friend of every serviceman from the outposts of the Aleutians to the islands in the South Pacific. One of the reasons Hollywood is so proud of its contribution to the war effort, here he is, the old globetrotter himself, Joey Brown.
Thank you, too, fellas. Thank you, Bob. How are you?
Joe, how do you like it here at El Toro?
Oh, fine, Bob. You know, when I got here, 16 of those Lady Marines all rushed up and wanted to give me a kiss.
16 Lady Marines wanted to give you a kiss. Did you let them kiss you?
Yeah. All at once. You're all right, huh? You warmed them up, didn't you?
You let 16 girls kiss you all at once?
Oh, sure, and I still had enough pucker left over to eat a popsicle at the same time. Yup, I got pucker I ain't even used yet.
I know, and the next time we watch the planes maneuver, please don't yawn, Joe. There's a Corsair missing here today.
See where it says that.
Right there, right.
Well, you should talk with that control tower sticking out of your face.
Control tower, huh?
Yes.
I'll settle for that. Some days it looks like a windsock. E stand for?
E? Oh, I don't want to tell you, Bob.
Oh, come on, Joe.
No, I don't want
to
tell you.
What does the E stand for? Come on.
Eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus?
Yeah.
How did you ever get a name like that?
Well, when I was born, my pop looked at me and then said to the stork, "You sure calyptus that time." You work for a lot of these kids over there. They're out here tonight over in the South Pacific, huh?
Yeah, but they're using regular laundries there now, you know.
Yeah. How'd you like Australia?
Oh, fine, Joe, except for those kangaroos. How'd they ever get such huge pouches in front?
Well, I don't know about that, but don't brood about it, Bob. You're too big a man for jealousy.
This is just where I keep my old scripts. But look, now that you're back, what are your plans, Joe?
Well, next month I'm going to start appearing in a play Harvey.
Harvey?
Yep, it's a sort of lost weekend with a rabbit. I play the part of a guy who thinks that a big 7-foot rabbit is following him around.
He thinks a 7-foot rabbit is following him. Sounds like W.C. Fields with an Easter complex. Tell me, Joe, how did you get your start in show business?
Under the Big Tent.
Well, so did Crosby, and he's still wearing it. So you got started in the entertainment field in the circus, huh?
Yes, sir. The circus really has thrilled me, Bob. You know, I always had an ambition to be a lion tamer. You know, putting your head in the lion's mouth.
Uh-huh.
Never worked out.
Why, what happened?
Well, the lion insisted upon putting his head in my mouth. I remember you was in vaudeville. You used to do a dancing act in vaudeville.
Yeah, I did, Joe. I used to dance barefoot.
You used to dance barefoot?
That way I could pick up the pennies without bending over. Say, I'll never forget those old vaudeville days, Joe. My partner and I called ourselves the Corn Brothers. I was the comedian. I wore a straw hat and a big putty nose.
What'd you do, lose the hat? I remember catching your act once, Bob. You looked pretty jazzy telling those jokes in that red suit.
Well, that wasn't really a red suit, Joe. It's just that I never found out anything that'd take those tomato stains out. But I tell you what, Joe, let's give the folks a sample of the kind of stuff that used to get over in the 4-a-day circuit. First, two snappy chappies who just broke in Sandusky, Ohio, and are now hitting the big time in Columbus. A little husky music, Skin. Drop the net. Okay, let's go.
The following is not only the answer to Who Killed Vaudeville, but the reenactment of the crime.
Oh, just like General Custer when he crossed the Delaware. We will entertain you with our songs and funny pair. In quips and snappy answers, you will find ourselves high class. I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Get out and go to Graham. Oh, wait, all of the and go to Maine. We got together in every town, but never miss a train. And we wouldn't hit our grandma with a shovel, cause it's mean. Oh, this walk of life is certainly keen. I'm in a quandary. Oh, this walk of life is certainly keen. Send out your laundry. But if you're happy, you're a millionaire. Ha, 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 ha. If you're happy, you're a millionaire. Yes, we said
to be on the way to the theater tonight. A bum stopped me and he wanted $1 for his 80-year-old mother.
Did you give it to him?
Gosh, no. What would I want with his 80-year-old mother?
All right. All classy stuff right from New York. Now let me see. I got one for you, Joe. What did Dick Tracy say when he put on the long underwear?
I give up. What did Dick Tracy say when he put on the long underwear?
I'm sure to get itchy this time. Real old-time minstrel boys. Do it, boys. Say, Mose. What is it, nose? Tell me, why does a chicken cross the road?
Well, why ask me? I ain't no rooster. Say no. You was flirting with that waitress down there in that restaurant.
Did you see that waitress down there, man?
Yeah, you was flirting with her.
I was flirting with that waitress.
You wasn't doing anything else. That's bad.
I know that, but I was playing for big stakes.
What did you do when you was in the army?
I was a mule driver.
You was a mule driver?
Yeah, driver. I drove them.
Yeah, so you was a mule driver?
I was one of those, yes, sir. I drove them for 5 years. I never want to see a jackass again.
Boy, you is going to have trouble shaving.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You know, I only weighed 3 pounds when I was born.
Is that so? Did you live?
Yeah. Did I live, man? You ought to see me now. Yeah, now a couple of Dutch comics. Run us on, Mr. Leader. Say, Schultz.
Well, Meyer.
Well, if it isn't something there, well, look at here.
Well, I'm a dirty name.
They're cheese and crackers here. Look at here. Schultz, can you tell me who discovered America?
America? No, Meyer, I didn't even know it was lost. Meyer, I want to invite you to a big party at our house Saturday night.
Sure, Schultz. What's the big event?
My sister's coming out.
Oh, wonderful. What's she been in for? Hey, Schultz, tell me something. Is oysters healthy?
I never heard one complain. You look tonight. What you got on your hair that makes it look so
nice? Oh, that is sauerkraut juice there.
Is that the truth?
Sauerkraut juice on the hair there.
Sauerkraut juice on your hair?
Right on my nagen there.
Well, is that so?
Yeah.
How do you comb the hair?
Mitavini. Maya, give it to me a sentence. Mitavini, but a box of Snickers to that sentence. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maya, give it to me a sentence with the word issue.
A sentence with the word issue?
Yeah.
I got it. People of the radio audience, if you are still listening, by issue.
That's why we say.
In the shade
I love the shade
of the old apple tree.
Of the old apple tree. They will love.
Suppose we listen to a few numbers by Francis Langford and Skinny Ennis and his orchestra. Here we go with Francis singing Close as Pages in a Book.
as roses blooming there. My love for you will grow deeper with every passing day, till the wells run dry and each mountain disappears. I'll be there for you to care for you through laughter and through tears. So take my heart in sweet surrender and tenderly say that I'm the one you love and live for till the end of time. Till the wells run dry and each mountain disappears, I'll be there for you to care for you through laughter and through tears. So take my heart in sweet surrender and tenderly say that I'm the one you love and live for till the end of It's only paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Yes, it's only a tender sky hanging over a muslin tree, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody train, a penny arcade. It's a Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Parade. Without your love, it's a melody play in a penny arcade. It's a Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me.
that Jamie Presley starred. UPN Wednesday at 9, 8 Central.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. One of your informants contacts you by telephone. He says he wants to see you immediately. He claims knowledge of more than 24 burglaries committed in your city. He offers the information despite threats against his own life. Your job, investigate. The latest Fatima sales report shows thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima.
For the month of October, coast-to-coast actual figures show Fatima sales are up 110%, or more than double.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to extra mild Fatima. Next time, insist on the best. King-size Fatima in the distinctive golden yellow package.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, April 16th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 1:38 p.m. when we got to the corner of North Main and Sotelo Street. Johnny Cokin's Cafe.
Pretty well filled up. You want to sit at the counter?
There's a booth over there in the corner. People just leaving.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see it.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, fine. Oh, it smells good. I wonder what the special is today.
Well, it's up there on the blackboard.
Oh, yeah. Enchilada with cheese, coleslaw salad. Well, it does smell pretty good, doesn't it? Wish I hadn't had lunch. I should have waited. I keep forgetting Monday's enchilada day down here. Sure like the way Johnny fixes it.
Hello, Friday. Ben, how are you?
Bye, Roberta.
Yeah, get these dirty dishes out of the way.
Okay, fine.
Is it going to be the special?
No, we forgot today was Monday. We had lunch already.
Too bad. What'll it be, just coffee?
Yeah, it's fine.
Friday?
Yeah, same for me, Roberta. Both of them black, I guess.
Okay, 2 blacks.
Say, you haven't seen Smalley around this afternoon, have you, Roberta? Red Smalley?
Red? No, I haven't seen him for a couple of days.
Okay.
Thought he said to meet him here at 1:30.
Well, he'll be along. He's never been on time as long as I've known him.
Yeah, I wonder what's eating him. He sounded a little excited on the phone.
Did he give you any idea what it was all about?
No, just said it was important. Had to see it. Hey, I was just thinking, maybe I could handle one of those enchiladas after all.
Yeah, there's Red.
All
right, fellas. Hope I ain't late.
All right.
Been a long time,
Yeah,
huh?
sit down, Red. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks. What's new with you, anyway?
Oh, not too much. How's it with you?
Here you are. 2 coffees black. How are you, Red?
Hungry. What about a hamburger steak, huh? Some coffee, too.
Hamburger steak and coffee, right?
You're looking pretty fair shape, Red. You working steady now?
Well, you know how it goes. On again, off again. Put in a full month playing bar boy at Ziggy's joint place down in South Main, you know.
Mm-hmm. What happened there?
Business fell off, and Ziggy said he had to let me go. Been kind of thin ever since. I'm hustling programs out of the racetrack right now. It's not too bad. Can't afford to bet, but I get to see the races free. You can't have everything, I guess.
I understand you're a little worried about something, Red. Anything serious?
Well, yeah, it might be. Like I was telling Romero on the phone, it wouldn't do me no good if it got out. I mean, me talking to you about it, you know. He'd probably tie a can to my tail if he knew I told you.
Who's that?
Guy by the name of Jeff Allen. Know him?
No, it doesn't sound familiar to me. Ben?
Me neither. Who is he, Red?
Second-story worker. Lots of savvy, too. He's fell a couple of times on burglary raps. Knows his business, though. Got a lot of moxie.
How long's he been in town, you know?
Well, about 6 months, I think. Come from the east. Finished a stretch back in Michigan. He's a real pro.
What's he doing out here, Red?
Well, matter of fact, that's what I want to talk to you about. Figured maybe you ought to know.
Yeah?
He's doing real good, the way I get it. I heard him and a couple other guys talking about it one night down at Ziggy's. They were having a couple of beers. Guess they didn't think I could hear him.
What'd they have to say?
This guy, Allen, was running off about how good he was doing, how many places he knocked over in the last couple of months, how much stuff he took.
And what's he look like, Red?
Oh, pretty average. About my height. Dark hair, little scar right here in his chin.
Mm-hmm.
About 160, 70 maybe, 36 years old. Usually wears leather jacket and black one.
All right, Red, here you go. Burger steak, coffee.
Yeah, fine. Sure got a good appetite these days, working out in the air, you know. It does you good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you one pass around my with Fletcher, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Good.
These burglary jobs Alan's supposed to be pulling, Red. Where's he working them? Do you know that?
No, I guess I don't. All over town, I suppose. Sure good hamburger.
When you overheard him talking to his friends, did he mention any jobs in particular that he pulled?
No, but he's working hard. I know that for a fact. He pulls a new one every week or so, the way I get it.
And what about his M.O., Red?
Regular second story routine. He uses a Jimmy or a small pinch bar. Usually goes through a window.
Does he work alone?
Strictly. His French bread's nice and fresh.
Yeah. Where's Alan staying in town? Do you know, Red?
No, I don't. I know where you can find him, though. The 1322 Club out on North Pass. He hangs out there quite a bit, almost every night. I think the guy who owns the joint's a friend of his.
Jeff Allen. Is that supposed to be his right name, Red?
As far as I know, I only met him a couple of times. He hung around Ziggy's place when he first come to town. Of course, I didn't know what he was up to then.
You know him well enough to talk to him?
Well, just about, yeah. I'm not buddies with him or anything. That's why I don't want it to get out, you know. If he gets the word I'm on your team, I'm a dead duck. I don't think he'd waste a minute killing me.
You don't have to worry, Red. We'll keep it quiet. Well, did you hear anything else? Or is that just about the size of him?
No, that's just about it, fellas. I'll keep near the ground. If I get any more rumbles, I'll pass it on. Well, guess you know I really hate to talk about it.
What's that, Red?
Well, I know how bad things have been running lately, you know, since I got laid off of Ziggy.
Uh-huh.
I hustle like mad with the programs down the track. Doesn't bring in a whole lot, though. And that lousy landlady had to raise my rent last week.
Mm-hmm. Well, how much can you use, Red?
Well, you know, as far as anything at all, just a little loan, maybe something to help me over the hump.
Well, the only thing I have is a 20, Joe. You got any change?
Thanks, Romero. 20 will be fine. That's plenty. I sure appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, real good hamburger steak Johnny puts out. I gotta get going, fellas. Gotta be down the track.
All right, Red. Thanks a lot. If there's anything else, call us, huh? You got our number.
Sure thing. I'll stay right on.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me for anything, holler, huh? I'm still at the same place.
Right.
Thanks a lot, huh? I'll see you later.
Yeah. Take it easy, Red.
Yeah. Bye, Red. He's getting a little expensive, huh?
He's probably been having a rough time, but he looked hungry, I mean.
Sure did. Grabbed that $20 bill like his life depended on it. I went to buy some new wool socks for there.
Well, I'll split it with you. Be worth more than $20 if the tip pays off.
Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't mind giving him the $20. It was worth it, but look at this here.
Oh, you have to check for the food, huh?
Yeah, I think the least he could have done was pay for his own lunch.
By and large, the character of the informant, in fact or fiction, isn't generally regarded with too much sympathy. To most people, the informant's nothing more than a stool pigeon, a squealer, somebody who, by the very act of informing, commits a sin against a supposedly popular unwritten law. Well, it's obvious that this isn't always so, because in the interests of law enforcement and justice, which means the betterment of the community, the informant very often plays a major role. Year after year, informants are responsible for the apprehension and conviction of many hundreds of criminals, people who rob and cheat and commit murder, crimes that are obviously far deadlier than informing. As for the mechanics of law enforcement at the level of the working detective, the informant is considered virtually indispensable. It's been said before by peace officers, and it'll probably be said again quite a few times. If your job is catching criminals and enforcing the law, this is the first rule you have to learn. The working detective is no better than his informants. 2:12 p.m. Ben and I had no idea if the information we'd gotten from Red Smalley was authentic or not, but it had to be checked out. We went back to the office and had Frank Cunningham and R&I check on Jeff Allen. We also had the stats office make a run for us on suspects with similar M.O.s. Then we started to page through reports of burglaries which had occurred throughout the city during the past 3 months.
No.
How you doing over there? Anything at all?
Not too much. Wait a minute, maybe. This might be one of them.
Here, let me see.
Home in Hollenbeck Park neighborhood. Burglar's M.O. matches out in a time element, too. Happened 6 weeks ago. Window on the second floor of the house was pried open. They took furs and money, $23.
Uh-huh. That's the only one you found?
Another one here I took out a minute ago. M.O.'s pretty much the same on this one, too. Only thing different is the night of the week it happened on. This one's a Thursday. That one there's a Sunday.
Yeah, it checks out pretty close otherwise. The only one thing I can't figure.
What's that?
Well, Allen's supposed to have been in the city for at least 6 months. According to Red, he's working a job maybe once a week, once every 10 days or so. Now, you got 2 reports there that match his M.O. here. I picked out 2 more from that other pile. Seems to me if he's been working in town for a couple of months, there ought to be more than 4 reports on him, shouldn't there?
I got it. Burglary in Merrill. Oh, yeah, Frank. Jeff Allen. Is that so? Oh, you have, huh? Okay, right, Frank. Thank you.
Yeah?
Why not? Got to make on Allen. He's had one arrest here 4 years ago on a vag charge. He's a loser out of Michigan. Fell for burglary. Never been picked up for burglary here, though. He isn't registered.
And that's all, huh?
That's it.
Doesn't seem to gel right to me, does it to you?
A lot of loose ends to figure out.
I wonder if Red was handing us a line on this thing.
Why would he?
Well, maybe he needed that $20 touch. Maybe this Jeff Allen's an old pal of his. Red had a falling out with him. He wants to get even with him, I suppose.
Possible, I guess. I don't know. Hi, Joe. Ben? Oh, hello,
Tabor, what do you say? What's with you? You still in that stakeout south end of town?
Yeah, 3rd week. Sure getting dull. You two are busy. What's all this? Oh, we got a tip on some prowl artist trying to get a line on him.
Take a look at this 3.1, will you, Jim? You run into any jobs recently to stack up like this in here?
I see.
We're shooting in the dark on it so far. I don't know if we got anything or not.
I'd say you got it. Burglary report in 77th Division this morning. Happened to check it when I was out there.
Same M.O. as this?
Same everything.
4:55 p.m. Ben and I went down the hall to the record bureau and picked up a couple of mug shots of the suspect, Jefferson Allen. Then we drove out to the 1322 Club on North Ferris Avenue in the Silver Lake District, the neighborhood bar where Allen spent most of his time, according to our informant, Red Smalley. We staked out in a car down the street where we could keep an eye on the front door to the bar and still not look suspicious. Between 5 and 7:30 p.m., we watched at least 2 dozen customers entering or leaving the bar, but none of them came close to Allen's description. 8 p.m., nothing. By the time we were relieved on stakeout at 11 p.m., Allen still had failed to show. Late the following afternoon, we were back at the same spot, watching for a sign of the suspect. 6:48 p.m.
How you fixed for smokes?
Oh, I think I got a couple left. Now, here you go.
Oh, thanks.
I got a light here.
Yeah.
11A, 6th and Spring. 11A, 6th and Spring.
Hey, have a look, Joe. Gray hat, dark suit. Just came out of the bar.
Yeah, coming this way. Yeah, I'll buy it. That's him.
Getting in that blue sedan.
All right, don't press him. Let's give him a good lead.
All right.
He's getting in.
What do you think, Joe?
Let's wait a minute.
All right.
Yeah, okay, we're clear.
All right.
You got him spotted?
Yeah, no trouble. That's a funny one, huh? Wonder why we didn't see him go in the bar.
I don't know. Might be a delivery entrance in the back of the place we could have missed.
Can you make out that license number?
Can you pull out just a little?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, let's see. 7 Tom 7 972. I better check it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1.
Control 1 to 80K. Go ahead.
Control 1, request rolling make and DMV on 7 Tom 7 972. That's 7 Tom 7 972.
Control 1 to 80K. Roger. Stand by. KMA 367.
Doesn't seem to be in any great hurry. Barely poking along.
Where is he now? I can't see.
Just turn right onto Bronson. I want to give him plenty of lead.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's him up ahead there.
Picking up speed. Now, don't lose him.
All right.
Control 1 to 80K. Control 1 to 80K. Come in, please.
Here we go. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
Tom 7972. The car is registered to D. Denver J. John Carpenter, 1322 North Terrace Avenue, Los Angeles.
80K to Control 1, Roger. KMA 367.
Carpenter, same guy owns the bar, isn't it? His Allen must know him pretty well.
Well enough to use his car. Wonder what the pitch is there. You checked on Carpenter, didn't you?
Yeah, clean bill of health, no record. Hey, up ahead there. Now he's slowing down.
Yeah. Turning up on that driveway. Pull up under that tree there, huh?
Right.
That's fine.
See him?
Uh-huh. He's getting out. Going into that bungalow over there. Letting himself in the front door.
No sign of anybody else there, huh?
No. House was dark when we drove up, wasn't it?
He couldn't be living there alone.
He might be.
Doesn't make much sense to me. Why would a single guy get himself a house that big?
Well, let's wait it out. Maybe he'll come up with the answer. 9:15 p.m. We continued our stakeout on the bungalow on South Bronson Avenue. A little more than an hour passed when we saw the lights go out in the house. The suspect, Jeff Allen, came out the front door, locked up, got in his car, and drove off. Ben and I followed him. He drove directly to the bar on North Ferris Avenue, the 1322 Club. He parked his car and went inside. Ben and I drove back to the cottage on South Bronson and let ourselves in through the back door. A preliminary check of the house failed to give us any real proof that Allen was the suspect we wanted. The only possible lead we came up with was an expensive hunting rifle, which we found stored away in one of the closets. We copied down the serial number on the gun, drove to a neighborhood cigar store, called the office, and asked him to check out the number for us.
Yeah, all right, Murph. We'll wait for the call. Yeah, thanks.
How'd you do?
Gonna check it through now. They'll call us.
Good. I'm a little hungry, aren't you? Would you like candy bar?
No, I'm getting a little tired of them. I wouldn't mind a square meal, though. My back's killing me. Never been so sore in my life.
Why, what's the matter? Did you fall?
No, nothing like that. It's my snoring again.
You're snoring? What's that got to do with it?
Almost broke my back. It was the wife's idea. She claims when I'm sleeping, I roll over on my back and snore. Says it keeps her awake all night.
Well, there's not much you can do about it, is there?
Yeah, the wife thought of something. Supposed to be an old home remedy. She sewed a couple of golf balls right into the back of my pajamas. You get the idea behind it? If you roll over on your back, the golf balls dig into you, and you have to roll over on your side again.
Mm-hmm. Well, so what happened to you?
Well, I'm a sound sleeper. Rolled over on my back and stayed there. Slept on those golf balls all night. Woke up in the morning like to have died. Felt like I'd snapped a couple of vertebrae.
Must be an easier way to keep you from sleeping on your back.
It wouldn't do any good anyhow, Joe. It just won't work.
What do you mean?
I snore just as loud sleeping on my side.
I get it.
Hello? Yeah, Murph. This is Joe Friday. Mm-hmm. W615344. Yeah, that checks. That was a serial number. When was that? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, okay, Murph. Thanks. Bye.
I think maybe we got a break.
Yeah?
They got a make on the gun we found.
Is it registered to Allen?
No, it was taken in a burglary 2 months ago.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Millions heard it, yet only 46 have written.
Starting on Dragnet over a month and a half ago, on September 20th to be exact, Fatima made a special money-back offer to more than 10 million listeners. The results, amazing.
Millions heard it, yet only 46 have written.
If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's famous offer.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before December 1st, and we'll give you your money back, plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Fatima's latest sales report shows Fatima sales up in every state in America. The month of October, coast to coast, actual figures show Fatima sales up 110%, or more than double.
Yes, thousands and thousands of Americans are switching to king-size Fatima. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Extra mild. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Tuesday night, April 17th, 10:38 p.m. We got additional information from the office on the hunting rifle that we'd found in the bungalow to which we'd trailed the suspect, Jefferson Allen, a few hours earlier. The gun was registered to a Mr. Robert LaSalle, 3008 Bush Street. The rifle, along with $300 in jewelry and $48 in cash, had been taken from LaSalle's home 2 months before during his family's absence. The burglar's method of operation matched Allen's alleged M.O. exactly. 10:45 p.m. After arranging for a stakeout to be placed on the bungalow on Bronson Avenue, Ben and I drove to the 1322 Club on North Ferris, where we located the suspect, Jeff Allen.
Yes, sir, that's correct, Sergeant. I'm from back in Michigan originally. Been out here about 6 months now. Think I'm going to like it. Sure can't beat this weather, huh?
You've been working here at the bar ever since you got in town, is that right?
No, not quite. I've been here for about 4 months. Kind of a handyman job. I help the bartender when I can, keep the storeroom in order, see everything ship-shape, you know.
Uh-huh. You ever been in Los Angeles before, Allen?
Yeah, just once before, a couple of years ago. Wasn't so good then. Jobs were hard to get. I ran into a little bit of trouble. Finally went back east again.
I see. What was this trouble you had?
Well, as I say, jobs were pretty hard to come by then. I kept checking around, but I couldn't find anything. Wasn't so good. I finally got picked up on a bag charge.
Mm-hmm.
Spent a couple of weeks at the county. When I got out, I figured the best thing was to head back east again. A lot better this time, though. I'm doing okay. See, I couldn't get you anything. Huh?
No, thanks. It's the same.
There's something maybe you'd like to talk to me about? Anything I can help you with?
It's a routine checkup we're on. Got a few more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. Let's take one of these booths back here, huh? Might as well be comfortable.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
You sure I couldn't get you anything? A bottle of beer, Coke, maybe?
No, thanks.
You have your family out here with you, Alan, your wife?
No, I'm not married, Sergeant. I haven't taken the plunge yet. Figure there's plenty of time for that. Hard enough to keep myself going these days, let alone a family.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You ever been arrested before, Alan? I mean, other than that bag charge you mentioned, you ever served any big time?
Yeah, matter of fact, I have, back in Michigan. Pretty dumb trick. I got in trouble as a kid. Burglary. Served all my time, though. I don't owe them a day. I'm washed up with that stuff a long time ago. It just doesn't pay, that's all.
Then that last time there was any trouble with that bag charge, is that it?
Yes, sir, that's it. As I say, I'm all washed up with that stuff. It doesn't pay off at all. I got wise to that.
Mm-hmm. Glad to hear it, Alan. You figure you're going to stay on here, then. Make this your permanent home.
Yeah, I think I might. I sure like the weather. Job suits me, too. Boss even lets me use his car once in a while. Pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, huh? Where are you living now? You got an apartment in the neighborhood here?
Yeah, I got an apartment. Nice little place. Not exactly in the neighborhood, though. It's out in West Hollywood, right on a bus line. No trouble getting into work. Just a small apartment.
Whereabouts in West Hollywood? You mind giving us the address?
No, it's on Norwich Avenue. Why do you ask?
It's part of this routine check we have to make. You mind very much if we drive out there with you, Alan, look the place over?
No, I don't mind. I mean, if you figure I need checking out, I'd just as soon clear it up now. I got nothing to hide. You want me to get my coat?
No, that's all right.
Say, I should be back here in an hour or so. What do you think? I mean, it's just a routine check. It won't take long, will it?
No, not too long. I suppose you can figure that better than we can.
How do you mean?
You said you had nothing to hide. 11:20 p.m. We drove the suspect, Jeff Allen, to his apartment on Norwich Avenue. It was more than 2.5 miles from the bungalow on South Bronson, where we'd followed Allen earlier that night and where we'd located the stolen hunting rifle. While Ben and I made a thorough check of the apartment, Allen sat relaxed in an easy chair. Ben and I covered everything in the apartment, but there was no evidence of any loot taken in the burglaries.
That's about it, Joe. Checked everything.
Okay.
That's about it, huh, Sergeant? You fellas want a beer before we go back to the club?
Just one or two more questions, Alan, and I think we can wash this thing up.
Sure, Sergeant.
Do you rent some other place in town? Another house or an apartment, maybe?
Another place? No. Why would I do that? This is my apartment. This is where I live. Why do you ask that?
About 6 o'clock tonight, you were seen going into a bungalow over on South Bronson, the same neighborhood as the club where you work. We got a pretty good idea that there's quite a bit of loot from burglaries stored in that house.
I don't follow you, Sergeant. I don't know what you mean. I don't live on South Bronson. I live here. You ought to be able to tell that.
You were seen going into the bungalow, Alan, about 5 minutes past 6 tonight. We found a stolen hunting rifle in the house. It was taken in a burglary. You think you want to tell us about it?
No, I can't tell you anything about it. I don't have any bungalow on South Bronson. I'm not even sure I can tell you where the street is.
Well, you better get your hat, mister. We'll show you. 11:48 p.m. We got in the car and started driving down Beverly Boulevard back toward the bungalow on South Bronson Avenue. When we got to the bungalow, the suspect still refused to admit that he had a key to the door or that he was in any way concerned with the place. We had him empty his pockets, and among his possessions we found a ring of keys. We tried them on the front door of the bungalow. The fourth one we tried opened it. We went inside. Allen still would admit nothing. Ben contacted the landlady next door, and she said she'd be right over. I continued questioning him while Ben checked through the house again.
Hey, Joe.
Oh.
Joe, you want to come back here? I think we got something.
Yeah, all right, Ben. You want to go ahead back there, Allen?
Sure, okay. Still can't tell you what the score is, though. I don't belong in this place. It ain't mine.
Well, that key you had seemed to fit the front door all right. How do you figure that?
It doesn't mean anything. I had that key for years. I think it's a skeleton key. Opens almost any kind of lock.
Down here, Joe. Small basement here. Leads right down off the kitchen.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead, Allen.
Have a look, Joe. Line of cupboards all the way around here. Check them for yourself.
Yeah, all right. Pretty good haul. Furs, machinist tools. Jewelry. Quite a bit of it here. A couple of radios. 2 more hunting rifles. Come on, how about it, Allen? You want to save time for all of us now?
You got it wrong, Sergeant. This isn't my place, I told you. When I got out of that trouble back east, I made up my mind I was all washed up with this kind of stuff. This house isn't mine. I haven't got anything to do with it.
You're kidding yourself, Alan. You know that.
No, you got it all wrong. You got it all mixed up.
Well, we'll let the landlady tell us.
The woman who owns this house, she's on her way over from next door. She ought to be able to tell us who she rented the place to. Wouldn't you say so? Wouldn't you?
She might be wrong. It's possible.
No, look, we got you dead to rights, mister. Why not face it?
Can't. Won't do it. I made up my mind the last time. It wouldn't happen again. I was all washed up with it. I won't go through it again. They'll send me back. I won't be able to take it.
Maybe you should have figured that before you started in.
I didn't mean to. I was all washed up with that stuff. I told you that the first time I saw you, didn't I?
Yeah.
I'm sure of it, too. I wouldn't try it again. Didn't pay. It's just what I told you. I'm all through with it. I'm washed up with it. I never lied to you, did I?
What's the difference?
Huh?
You lied to yourself.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 6th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. September. Fatima first made its famous money-back offer. Millions heard it, yet only 46 have written. October. Actual figures reported Fatima's sales up 110% coast to coast, or more than double. November. Thousands more switching to Fatima. So why wait? Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes. And, Mr. Dealer, that's your cue for November. This month, with Thanksgiving and the holidays coming up, I know you'll want to get your full share of all the new Fatima business. Check your Fatima stock tomorrow. Make sure you can take care of the thousands of Americans who are switching to Fatima, insisting on Fatima quality.
The apprehension of the suspect, Jefferson Harold Allen, resulted in clearing 22 cases of burglaries committed over the past 4 months. Allen was indicted on 22 counts of first-degree burglary and received sentence as prescribed by law. First-degree burglary is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 5 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, only 2.6 patients out of every 100 reaching the most forward hospitals in Korea died later. The comparable figure in World War II was 4.5. According to official medical statements, the almost miraculous success in saving the lives of casualties is owing in part to the prompt use of blood plasma on the battlefield and whole blood in military hospitals. Whole blood reduces shock, a potential killer, and replaces blood lost through bleeding. In the treatment of many battle casualties, there's no substitute for blood. Every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy. This month, your country is short 300,000 pints of blood. Please give your blood and save a life.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Today's the silver anniversary of NBC.
And now, the extreme blast of the night, rocked by JVC's Tower of Power. With 460 watts of mind-numbing sound, dual 8-inch subs, and MP3 playback to keep the party rocking all night long. The Tower of Power by JVC, the only system big enough to crush the competition.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Truchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Listen, this is important to every woman. Get more from your hand lotion by getting Truchet. For Truchet is the different hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Truchet not only makes your hands feel softer and smoother, but Truchet's unique beforehand extra actually chap-proofs your hands, too. As long as Truchet is on your hands while you're doing dishes or while you're outdoors, your hands will be protected against that red, rough condition known as chapping. Water chapping as well as weather chapping. And you can continue this protection during prolonged exposure by using Truchet frequently. So for softer, lovelier, chap-proofed hands all the time, begin today to use Truchet.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the genial manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. And how are you this lovely evening, my good man? Huh? No, I ain't got the pip. No, but I got a new philosophy. You see, by being nice to others, I find it makes me happy. In other words, do unto others, and you will find the blue beard of happiness yourself. And it wouldn't hurt you none to practice what I preach, Duffy. Well, like with your wife. Don't just walk up to her and tell her she's a big fat horse. Even if it's true. It'd be so much nicer to say, my dear, it ain't that you're so big. It's just that the house is so small. Well, certainly, Duffy. Don't forget, all men is cremated equal, and they would like to be treated as such. Well, think it over. I'll call you back. I got some work here that I got to cheerfully do. Okay, Eddie, get me a pail of hot water and a mop, will you?
What, you gonna take a bath?
No, I'm gonna mop up the place now. Let me get to work here.
You? Going to work?
Is it such a surprise?
Well, up to now, it's been one of your hidden talents.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's all been changed, Eddie. I'm even going to help you to do your work. Now, hand me the mop.
Okay, but don't get too close to me.
Why not?
Well, whatever you got, I don't want to catch it. Look, how come you suddenly want to do my work?
Eddie, just because a guy wants to help people, do you have to be suspicious?
If the guy is you and the people is me, yes.
Eddie, I'll let you in on a secret. You see, I got a new philosophy. Considering others. You see, I've been taking an inventory of myself.
You have?
Yeah.
How much you short?
Look, I'm serious. If a guy is going to be happy in this world, he's got to help thy neighbor. He's got to be sweet, kind, considerate, and polite, and courteous.
Well, if you ask me...
Shut up, I'm talking. I find all you need to be happy is your health and a few good friends.
Counting an awful lot on health, ain't you?
Why not? I just had a physical checkup from Dr. Conkle, and he said there was nothing wrong with me.
Nothing wrong, huh? Did he check your credit rating?
Okay, Eddie, slap me on the other cheek. You're still my friend. Now, please step aside while I mop the floor.
Sure wish I had known a little while ago you was going to mop the floor.
Why?
I got to put up bleachers and charge admission.
Oh, good evening, Miss Duffy, and how are you this evening?
Why don't you keep your big mouth shut?
About what?
About that advice that you gave Papa on the telephone.
All I told him was to be nice to your mother. What was wrong with that?
Plenty. In trying to be nice, he sneaked up behind Mama and put his arms around her. That's what started the trouble.
How come?
She hollered, Papa, come quick, there's a strange man in the house. So, one word led to another, and Papa wound up with a cracked skull.
Words can't crack a guy's skull.
They can when they're in a 2,000-page dictionary. You and your philosophy.
What's wrong with philosophy? Remember, philosophy is the one thing that makes man the superior, if not the equal of the beast.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
I went down to the employment agency you sent me to.
Good. How'd you make out?
They asked me a lot of questions and gave me a bunch of tests till I found out the thing that I was best suited for.
What was that?
Unemployment.
But, Finnegan, you can't make a career out of unemployment.
Maybe not, but it makes an awful nice sideline. But thanks for trying to help me, George.
Well, Finnegan, your happiness is mine.
Hiya, fellas. Oh, hello, Mr. Marie.
Hello, Joe. How's the wife and kids and Vitalis? Holy cow, I'm even being nice to a radio announcer. Joe, I heard your program tonight.
All right, we can do without the nasty cracks.
No, Joe, I
know how your mind works. You were going to say, I heard your program under very unfavorable conditions. The radio was on.
Honest, Joe, that was the
Arch,
furthest...
I'm sick and tired of your insults.
Joe, I've changed. I was about to say I think you're great. I even wrote a letter to the Vitalis people about you.
Oh, trying to get me fired, huh?
Not at all. Me letter told them what a nice, soft voice you have.
I see. Trying to make them think I don't speak loud enough for people to hear what I have to say.
Joe, you got me wrong. I even told them how all the customers here in the tavern really love you, you know? How we in the tavern are all great fans of yours.
Oh, fine. Now they'll think all my friends are bums.
Look, Joe, you're making a mistake. I'm your pal. You see, I use Vitalis.
Well, what do you want, a medal? Lloyd Mangrum uses Vitalis. Craig Wood uses it. Gene Saracen uses it.
Well, Joe, I just told you I do, too.
Oh, and I suppose you think you're as good a golfer as they are.
Joe, I didn't say that.
No?
No.
So now I'm a liar.
Look, Joe, I'm a friend of yours. You got no right saying things like that.
Now he's trying to tell me what I can say.
Look, Joe.
Listen, Arch, if I want to say the Vitalis 60-second workout helps stimulate the scalp and gives it a wonderful, refreshing, tingling sensation, and it also routs loose dandruff and helps check excessive falling hair, well, by George, I'm going to say it.
Now, look,
And
Joe.
if I want to say that Vitalis keeps your hair well-groomed, I'm going to say that, too.
Joe, not so loud. You're annoying the customers.
Oh, yeah? This is still a free country. I'd like to see you or anybody else stop me from saying that Vitalis tames down dry, hard-to-manage hair.
Okay, Joe. Go ahead and say it if it makes you happy. Go right ahead and talk about Vitalis to your heart's content.
Oh, so now you're trying to make me a blabbermouth.
Oh, please, indulge yourself. Tell me about Vitalis. Go on, Joe. Please.
I'm not talking.
Ah, come on, Joe. Say something.
Okay. Good night.
What an attitude. Thank goodness I got a philosophy.
Look, Socrates. You gonna go on being nice to people till you ain't gonna have a friend left.
Yeah, it's beginning to look that way. Hello? Who's this? Oh, Dr. Kunkel's nurse? Hiya, honey. Eddie, there are a couple of things in the kitchen I'd like you to get after.
Yeah, a couple of things in the kitchen I'd like to get after me.
Look, Eddie, I'm insinuating that I'd like a little privacy here.
Oh, okay, friendly one.
Get on it. Pardon the interruption, honey. Oh, hello, Dr. Conkle. Doctor, did you get a report on me physical checkup? Well, how am I? Huh? I'm a what? A hypochondriac? No kidding. The worst case you've ever seen? Well, what can I do for it? Go up to the Catskills and get some peace and rest? But before I leave town, you want your money, huh? You'll give me 3 days? Just a minute, Miss Duffy. I'm talking to me doctor. Now, look, doctor. Huh? Well, how much time did you say I got? You'll only give me 3 days.
3 days? Oh, poor Archie.
Quiet. Look, Doc, you couldn't make that a week, could you? No, huh? Well, you say 3 days. 3 days it is. Thanks for calling.
Archie, the doctor only gives you 3 days?
Yeah, Miss Duffy, but I'd rather you didn't tell nobody about it, huh?
Archie, it'll be our secret. You have my word as a woman.
Thanks.
Hello, Vera. Did you hear about Archie? He only has 3 days to live. Yeah, 3 days. Oh, incidentally, I bought the darlingest hat yesterday.
Mr. Moran, you hear about Mr. Archie?
What?
He only got 2 days to live.
Colucci, did you hear about Archie? He only has 1 day to live.
Eddie, did you hear about Archie?
What?
He's dead. Just think, poor Arch dead. Well, that's life.
Well, I suppose it's better to have lived and died than never to have died at all.
Eddie, I was just... Oh, hello, gang. I said hello. Well, why don't somebody say something?
Hello, Miss Archie.
Hello, Archie.
Goodbye, Arch. Hello.
Look, gang, I got some news for you. You see, I spoke to me doctor, and, well, it looks like I'm going on a little journey.
What a beautiful way to put it.
Archie, I want you to know that we're going to miss you.
Well, thanks, Miss Duffy, but I think it'll be a good thing to get away from the tavern, you know, kind of get close to the soil.
Arch!
What's the matter? I think I'm pretty lucky. It ain't everybody that can go away at this time of the year.
Yeah, it is a nice season for it.
By the way, Arch, I brought you sort of a going-away gift.
Oh, ain't that sweet? Lilies.
How do you feel, Archie?
Well, not too bad considering, but I'll be glad to get away. You know, the last couple of days I've had kind of a boxed-in feeling.
Well, naturally.
Look, fellas, if you'll excuse me, I ain't got much time, and I got a lot of plans to make. I'm trying to figure out what place I should go to.
You got a choice?
Sure, but I ain't quite decided yet.
Ain't that kind of decided for you?
Not at all. I'm trying to figure out which place would be the least crowded.
Oh. Hey, got a housing problem there, too.
Sure, them places do big business all year round. Incidentally, gang, there'll be certain financial arrangements in connection with this little trip that,
Financial arrangements?
Yeah, you know, a guy like me likes to travel first class, you know, in a private compartment. In other words, I don't want a lot of other people piled in with me.
Yeah, especially strangers.
Yeah, that's right. So, I was wondering...
how much money you need?
Well, it depends. I suppose I could cut expenses a little.
How?
Well, I could go sitting up. But it still takes a little dough, you know.
Yeah. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Archie.
Okay, Eddie.
Look, Finnegan, Miss Duffy.
Yeah.
The man needs a little money for a funeral.
I know what you're going to say, Eddie, and I think you're right. At a time like this, his friend should help him.
Yeah. Because when you think of it, he ain't been such a bad guy.
Yeah, that's right. Besides, he might come back and put a curse on us. Hey, look, how much will the funeral cost?
I don't know, but I put in a couple of dollars for the flowers.
Yeah, and I'll put in a couple of dollars towards the undertaker.
Well, I only got 2 bits, but at least it'll buy one of the handles.
Okay, let's tell him the good news. Mr. Archer.
Yes?
What I want to say is, sir, we got together a little sinking fund for you.
Oh, gee. Thanks, fellas.
So we'd like you to take this money. It ain't much, but at least it'll be enough to cover you part of the way.
Gang, you know, this quickens me to the hilt. I really don't know what to say. Certainly am going to miss you all. Hey, maybe you'd like to come along with me.
Arch, there's a limit to friendship.
Well, anyway, I want you to know I sure appreciate it. And another thing, I want you to know that I'm going to pay this money back. Every cent of it.
When?
As soon as I return.
You coming back?
Well, of course.
Oh. Well, rap 3 times on the table so we'll know it's you.
Rap 3... Finnegan, what is all this nonsense? The way you people is acting, you think I was going to my grave.
Eddie, shall we tell him?
Yeah, but be diplomatic. See, break it kind of gentle. Like.
Oh, I'll be very gentle. The Arch, there's something we've been wanting to tell you.
Yes, Finnegan?
You're about to croak off.
What?
That's right, Miss Archer.
Don't be ridiculous, Eddie. It's going to be a long time before they bury me.
Maybe so, but for the next 3 days, don't lay down in your tuxedo.
Wait a minute. What's all this talk about dying?
Miss Archer, see, we felt that we really ought to tell you.
Well, certainly. Everybody in the neighborhood knows that you're going to die.
That's right, Arch, and you can't disappoint them.
Everybody in the neighborhood knows. How come I'm just finding out about it?
Well, you know the old saying, the corpse is always the last one to know.
Wait a minute. Hello? Oh. Waiter.
Who was that?
Cavendish, the undertaker.
What do you want?
Measurements. Miss Duffy, are these guys on a level with this talk about me dying?
Sorry, Archie, but it's true.
Well, how long did they give me?
Well, the smart money says 3 days.
3 days? Oh, no, it can't be.
You went for that physical checkup, didn't you?
Well, sure.
What did the doctor say?
Well, nothing much. I spoke to him on the phone, and he said I should get peace and rest. Hey, wait a minute. Did he say peace and rest or rest and peace? Hey, wait a minute. There's another thing. No wonder he was in such a hurry to get his money. Eddie, this is terrible. The doctor must have told everybody but me.
He probably wanted to spare your feelings.
Well, how long did you say I got?
3 days.
3 days. Give me that phone.
Who you gonna call?
Peaches Latour to striptease. I'm going to make a date for Saturday night.
A date with Peaches your last night on Earth?
Eddie, you leave the world the way you want, and I'll leave the way I want. Hello? Hello, Peaches? Archie, what are you doing Saturday night? Well, I thought maybe you and me could go and have dinner and movie and maybe later on catch me funeral. Oh, haven't you heard? But, darling, the word is all over town. I'm dying by Saturday. Huh? So what about the date? You'd rather make it Sunday? Well, look, I'll try, but if I don't seem very affectionate, I hope you'll understand. Well, okay, Peaches, if I don't see you in the meantime, maybe I'll see you up in the great beyond on that little runway in the sky. Okay, Peaches. Poor kid, she's sure gonna miss me. Look, hold on to my arm, will you, Finnegan?
What's the matter, Art?
Well, this pain, it's getting a lot worse.
What pain?
This disease of mine.
What kind of a disease is it, Arch? Do you know?
Well, it's called hypo something or other. As I understand it, it's a rare disease not even known to man. In fact, the only time you ever run across it is in crossword puzzles.
I see. Nobody knows what it is, huh?
Nope. For years, the Rockefeller Foundation has been working day and night trying to perfect it. But they're still wandering in the dark.
But, Arch, you studied chemistry. Don't you even know what it is?
Well, I have my personal theory. You see, the way I figure it is, the blood, or as us chemists call it, the H2O, is composed of two parts, you see. First, there's the red corpuscles.
Yeah.
And then there's the white corpuscles, you see. Now, as we all know, these red corpuscles are rather prone to chase after the white corpuscles.
Why?
Well, it's like the birds and the bees.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, anyway, all this horsing around tends to start an internal combustion in the bloodstream. Well, when this bloodstream reaches high tide, it overflows into the alimentary canals. Well, brother, once this happens, you're in trouble. Especially if it catches you between the fibia and the tibia.
Ain't there no cure for it?
Nope. I'm the first case to die from it. But it makes me feel that I haven't lived in vain, you know? At least I've been a guinea pig for humanity. Who knows? Someday people might scratch their tibias and say, holy cat, I got the Archie pox.
You're right. Hey, Arch, you're shaking.
Yeah, I guess I am. Well, it looks like this is it. Guess I'm a little ahead of schedule. I wonder what I ought to do in these last few moments.
Well, Arch, the funeral is liable to be very fatiguing. Why don't you lay down and take a nap?
No, Finnegan, these last minutes I want to be with me friends. Matty, the fiddle, please. Lay me down here, boys. Come on, gang. Form a circle. Gang, it ain't often that a man dies, but this is one of those sad occasions. And I want you to know that I'm going to miss you. Finnegan, old pal.
Yeah.
Soon we'll be far apart. I'll be dead, and you'll be... Well, I guess we won't be too far apart.
Arch, please don't go.
I have to, Finnegan. I've been called.
Arch, we've been good friends for a long time, right?
Right, Clifton?
Would you do me a favor?
Certainly, old pal.
Well, I'd like your permission to... Well, that is... could I...
Get to the point, old man. Could you what?
Arch, could I have you stuffed?
No, Finnegan, I'm sorry, old man, but I'd rather you remembered me just the way I am. Well, gang, I guess there's nothing left to be said. So I'd like to take this opportunity to bow out.
Miss Duffy, quick! Get down to the corner and see if you can get Dr. Conklin.
Okay.
Boys, I'm afraid this is goodbye.
Bye, Arch.
Bye, Finnegan.
Goodbye, Miss Archie.
Bye, Eddie. Well, I guess this is it.
Poor Arch. He's gone.
Oh, by the way, I think it'd be nice if, before I go, somebody would say a few kind words over me remains.
Well, I'll take a stab at it, Arch.
Thanks, Finnegan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Billy beloved, on this sad occasion, I want you to know.
Finnegan, I ain't got much time.
Oh, don't be in such a rush. On this occasion, I would like to drink a toast.
Thank you, Clifton.
To Arch. Here's mud in your eyes.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Arch.
Well, all right, I understand. Well, boys, I'm getting weaker by the moment. Better gather in a little closer. I want to save me breath for the death rattle. Well, so long, gang. Hello. Look, Duffy, don't bother me. I'm busy dying. Well, goodbye, gang.
Hold it, Arch. Here comes Miss Duffy with the doctor.
Now, what is all this about? Where is the patient? Oh. Say, he is dead.
No, I'm Finnegan. That's the corpse over there.
Well, let me feel his pulse.
It's too late, Doc. I ain't got no pulse left.
Just a minute. Mm-hmm. Exactly what I thought. Archie, there's only one thing wrong with you.
What is it, Doctor?
You don't pay your bills.
You mean I'm alive?
Of course. Not a thing in the world wrong with you.
Finnegan, Eddie, did you hear that? I'm alive.
Now, Archie, about my bill.
Yeah?
As I told you, I'm going to give you exactly 3 days to pay it.
3 days to pay the bill. So that's what you were talking about on the telephone.
I don't know what you're talking about. Quiet, Miss Duffy. Look, Doc, stop worrying. I got the dough. Here.
Archie, that's the money we put up for the funeral.
Yeah, if you ain't going to die, at least give us our dough back. What a dirty trick.
Now, just a minute, gang. Before you get mad, I wish you'd listen to the old philosophy. You know, it's more blessed to give than to receive. And you'll find that in giving, you yourselves have begat. In other words, do unto others, and you will find the road to happiness.
Drop dead.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex. Benex, Box 433, New York 46, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Box 433, New York 46. Hurry. Offer limited.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Truchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Don Tony, you wanted to see me?
Vincenzo, I've decided it's time for a change. The family is ready to take on a new member.
But boss, I don't understand. I thought this family only uses Stacker 2.
Stonard, it is Stacker 2. Stacker 2 ephedra-free.
It's the world's strongest fat burner and a new ephedra-free formula. Capiche?
Welcome to the family.
Get ready for another exciting tale of escape coming up next.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape. Transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are groping your way through the belly of a sunken ship, a fortune and pearls secured to your belt. While above on the ship that tends you, working the pump that sends air to you, is an adversary whose plans include the taking of your pearls and your life.
Listen now as Escape brings you John Russell's story, The Adversary.
It was at dusk and on an ebb tide that the pearling schooner Fancy Free came smartly up into the wind and dropped anchor in the harbor of Thursday Island. And it was after dark when her master came ashore and paid off his Kanaka crew. He was a big man, this captain, with a crop of black hair, a smooth, long jaw, and gray eyes. As he went swinging along the waterfront, the crowd parted right and left before him. Now, news of any arrival travels fast on Thursday Island, and with such a figure as this, the conversation at the Portuguese bar had been going on for some time.
One thing I know for certain, he's got the trimmest lugger in these parts. And where's he from, Smike? First time I ever laid eye on him or his boat was this evening.
If he was from these parts, Portuguese, Captain Smike would know him.
Well, wherever he's from, he'd be like the rest of you, up to no good. Oh, you've no use for pearlers, have you, Portuguese? You're all cut from the same cloth. Thieves, drunkards, brawlers, and worse. Ah, you fat devil. You're no better than the worst of us. I know and can account for my shortcomings. It is not so with you who make a living like so many sea gypsies.
What's he saying, Captain Smike?
Alf, drink your drink.
I only wanted to know.
The stranger, Smike. He's another pearler, perhaps. Yes, he could be. I'll find out more when he comes for his rum. Pour me a drink, Portuguese. And one for little Alfie. There. A toast to Thursday Island.
Thursday Island.
Where the only honest man to grace its shores came by land. You there! At the bar.
Cool. Look at the size of that one.
My name is Smike, if it's me you're talking to.
My name is Weatherby. John Weatherby. I'm master of the Fancy Free.
That's the lugger in the harbor, ain't it?
And so, Captain Weatherby?
I've come to spend some time with you.
Captain Weatherby, what is your pleasure?
But first I'll have my say.
That's your right.
A moment back you drank a toast to which I take exception.
That's so.
You said the only honest man on Thursday Island came by land.
I did.
Now then, I don't mind what you call yourselves to yourselves. As long as I'm in your midst, anyone that says I'm not honest and can't prove it, I'll knock the 7 bells out of him.
Since you're a stranger here, Weatherby, I'll tell you something. I'm senior captain on Thursday Island, and I say what I wish when I wish. And it's like I said before. The only honest man on Thursday Island came...
Lummy, he never even got it said.
You, little fella, go give your friend a hand. He'll need help for a while yet.
My name is Alf, and I ain't finished my drink.
Go.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll have that rum.
Right away, Captain Weatherby.
Now, on Thursday Island, there was no prying into a neighbor's affairs unless one was prepared to push the inquiry with a knife. And so it was that nobody questioned where Weatherby came from, or his pearling license, or the motley crew he picked to replace the skilled Kanaka boys he'd let go. His new cook was Chinese, his head diver a Manila man, and his mate a giant North African who went by the name of Buttermilk. But questions or no, as the months passed, a legend was growing about Captain Weatherby.
Oh, he'd chase you right across the Pacific to pay your tuppence he might owe you. That's his sort.
You never had tuppence in your life, Alfie. 5 nights ago, he was in here, and he drank 5 hard cases under the table. And when they left, he squared the whole bill himself.
Honest Weatherby, they call him.
Honest Weatherby, he's up to something. They say nothing but good about him.
You're right as rain, Portuguese. Last month he stayed in quarantine voluntary-like, just because of that island steamer and the cholera scare.
Then paid his crew their monthly wages anyway. His crew? A good master wouldn't allow one of them to set foot on deck.
Well, they ain't been exactly trained by the Queen's Navy.
What I want to know is this. Why's he got the fastest lugger in these parts manned by that collection of trash? You still hold that blow against Weatherby, Smite. But he's all right.
Harbour authorities, pilots, and other masters, and the whole lot. They all like him.
I don't. Listen. That will be the Brisbane steam. It's trying to get her bloody passengers back aboard. She sails at midnight.
Australia. I wish I was going. I'd like to see Australia again.
Yes, he'd probably like to see you, too.
Oh, now, Captain.
Like as not, it's her pilot the Fernshaw's blowing for. Pilot? Ever since she put in here, Weatherby and that ship's pilot been trying to drink the island dry.
I wonder where he is now.
Down at the docks, like as not. Pouring his pilot friend aboard the steamer. Another rum, Portuguese. And another for little Alfie.
And in truth, Weatherby was down at the docks, his coat turned up against the squalls that were blowing wet from the ocean. He was standing in the shadows by some packing crates, watching from a distance the yellow cargo flares that showed the loading of the Fernshaw was still in progress. Then, just as Captain Weatherby was turning away, another figure slipped from the shadow and moved to confront him.
Captain Weatherby?
Yes?
I'll take halvers, if you please, Captain Weatherby.
What?
I said halvers. Now, don't move, Captain. I've got you well covered, and I'm not afraid to shoot.
Deacon! After all these years, the Deacon. Bless me if I didn't think I'd done you in.
I should have died, but I didn't. No thanks to you.
And what are you doing on Thursday Island?
I dropped in from Samurai, meaning to catch the Brisbane steamer.
Huh?
I've been doing some diving up the way, but I'm only a fair diver, and my luck's been poor. Until tonight.
Until tonight? And why the change, little beetle?
Because I chanced to see you, my old friend. And I was strolling along the front, and I made inquiries, and I heard what they call you in these parts. Honest Weatherby.
Why, you wasp. You have it in mind to blow on me?
To tell what I know of you and have you go to jail, not a chance. That would do me no good.
What then?
I just want half of your new speculation. Your latest deviltry.
What makes you think I've got a plan, Deacon?
Oh, do you think I couldn't smell it out? I know your methods too well. Fine public character, no suspicion, alibi all complete. Yes, and I also know you sneaked your crew out of town tonight. Your lugger's ready to slip cable this minute. And, most important, I happen to know what the Fernshaw's carrying aboard of this ship.
Oh, the devil you do.
The season sweep of pearls, 20,000 pounds worth.
Suppose I was after those pearls. How would I get them?
That's for you to do. And me to profit by.
Oh, so you let me do the dirty, and then take Arbor.
That's right, Captain Honest Weatherby.
Blast me if it isn't hard to know whether you're with me or against me, Deacon.
Thus saith the Lord, an adversary there shall be, and he shall bring down thy strength from thee.
All right. All right then, Deacon, I'll put up with your blackmail and piracy. And I'll take you on as an adversary. And you'll be part of the enterprise.
Good. And now, Weatherby, tell me this. How are you to get the pearls that are aboard the steamer there?
I shall have to dive for them, Deacon.
Dive for them?
And like it or not, since you've declared yourself in, you'll be a party to it.
You mean you're going to sink her?
That's exactly what I mean, Deacon. Within 2 hours of sailing, the Fern Shore will be resting on the bottom of the passage.
You are listening to The Adversary, tonight's presentation of Escape. It's back again. It's Saturday daytimes on CBS Radio. It's Romance. Romance, every Saturday on most of these same stations, bringing you the world's great love stories. Some new, some old, all fascinating adventures in listening. The story this Saturday, Daphne du Maurier's celebrated novel, Frenchman's Creek, dramatizes the love of a noblewoman for a pirate. And now, Escape, and the second act of The Adversary.
Within half an hour, the little lugger Fancy Free was standing out to sea. The master, Captain Weatherby, and a small and shivering passenger sheltered in the lee of the deck house. The deacon had wanted in on the profit, but he had hardly counted on mass murder as a means to it. One man's death he might have countenanced, but to murder a steamer was something else.
Weatherby, you can't do it. You can't drown a whole ship's company.
Did you ever hear the Volga, the Kate, or the Mecca? Well, they all fell a trifle off the track. Their bottoms were ripped out on Tribulation Shoal. Now, the same thing might happen to the Fern Shore.
But how? There's a light on Tribulation Shoal.
So there is. It's a fourth-order fixed dioptric, unattended. Now, suppose that light were moved.
But like you say, it's fixed. Yeah. And besides, the keeper lives only a mile away on Horn Island. You couldn't move it.
Suppose a man were to land on the lee of Tribulation Shoal, and with a canvas, blanket the light to westward. Now, if that same man were to take a discarded lightship lantern that he might have aboard his lugger, and after anchoring some half-mile away, show this light at his masthead, what then?
What? You're mad, Weatherby.
You begin to see the possibility for error?
You really are going to wreck her?
Well, I am, Deacon.
You wouldn't. You dared.
Captain!
What is it?
Fix up head. Can't hear.
How far?
Close, very close.
Deacon, get below. We're at Tribulation Shoal, and there's man's work to be done yet tonight.
Weatherby.
Get below. Buttermilk!
Captain?
How close now to the south?
200-300 yards.
Have the helm put over, Buttermilk, and drop a hook. We're going ashore to have a look at Tribulation Light.
Now, it is a fact that no one knows or is ever likely to know the actual explanation for the wreck of the Brisbane steamer, which left Thursday Island and came to grief some 2 hours later on Tribulation Shoal. But the records declare that she went clean off her course, and a coral reef laid her open as neatly as a butcher's knife lays open a carcass. She sank within 5 minutes. The next morning, as the dawn spread in iridescence over those waters, Captain Weatherby anchored his lugger between the tips of the two sunken masts.
All right, Buttermilk. Get my equipment ready.
I get diving suit.
Well, Deacon, you'll note for yourself there's not a trace of evidence. We've not been spied. The lantern we used is sunk, the canvas destroyed, and Tribulation Light as it was before.
You're evil, Weatherby. Pure evil.
Deacon, is there so much difference between a lot and a little? Come now, Deacon, cheer up. Here we are, and there are the pearls. 20,000 pounds worth of them, just oversized.
No, I don't want any part of it.
And within 3 hours, I'll be back out on the Pearling Banks about my business, never having heard of the wreck.
Captain,
is that diving chute? Next week. Or any time I choose, I'll be walking the streets of Thursday near the news. And who will be as surprised as Captain Weatherby, that hard-working man. Honest Weatherby, with a fortune in his belt to dispose at leisure.
All ready now. Good helmet, Captain.
Yes, Deacon. I've not a problem in the world. Except you.
Me? Why me?
You are evidence. This stinking crew doesn't matter. I've kept them too befuddled to know what's happening, but you could be Queen's evidence. I'm not forgetting you.
Hey, but, now, listen to me, Weatherby. I want no part of...
What kind of an adversary do you call yourself, Deacon? I'd hope for some sport from you. Now, come below, Deacon. Now's the time to change your luck. Come below, once and for all.
No, I won't go down with you, not down there.
Well, you're a diver, aren't you, Deacon?
I can't, not in that ship, I can't.
Oh, blast it, Deacon. I thought at least you'd be amusing. Very well. When I come back, I'll knock your silly head in.
Captain, you want a helmet?
One thing, Buttermilk.
Yes, Captain.
You see that fellow white man? Maybe he wants to go below. Good. You give him other suit.
Yes, Captain.
Maybe he touch pump or raise fuss. You knock 7 bells out of him. Otherwise, no order. You savvy?
I savvy, Captain.
Good. Now help me with the helmet.
Yes.
Put on now.
You okay now, Captain?
You murderer! You filthy murderer, Weatherby!
Captain, no here. Not in helmet. You white fella, move away. Captain, go waterside now. You fella pump plenty good. Captain need much air.
Listen, I've got to talk to you.
Captain say you no good.
Look, I'll give you money. Anything, just cut those lines.
Captain die we cut line. No bleed down there.
Yes, that's right, he'll die, but I'll pay you more than he will.
Line stop moving, Captain, on ship now.
What about it? You want money?
No.
What do you want? And I'll give you anything you say, just cut those lines and leave him.
White fella no good.
But don't you understand? He'll kill me after he gets those pearls and comes up.
Captain say no order.
Huh? You've got to listen to me.
Go away.
Look, put me in the longboat, turn me loose. I'll take my chance in the open sea rather than with him. I can't stay here.
You stay.
No, I won't. I won't just wait here like a fool for him to come up and kill me when he pleases. I'll go down below there with him first and fight it out.
You want out of dive suit, go waterside?
I don't know. I don't know. I've got to think.
You nutty. Black fella boy, pump good. Captain needs plenty air down there.
And down below, everything went exceeding fine for Captain Weatherby. In a matter of 20 minutes or less, he had found the strongbox, broken it open with an iron bar, filled his canvas sack with pearls, and was making his way back towards the companionway through which he had entered the ship. The light was getting stronger as he came back. Then suddenly he stopped. A dim form was facing him. A man as tall as himself, clad in a diving rig. And Weatherby was smiling as he thought,
Same type helmet as mine. Same shape. Only other like that is on Fancy Free. What? By all that's holy. Oh, it's the deacon. So you come down, deacon, after all. So you're going to dispute the prize with me, eh? Claim your vengeance. All right. I was going to kill you one way or the other. One crack on your helmet with this bar, deacon, and your eardrums are gone. You'll be just an unfortunate diver who drowned while working. But at least you proved an adversary worth his salt. Now, I'm moving at you, deacon. Good. You move too, eh? We're going to fight it out. Good. A little closer. That's it. Now, Now I'll split your skull.
Oh, set out another bottle of rum, Portuguese. I'm cold clean through to the marrow.
5 days out there at the wreck, and no thanks from anybody.
Not even from the man you brought back? Him? He's crazy as a tick.
Calls himself a deacon, a man of the cloth. Look at him over there, sitting alone at the table, talking to himself. Scripture.
But what of Captain Weatherby? They said you found his lugger anchored over the wreck. There was 2 people could have told us that story. One was a deacon, as he calls himself, and the other a great hulk of a West African, and he went down after Weatherby never come up. You need gear to go that deep.
The bleeding crew couldn't manage a word between the lot of them.
Hold on.
He hideth his wrong in his heart. Let him be snared in his own pit. In the net which he hid is his own foot taken. Lord, break thou the arm of the wicked and the evil man.
Oh, poor fool. He don't know what he's about. Mate, tell me, what of Weatherby? They found him down the wreck. The pearls all in a great sack tied to his diving belt. And he was drowned. Drowned? His suit had been cut to ribbons by shards of broken glass. He was drowned for fair, right inside of his suit. But the glass, mate. What was the glass? Oh, a broken mirror. A mirror? It served as a facing for the saloon door leading out of the companionway.
It's like he stopped to take a look at himself. Just that one last time.
Well, a toast to Captain Weatherby. Rest his soul. The only honest man who came by sea to curse the island.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Adversary by John Russell, specially transcribed for radio by Mr. MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ben Wright, with Alec Harford, Charlie Long, and Barney Phillips. The narrator was Vic Perrin. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are running through the alleys of a Mediterranean village, the blackness of the Italian night confusing you, while somewhere in the dark behind you, coming closer as they search for you, are a man and a beautiful woman who mean to take your life.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, An Ordinary Man. This Sunday night, Lionel Barrymore opens the doors to the Hall of Fame, turning the spotlight on another little-known drama of American history, whose workings were instrumental in shaping the nation's destiny. Empire builders, dreamers with high ideals, men and women whose pioneering made history. These are the heroes and heroines of the Hall of Fame, starring Lionel Barrymore this Sunday night on most of these same stations. The top dramatic show of them all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Hey, if your parents get divorced, who gets the fish? Dude, your sister's hot.
That's not cool. Hey, man. Check this out.
Cool. Is it loaded?
Nah.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, McGee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
the Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. You know what's the matter with a man when he gets a glassy glint in his eye and his hands begin to twitch and he starts wearing his oldest clothes? He's got fixitis. He's got to fix something. Any wife will recognize the symptoms in her husband, even unto Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, what are you doing now?
I can't tell you, Molly. You're going to be surprised, though, and I don't want you to come into the dining room until I get through. Now, no snooping.
Magee, I never snoop when you know it.
Ooh.
I flatter myself that I have less feminine curiosity than any woman I know.
Yeah. You sure flatter yourself. Hey, you know where the flyers are?
Yes, I do.
Well, I wish you'd leave them alone. I can never find any of my things when I want them.
Yes, sir.
When you take my flyers, put them back where you got them.
Yes, sir.
Don't be so careless. Where are they?
Sticking out of your hip pocket.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, I thought those dining room chairs were getting a little uncomfortable.
Say, why do you have to work in the dining room? You have a workbench and a tool chest all fixed up in the basement.
Because, Mrs. Magee, you're using my workbench to stretch curtains on. And you dumped out all my tools so you could use my tool chest to put preserves in. And it's too hot working down there near that furnace, and besides, the light is better up here.
What's the real reason?
I saw a spider down there.
Oh, for goodness sake. So you won't tell me what you're fixing, huh?
Oh, secret. And don't look so worried. I can take care of it all right. I installed that new chime doorbell okay, didn't I?
Yes, except that it plays a different tune every time somebody rings it.
Sure it does. Why do you think I hooked it up with all those player piano rolls?
Well, I tell you, the milkman rang it yesterday, and it started to play Land of the Sky Blue Water, and was I ever embarrassed?
Well, it works. That's the main thing. You got to admit, when I start something, I get results.
Yes, but not the ones you expected.
I'll even... Oh, I forgot to go to the newsstand.
What'd you want at the newsstand, Magee?
Some Greek newspapers.
Why, you can't read Greek.
And that's why I wanted them.
I don't get it.
Well, I want to spread them out on the dining room table so as I won't scratch the table.
Oh.
If I use American papers, I get started reading them and I don't get anything done.
Well, now, is that bad?
You wait. You're really going to be delighted when I get through. Now, remember now, Molly, no peeking.
Oh, my. And to think I married him because he was so quiet and modest. Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr... And what on earth is going on?
Well, it's Magee, Abigail. He's being the boy builder again.
Always the handyman about the house, isn't he, my dear?
Well, he's always about the house. I'll go that far with you. Oh, Magee, Mrs. Uppington is here.
Well, don't answer the door. Maybe she'll go away.
Well, I must say...
Magee, she's here, inside.
Huh?
Ah, you knew it all the time, you little joker, you.
Yeah, sure, I knew it. Just kidding, Uppy, old Drip.
Drip? Now, please, Mr. Magee.
Yes, Drip. You always remind me of a bottle of lovely perfume, Uppy. Slowly dripping its heavenly fragrance into the world to delight the soul of mankind.
Oh, Mr. Magee, how sweet.
Nice recovery, dearie.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, how are slum conditions over your way, Uppy? How does it seem to get away from your own degrading atmosphere for a glimpse into the lives of the better element?
Oh, Mr. Magee, you are so amusing, really. But sometimes I don't quite know how to take you.
Yes, and sometimes I wouldn't care how you took him if you only would.
Oh, don't fight over me, girls, and pardon my dirty hands, Uppy. I'm in the middle of a project. It's a secret for Molly.
Oh, well, can't you tell just me what it is, Mr. Magee? I won't say a word. Cross my heart.
Well, I don't know. Hitler crossed his heart, too, and then people found out he didn't have any.
Now, please, Mr. Magee, don't mention me in the same breath with Hitler.
I should say not. The only resemblance between you and Hitler, Abigail, is that you're not a man either.
Let me whisper in your ear, Uppy. I'll tell you what I'm fixing for Molly.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Here.
Well, I suppose she... And for a long time, she... So what does I do? But I... And I've almost... What do you think?
Mr. McGee, how delightful, really.
Say, look, Abigail, I was just going to make some tea. Now, will you stay a while and have a hooker of oolong?
Don't you know, Mrs. McGee, I just stopped in to ask you and Mr. McGee to come to my New Year's Eve party.
Well, I don't know, Uppy. What kind of a ball are you going to bounce?
Oh, music and dancing and all that sort of thing, you know. A buffet supper at midnight. Oh, and Mrs. McGee, your Uncle Dennis has promised me he will mix up some of his special punch for the guests.
Oh, he did he? Well, if Uncle Dennis mixes it, Abigail, it'll have more authority than the OPM.
I'll say. That guy mixed me an eggnog last week when I had a little cold.
Oh, and then did you go right to bed, Mr. McGee?
They tell me I did. So you're throwing a brawl Wednesday night to give 1941 the bum's rush, are you, Uppy?
Is your party going to be formal, Abigail?
Yes, you don't mind, do you?
Oh, I should say not. When I get into my evening clothes, it changes my whole personality. I'm a different guy entirely, Uppy.
Indeed you are. Why, the night you and Mrs. McGee went to the opera with me, I overheard someone ask if you weren't Mr. Tracy.
Oh, Spencer?
No, Dick. They said he must be someone out of the funny paper. Oh, we'll drop over about 9 Wednesday. Goodbye.
That triple-chinned old
Now,
walrus.
now, take it easy, dearie. Personally, I always admired Dick Tracy. He's wonderful.
Say, he is at that, ain't he? Come to think of it, I have got that same steady look in my eye.
Sure.
That determined chin. That well-chiseled nose. Hey, where's my chisel, Molly? I got to get to work. I can't be standing around here all day.
So much noise, I'm trying to play solitaire.
You calling me, Molly?
Yes, I was. Heavenly days, just look at you. I never saw you so grimy.
Oh, I know, but what's a ton of soil to a son of toil? That's what I always say. You get it, Molly? Ton of soil, son of toil?
Tain't funny, McGee.
It ought to be. I got it out of that book you gave me for Christmas. 10,000 after-dinner jokes, speeches, anecdotes, and what to do till the dessert comes. Trying too hard.
There you are. Now listen, be a little more quiet. I'm trying to play a game of solitaire here. Well, you really fixed that doorbell, didn't you, dearie?
Gee, it's wonderful, ain't it? The old gray mare. I wonder who that could be. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? Don't let me interrupt your game of solitaire. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv. Excuse my looks. I got kind of messed up working on a little job for Molly.
Don't pass the buck to me, son of toil. It was your idea, not mine. Won't you sit down, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, no, Mrs. McGee. Now then, McGee, as one of our prominent citizens, I wish to ask you... black juice on red tray, Mrs. McGee.
Where? Oh, yes, thank you.
Don't mention it. As I was saying, McGee, we are putting on a drive to sell defense bonds and stamps.
Oh, swell. I got a great slogan for you.
You have? What is it?
Every time you buy a bond, you slap a Jap across the pond. How do you like it, Latrivia? Well, so the city is going to start a drive to sell bonds and stamps. Well, so what?
The procedure will be something like this, McGee. We will have a large sound truck playing recordings of military music. We stop the truck at prominent corners, and well-known citizens make speeches from the back platform and urge the crowds to buy defense bonds and stamps. Your name has been suggested.
Oh, I tell you, I'm sure McGee will be very useful, Mr. Mayor. Oh, he makes wonderful speeches.
Yeah. She ain't singing Dixie, Latrivia. I always been known as a guy who could use his head when he got up on his feet.
Oh. A contortionist. Well, I don't imagine we need any such...
Wait till I get up on that platform of that truck, Latrivia. I'll hold out my hand for silence, and then I'll say, real dramatic, ladies and gentlemen, I'll say, with a kind of a dramatic, emotional throb in my throat. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to hit Hitler, Mussolini, and Nipponese? Then there'll be a short cheer, and I'll...
Excuse me, McGee. You don't understand. I'll be making the speeches.
Fine. You introduce me, and when I get up on that...
You won't make any speeches.
Well, then what's he doing on the truck?
Changing the records for the military music. And meet me at the City Hall tomorrow morning. Good day, Mr. McGee.
Well, dearie, looks like the only way you can wangle yourself into the City Hall is through a drain pipe. Well, aren't you burnt up?
Nope.
What?
They want me to turn records on a sound truck to sell defense bonds? Okay. I'll turn records. I'll do anything. I'll even drive the truck.
Well, good for you, McGee.
Betcha.
Now, why don't you go back to work? You know, it's getting awful quiet in here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dear. Now the 3 of hearts I need is buried. If I could only... Come in, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. I just dropped in to thank you for the swell Christmas present. Hey, what goes on in the dining room? Sounds like Judgment Day in the junkyard.
Well, it's just McGee, Mr. Wilcox. He's fixing something. Says it's a secret.
Well, I don't know how you can play solitaire with that going on.
No, I don't either. You know, I think I'll give up.
I don't blame you. Say, Molly, can you tell fortunes with cards?
Only McGee's. Every time he plays poker with the boys, I can predict that 4 men will cross his path and he'll lose $4.25. Why, can you?
No, but I can read your palm.
Can you really?
Sure. Here, give me your right hand.
Oh, this is wonderful. I love to have my fortune told. McGee, be more quiet. I'm trying to talk to Mr. Wilcox.
What say, Molly? Hi. Hello.
Hi, Fibber. Now, let me see here. This
Doggone it, Wilcox. You might let go of my wife's hand long enough to say hello. Hey, what is this, anyway?
Don't be silly, McGee. He's reading my palm.
Oh, reading your palm. Well, what does the ladies' lunch hook tell you, pretty gypsy?
Madam, you were born in the Middle West, one of a large family. You were married when quite young to your childhood sweetheart, although you might have acquired wealth and position if you had chosen another man.
He means Otis Cadwallader, McGee.
I know who he means. Though I don't know how he can see him in your hand. You haven't got a wart. Come out even?
He's always been a little jealous of Otis Cadwallader, Mr. Wilcox.
I have not. All that guy ever had was a mandolin, an underslung roadster, and an overfed look. Besides, what he got that...
Hey, am I reading Molly's palm or not?
Go ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I can see that the world has treated you very well. You've had a pretty easy life, you've been economical, and your married life has been very happy. You're an excellent housewife, you keep up appearances, you enjoy your leisure hours.
Hey, you aren't even looking at her hand, you big fake. You're looking right out the kitchen door.
Oh, what's the difference, McGee? He's told everything absolutely right. Say, how'd you know all that, Mr. Wilcox?
I saw that can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat out there on the table, Molly. That tells anybody you're a good housewife. You enjoy plenty of leisure, you keep up appearances, you're economical, and lead a pretty easy life because glow coat saves you time and money and beautifies your home.
Oh, wonderful. I suppose you could look at a can of glow coat and see that she was born in the Middle West and was one of a large family.
No, but she has a Peoria High School ring on her finger, and there's a large family portrait on the piano with Molly in the middle.
Well, he's a regular Sherlock Holmes, dearie.
Oh, any Johnson wax man can tell a lot about people by looking around a house. To be an expert on surfaces, you have to know what's underneath. See you later, folks.
Oh, dear, what a fortune teller. All he needs is a bandana turban, a violin, and gold earrings.
Well, never mind about that. Now, you finish your job. I'll have to be setting the table for dinner pretty soon.
Well, I'll be through almost any time now. If I can find my little bitsy screwdriver. You know where it is?
Is that the one you used to take the alarm clock apart with?
Yeah, that's the one. Where is it?
Well, I haven't seen it since you put that clock back together.
Me either. How's the clock running now?
Well, it's very accurate if you put it on the dresser facing the mirror.
Huh?
The hands run around backwards. Well, we're doing a nice business here, aren't we? Who do you suppose that is?
I got 2 magic words I always use to find out things like that. Come in. Well, Mrs. Wearybottom.
Oh, hello, folks. I just stopped in to wish you a very happy New Year, and it certainly will be if we lick those dirty little sons of the rising sun. Imagine what they're doing in the Philippines.
Well, just give them enough manila and they'll hang themselves.
I suppose you're going to see the old year out at a nightclub tomorrow night, but not me after what happened last New Year's Eve.
Yeah?
There I was hooping it up with my little paper hat on and blowing my horn for all was out, and I started across the dance floor on my way to the powder room, and I got some gum on my shoe, and I tried to scrape it off while I walked, and I got a prize for doing the rumba. My goodness, Mr. McGee, you must be an older man than I thought. You could never get that dirty in only 40 years. Well, Happy New Year, folks.
The King's Men singing Old Dan Tucker.
Funny old man with a funny old pan, and the name of this funny old bunny was Dan. Yep, old Dan Tucker was a fine old man. He washed his face in a frying pan. He combed his head with a wagon wheel and died with a toothache in his heel. So get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. You're too late, too late, too late for supper, too late for supper. What a hungry old feller was old Dan Tucker. Come too late for to get his supper. Supper over, breakfast to cooking. Leaves old Dan standing looking. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. You're in the way, old Dan Tucker. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. You're too late, too late, too late for supper. Too late for supper. Old Dan Tucker, too late for supper was.
Old Dan Tucker, now he got drunk. He fell in the fire and he caked out a chunk. A red-hot coal got in his shoe. And oh my golly, how the ashes flew. So get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. Oh, get out the way, old Dan Tucker. You're too late to get your supper. Oh, shortened bread, possum in the pan. Should be a plenty for a hungry old man.
But Dan was starving for to eat corn pone with chicken meat. He went out and stole some pullets. Come a-running home with his pants full of bullets. Get out the way for old Dan Tucker. Get out the way for old Dan Tucker. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way for old Dan Tucker. Can't sit down to eat his supper now. Poor old Dan. You said poor old Dan. I said old Dan Tucker is a-growing gray. The time is a-coming for Judgment Day. When he gets to the pearly gate, I hope to goodness he won't be late. Oh, get on the way, old Dan Tucker. Get on the way, old Dan Tucker. Get on the way, old Dan Tucker. Get on the way. Get on the way. Get on the way. Get out of his way. He won't be late for supper on that Judgment Day.
See, get there. If I do, I did a whipping. I doed it. How about that? I overdoed it.
McGee? Yoo-hoo, McGee, come here a minute.
Doggone it, Molly. How can I ever get this job finished if you keep interrupting me? Hey, what's the iodine for?
Well, when you start tinkering, McGee, I get ready for anything. Just take a look in my sewing basket.
Well, I'll be iodine, bandages, splints, court plaster, and a cake of laundry soap. Hey, what's the soap for?
Well, that's to wash your mouth out if you hit your hand with the hammer again and say what I think you said.
I didn't say what you thought I said. I merely said that every time I slam it, it swells.
Oh. Well, for goodness sakes, get done with that mysterious job of yours and take a bath. You're simply filthy. Is that one of your good shirts?
Search me. I can't remember what color it was when I started work.
Take a look at your hands. You'll never get them clean.
Ah, that's the time I got you. I got rubber gloves on, so's that... Uh-oh. No, I haven't either. I forgot all about him.
Well, I only hope this job is worth all the time and effort and noise, that's all.
It is. You got my word for that, Molly. This is something you were going to do yourself and kept putting it off.
Me? Well, what on earth is... Oh, come on, tell me.
No, it's going to be a surprise. This is going to be the greatest thing that ever...
Oh, dear. Come in. Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hello, Molly. Where's Fibber?
What do you mean, where's Fibber? I'm Fibber.
Oh, excuse me, Skimp. I didn't know you in the coal miner's outfit.
Well, he's been working on some kind of a hush-hush job, Mr. Mills, though I don't know what it could be that would get him that dirty.
Well, you'll find out. Have a cigar, Billy?
Thanks. I got one.
You got two? Thanks. Smells good. Christmas stuff?
Nope. Got that from one of my trumpet players. Just had a baby.
Ah, isn't that nice? How long will he be out of the band, Mr. Mills?
He'll never be out of any band long, babe, as long as he gives the maestro these 15 centers.
That's all. Say, I like your voice since you caught cold, Billy.
Yeah. It's just too Andy Devine.
Thanks.
By the way, Billy, how long have you been a musician?
38 years.
Heavenly days. How old are you now?
40. I had a drum when I was 2, a xylophone when I was 3, a piano when I was 4, and a sweet potato when I was 5, with gravy.
Well, what'd you have when you were 6?
Measles and a B-flat harmonica.
Oh. What did you get at 7?
X-rayed.
X-rayed? What for?
Swallowed the harmonica.
Did they operate?
Nope, still got it. Right down here.
Oh, heavenly days, Mr. Mills. Doesn't it ever cause you any trouble?
Oh, now and then, babe. I get a chord G when I tie my shoes, and I hiccup and B-flat.
Stick around a while, Billy. After I get cleaned up, I'll play you a game of ping pong.
By the time you get cleaned up again, Skimp, we'll both be too old to play ping pong. So long, babe. Too old to play ping pong.
Do I really look that dirty, Molly?
Indeed you do, dearie.
Yeah, I guess I do. I'm a mess. Give me a hairpin, will you?
Oh, never mind your hair. Put your hat on.
Oh, I didn't want it for my hair. I want to use it for a screwdriver. On account of I lost the screwdriver I had.
Uncle Dennis is home early tonight.
Well, I got to get this job finished, Molly. One more little adjustment, and it's all set. Now, wait just a minute. I'll be right back.
Now, control yourself, Molly. Remember, they laughed at Robert Fulton and they sneered at Edison. Who knows what Magee might be doing out there?
Hot dog. There she is. Okay, Molly, it's finished. I did it, and all by myself.
Well,
too.
don't keep me in suspense. What did you do? Now, tell me.
Well, you know that portable typewriter of yours?
Yes.
Well, I changed the ribbon on it.
Oh, my.
By the time we get together again next week, we'll all be trying to remember to write 1942 instead of 41. May I suggest one way to solve that problem? Take a pencil and paper and write down 50 times this sentence. In 1942, I resolved to practice protective housekeeping. Now, you can see what immense benefits such a resolution would bring. In the first place, furniture and woodwork would be protected against dirt and wear by a tough coat of genuine Johnson's wax. In the second place, this protective shield of wax will give your home that richly polished look, the extra beauty that decorators and careful housekeepers so much admire. And in the third place, the regular use of Johnson's wax will save you work all through the year, give you more time for useful defense service. Dust and dirt, you know, just don't stick to a wax-polished surface. Now, there are over 100 extra labor-saving uses for wax in your home. Uses like windowsills, leather goods, shoes, lampshades, Venetian blinds. And did you know that genuine Johnson's wax is now available in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and cream wax? Buy some this week.
McGee, you go right upstairs and get cleaned up. Don't even sit down any place before you get out those clothes.
Okay, but I don't think you're being very appreciative.
Well, I'm sorry you think so.
Fine thing. Here I cut my hands to pieces, break my best screwdriver, ruin my clothes, and waste a whole day, and for what?
For the Wistful Vista typewriter shop, if you must know.
Yeah, well, that's... Huh? What do you mean?
This is their typewriter.
Huh?
I took mine down yesterday to get the ribbon changed.
What? You mean... Oh, sure. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
In the town of Darkness Falls, they call her the Tooth Fairy. And when she comes, it's pure terror. Darkness Falls is a terrifying thrill ride. Darkness Falls. Rated PG-13. Opens everywhere tomorrow.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, a friend of Nature Boys named Jack Benny. Fulton Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. If you haven't yet seen the car of the year, the one and only new car in its field, by all means, ask your Ford dealer to show you the 49 Ford tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I haven't been here the last few weeks to introduce our star, but tonight I'm back. And here I am again, Portland Hoffa.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Portland, where have you been the last 6 weeks?
Well, I had to stay home with Mama.
Oh, really? Why?
Mama lost a fortune.
How?
Every Sunday, Mama sat home and they didn't call her.
Who didn't call her?
Stop the music.
Oh, how, you can do better. You're just feeling them out. How come you're out tonight?
Well, Mama got a sitter.
Oh, a babysitter?
No, they have sitters for Stop the Music.
No kidding.
If you want to go out, the sitter answers the phone and sits with the $18,000 until you get home.
They're the Lever brothers again. Thank you, boys. That's some profession, a quiz sitter.
Oh, everybody's listening to Stop the Music.
Oh, I know that. According to the latest Hooper survey, the only one who listens to our program is Edgar Bergen. And even he's gone away, so tonight we're just...
Radio programs today are giving everything away.
I know. Radio is the Marshall Plan with music. The slogan of the quiz program is, if you can't entertain people, give them something. Just don't waste their time. Have them hanging around if nothing happens.
You should change the name of this program to Stop the Comedy and give away new Fords.
I should change it to Start the Comedy. See, that's not a bad idea. Well, Portland, this is our last program for the summer.
Is this the last time you'll mention Jack Eigen?
Yes, it looks that way. If there's anything... There's Mr. Eigen. Thank you, Mr. Eigen. In case we call on him for a personal appearance later, you know. If there's anything you'd like to say, since this is our last program, before we finish.
Well, I have some things that you cut out during the winter.
Oh, really? What things?
I had a song.
What was the title of the song?
When they find out about phenobarbital in Tennessee, it'll be sleepy time down south.
I can't imagine why I cut that out.
And I had some jokes.
Really? What jokes?
One was about the man who ate nothing but radishes for 20 years.
Ate radishes for 20 years?
In his old age, he went down to Long Island and lived on the Sound.
Tell me, what are you laughing at?
Well, to me, that's very funny.
Really? Well, if you ever came up before a juvenile jury for telling that joke, you would get 30 days in the playpen. Say, it's getting late, Portland. I think I'd better start for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this is our last program. I'm just going down to the alley and say goodbye to our friends and to ask them where they plan to spend their vacations this summer.
Shall we go?
As the chorus girl said when the bee lit on her shin, I think I'll shake a leg. What a night in Allen's Alley, Portland. The front of Senator Claghorn's fence is gone. He must have given somebody the gate. Oh, well, let's see if the senator's in.
Somebody whacked my watch this. Oh, it's you, son.
Yes, Senator.
Well, let's go, son. I'm busier than an Arthur Murray hostess trying to teach a pupil with St. Vitus's dance.
You're busy?
Yeah, I've been over to Philadelphia attending that Republican convention.
Oh.
I ain't seen so much hot air since the night I opened the wrong door in that Turkish bath.
What about the Republican candidate, Senator?
Dewey ain't never going to get little old Harry out of the White House.
Who says so?
Petrillo says so.
Petrillo?
Nobody can take no piano player off of no job unless Petrillo says so.
I imagine you saw some amusing sidelights at the convention, Senator.
Yeah, I enjoyed one incident.
What was it, Senator?
Well, one day my hat blew into a saloon. I stepped in to get it. A man was sitting at the bar asleep.
Yeah?
As I picked up my hat, the man woke up. He looked up at the television. Herbert Hoover was making a speech.
Yeah?
A man blinked his eyes and said, "If Hoover is president, what am I doing with $3 in my pocket?"
Well, this is our last visit together. What are you going to do this summer?
I'm going to the beach, son.
I see.
I'm going to put on my bathing suit.
Yes?
I'm going to sprawl out on that hot sand.
Yeah?
And then I'm going to do what all our senators do all the rest of the year in the Senate.
What?
Just keep lying. So long, son. So long, Eddie.
Well, when the senator gets sprawled out, there'll be something new under the sun. Oh, well, let's wake up Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, are you going away for a vacation?
Oh, I can't. I'm renting my barn for summer theater.
Oh.
Last summer I cleaned up. Made $180.
$180? What happened?
Well, sir, one day I was out in the yard.
Yeah?
I was buttering the trees so those caterpillars couldn't crawl up them.
Yeah?
And a fella comes up.
Yeah?
He's carrying a bamboo cane, and in his tie, he's got a diamond.
A diamond, eh?
Yeah, it's as big as a Luton cough drop, and it's about the same yellow color.
Yeah?
I smelt donuts on this fella's breath, so I knowed he was an actor.
Yeah?
He says, Rube, I'm here to rent your barn for Orson Buskin and his touring Shakespearean players.
Uh-huh.
It's a deal, I says.
Oh, he was the advance man.
He didn't say.
Oh, he didn't say that.
The next day, Orson Buskin, his leading lady, Anna Cesario,
yeah,
and the Shakespearean players arrived in town. They swung off a freight train.
The actors, eh?
Yeah, they looked like a mob that had just broke a hunger strike.
I see.
Well, sir, that night the show opened. It's Hamlet.
Hamlet.
All the Shakespearean actors is wearing long black underwear.
Tights?
Loose on most of them. The leading ladies was baggy.
Oh.
In the back.
Oh.
Orson Buskin is strutting around the stage, holding a skull and saying, "Alas, poor Boric, I knew him well."
Well, how was the show?
Rotten.
Oh.
The audience threw 200 eggs at the actors.
Well, if the show was so bad the audience threw eggs, how did you make $180?
I was in the lobby selling the eggs at 90 cents a dozen. So long.
Well, with 200 eggs, Mr. Moody could lay on with McDuff. Oh, well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Oh, you're wearing a corsage. What are those flowers?
Lilies of the alley.
I see.
In the center there's a nasty urchin.
Oh, the nasty urchin looks pretty.
My little niece is graduating Mrs. Bucksbaum's finishing academy.
Oh, and you're dressed up? You went to the graduation?
My niece is valedictorian.
Oh, swell.
She's reciting a poem.
What was her class poem?
She's calling it Ever Onward.
Ever Onwards. How does it go?
Fare thee well, Mrs. Bucksbaum's finishing academy. You learned us all that we are knowing.
Yeah.
Never backwards, sideways, up or downwards, but ever onwards we are going.
Say that. Very good. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, where are you going on your vacation this year?
No place.
No?
Last year we are stopping by Kramer's Castle in the Catskills.
And you're not going back?
Pierre is gaining 90 pounds.
90 pounds? How come?
By Kramer's, when it is time to eating, they are blowing a bugle.
A bugle, huh?
The first day the bugle is blowing, we are eating breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Barely we are sitting on the veranda.
Yeah?
Again is blowing the bugle.
Yeah?
They are going back, also eating again breakfast.
Uh-huh.
They're coming out, again is blowing the bugle.
You ate again?
All day long is blowing the bugle.
And you and Pierre?
3 breakfasts, 2 lunches with 4 dinners we are eating.
And this kept up?
Every day. So soon we are finished eating, Toot is blowing the bugle. Again we are having to eating.
Well, isn't that unusual? Kramer's Castle serving so many meals a day?
Ultimately, they are discovering.
Discovering what?
Who is blowing the bugle is not Kramer.
Well, who? Who then?
In back of Kramer's Castle in the Catskills.
Yes?
Is living a Boy Scout, think you?
Now, for the last time, let's call on Mr. Cassidy.
What's on the door? What's on the door? Who's at the door?
Mr. Cassidy, you, how do you do? Mr. Cassidy, you have a black eye.
I have that. I look as though my eyeball is passing through a total eclipse.
Tell me, who gave you the peeper?
Sure, nobody gave it to me. I had to fight half an hour to get it.
What happened?
Well, yesterday, you see, I was invited to a wedding.
Yeah?
Knocko Nolan's homely daughter married Mullet Muldoon's half-witted nephew.
Oh, this was some affair.
So at the wedding breakfast, I was suddenly taken thirsty.
Yeah?
So says I to Knocko, I'll take a little punch.
Uh-huh.
With that, Knocko rolls up his sleeve and gives it to me.
Well, Mr. Cassidy, are you and your eye going away for your summer vacation?
Now, why should I go away? What have they got anyplace else that we haven't got here in New York?
Well, they have water.
Sure, we got sewers backing up on every street in the city.
Well, they have scenery.
Me front window overlooks a brewery. You can't find scenery any finer than that.
Well, that's true.
When the sun slowly sinks behind the big pile of steaming malt in the brewery yard, 'tis a picture Fitzpatrick will never show you in a travelogue.
But how can you escape the intense heat here in New York?
Well, now, I do what Rinty Monahan does.
What?
But when the heat gets so bad, Rinty can't stand it.
Yes?
Rinty starts insulting Grogan the cop.
Insulting him how?
Well, Rinty yells at Grogan, your grandfather is gargantua.
Yes?
Then he yells, your aunt sleeps with her eyes open.
Yeah?
And for the clincher, he yells, your mother wears army shoes. Well, with this, Grogan the cop gets mad.
Naturally. But how does Rinty escape the heat?
Grogan calls the wagon.
Yes?
And rushes Rinty off to the municipal deep freeze.
The municipal deep freeze?
The cooler. The vacuum.
Now for their farewell joint appearance, the 5 DeMarco sisters and Maestro Al Goodman blend their talents to bring us Fellow with an Umbrella.
For a girl who saved her love for a rainy day. I met a fella
umbrella, waiting for the skies of blue to turn into skies of gray. Raindrops will bring us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe a break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. I told the fella with the umbrella, I could be the girl who saved her love for a rainy day. I told the fella with the umbrella, I said I could be the girl who saved her love for a rainy day. Rainy day.
Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
There's a policeman outside to see you.
A policeman to see me? Well, why should a policeman...
Here he comes, Fred.
You Fred Allen?
Well, yes, officer.
You work for the Ford dealers, don't you?
Yes, officer.
Allen, you got to stop talking about the new Ford car. You're violating the law.
It's against the law to talk about the new Ford?
You're causing crowds to congregate.
Crowds? What crowds?
And all day there's crowds in front of that Ford dealer's window on Broadway.
Oh, don't worry about crowds blocking traffic in front of a Ford dealer's showroom, officer. It's happening all over the country.
Well, never mind all over the country. You got to get rid of them crowds on Broadway.
Yeah, but, officer, that dealer is displaying the new 49 Ford. There never was a car like this before. It's new and revolutionary in its field. The new Ford is a big, roomy car, safer and more economical to operate. And it hits a new high in smooth, comfortable ride.
Don't give me no commercials.
Yeah, but, officer, the new Ford... What? The new Ford is the talk of the automobile trade. It has the look of the year. In fact, it's the car of the year. You can't blame everyone for wanting to see it.
I'm not blaming nobody. Just get rid of them crowds.
Why, officer?
I want to have a look at that new Ford myself.
Say, Portland.
Yes?
We've got to get busy. This is our last program of the season at NBC, you know.
I know. And as soon as we finish, I'll sweep out the studio.
Yes, and give the broom back to the vice president in charge of brooms on the next floor. And you know what else you have to do?
Yes? I have to wipe off the acoustics.
Yes, have the acoustics good and dry when we leave.
Pick up any racing forms the musicians leave behind.
And any parlays, turn them right over to me.
And when the program is over, if anybody in the audience is sleeping,
yes,
I'm to wake them up and tell them to go home until October.
Right. Well, I guess that's everything, Portland. I'll say goodbye to you now. Have a nice vacation. I'll see you in the fall.
Oh, are you going now?
Yes, I have to. Jack Benny's sailing for England. I promised to see Jack off. I bought him this travel book. Look, Fielding's new travel guide to Europe. Say, it's late, Portland. I better start for Jack's hotel. So long, Portland. Ah, this must be the Benny suite. There's a due bill sticking out under the door. I wonder if old Tacit Pockets is in.
Oh, hello, Fred.
Jack Benny. Well, Jack.
Come on in, Fred. I'm packing.
Oh, packing. Go right ahead.
Sit down. Like something to drink?
No, thanks.
Coke, 7-Up, Crown Cola?
No.
I'm closing them out. They're only 4 cents a bottle.
4 cents?
With 2 straws.
2 straws?
Yeah, if you buy a bottle, I'll join you, and I hope you do. I'm thirsty.
No, Jack. I just came over to say goodbye. Well, I thought you'd be all packed.
No, and I've been riding around on the subway all day.
Why?
It was my last chance.
Last chance in the subway?
Next Thursday, the fare goes up to 10 cents. I'm riding while the price is right, brother.
But, Jack...
10 cents for a subway ride.
Well, I didn't do it.
If Ralph Edwards hadn't made me the walking man, this would have done it. I better finish packing,
Well, look, as you're packing, you can't pack this bathing suit, Jack. Look, it's still wet.
I know.
And what about this little package here?
Well, that's a carton of Lucky Strikes. I bought them in New Jersey, you know.
Oh? Well, why go all the way to Jersey to buy a carton of cigarettes?
Oh, it's a nice trip. And besides, I saved 24 cents tax there. You know.
Well, how could you save 24 cents? It cost 20 cents to get to Jersey and back on the ferry.
Well, I didn't go on the ferry.
Well, how did you get across the Hudson River?
Give me that bathing suit. I'll ring it out.
Jack, be careful. One sleeve and the skirt are still dripping.
Well, that's the trouble with these Annette Kellerman models. I told Annette the day she gave it to me.
Yeah.
Annette, I said, if you can keep it from dripping, you can make a fortune.
Say, I just remembered, Jack, I brought you this book. Here, Fielding's New Travel Guide to Europe.
Thanks, Fred, but I've got my trip all planned.
Oh, where are you going to stay in England?
Well, Ronnie and Benita Coleman recommended a place they said I'd like.
Yeah?
His Majesty's Trailer Camp.
Oh,
It's run by Sir Herbie Harrison.
Sir Herbie?
He's the Howard Johnson of England.
Well, you're all set. Where else are you going?
Well, I may fly over to France for a week or two of, parlez-vooing.
Yeah? Have you got a place to stay in France?
Yeah, you see, Charles Boyer gave me an address.
Oh, a French trailer camp?
No, it's Hildegard's aunt.
Oh.
She rents rooms in the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, Hildegard. In the Eiffel Tower. Well, how are you going to get around? Do you speak French?
Oh, I'm learning, Fred. We? That means us in French.
Say, no kidding.
Yeah, listen to this, Fred. Qui a caché les renseignements sous ma petite?
Oh, boy, do you rattle it off. That's all French. Now, what does that mean in English?
Who is hiding the nightingale under my strudel?
Well, won't that be a difficult sentence to work into a conversation?
No. You see, I'm carrying a nightingale with me.
Oh.
Strudel I can get any place.
Well, look, Jack, it's time to go.
With my luck, that's the bellboy. Come in.
Are you ready to check out, Mr. Benny?
Yes, boy, you can take my bag.
Well, how about the tip, Mr. Benny?
The tip, you haven't carried my bags down yet.
I mean for carrying them up 4 days ago.
Oh, yeah. I'll settle the whole thing in the lobby. May have to break an annuity. Prudential will be surprised.
Now, come on, Jack.
Boy, don't squeeze that paper bag. It's my nightingale.
Come on. Well, the lobby's empty, Jack. Let's go over to the desk. You can check out.
Okay, say, clerk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Here's your bill.
Thank you, clerk. I'll just check these items over here.
Oh, come on, Jack. It's getting late.
I'll just be a minute, Fred. Let's see, I got my magnifying glass here. Let's see. Clerk, what is my total bill?
$43.80.
Mr. Benny has fainted.
Yeah, he fainted the last time he was here.
He's got to make that boat, clerk. Bellboy, carry these bags and Mr. Benny out to the cab.
Boy, put Mr. Benny down until his bill is paid.
But, clerk, Mr. Benny's unconscious.
Then go through Mr. Benny's pockets and get the money.
Well, all right. Oh, shoot.
What's wrong?
His pockets are locked.
Boy, put Mr. Benny in the safe until he comes to.
But he'll miss the boat, clerk. I'll pay the bill.
It's $43.80.
Well, here you are.
Thanks.
Boy, you carry Mr. Benny's bags. I'll carry Mr. Benny and his nightingale. Well, Jack, here's your boat.
Yes, sir. The Queen Beulah.
I've heard of the Queen Mary and the Queen Elizabeth.
Well, this is a sister ship.
The Queen Beulah?
Yeah, she's really a stepsister.
Oh, a step. Say, this man coming with the wet anchor, he must be the captain.
Ahoy, mates. Welcome to the Queen Beulah. Shiver me timbers, I'm glad to have you aboard.
Well, I'm not sailing, Captain. I'm seeing Mr. Benny off.
Very well, I'll check your passport, Mr. Benny.
Here you are. Something wrong?
Well, this picture.
Well, Captain, you know, passport pictures.
But this is a shrunken-up old bloke with no hair and no teeth.
But,
I can't accept this passport, Mr. Benny. This picture ain't you.
But, Captain...
Jack, you want to get to England, don't you?
Yes?
You better take off your toupee.
All right, there you are, Captain.
Well, that takes care of the scalp.
Jackie.
Yes?
You better take out your teeth.
Okay. How's that, Captain?
Well, now you resemble the picture, Mr. Benny. You're a shrunken-up old bloke.
All the embarrassing things. I'll bet Lana Turner didn't go through all of this.
Jack, quit complaining. It's your own fault. Where was the picture taken?
Warner Brothers. They do it to me every time.
All right now, Mr. Benny, if you'll give me your ticket, I'll show you to your cabin.
My ticket?
Yes. Maybe you put it in your stocking with your money.
No, I'm wearing liquid stockings.
Oh, it can't be.
Well, don't bother looking, sir. I'll just check the list. Now, you're traveling first class, Mr. Benny.
First class?
Yes.
Well, not exactly, is it?
Oh, if you're going second class, that's 3 flights down.
Okay, Fred, take my luggage.
Right, Jack. I've got everything. It's down these stairs. Say, Jack, this package under my left arm, it seems to be getting bigger.
It's probably unfolding. It's a deck chair.
You brought your own deck chair?
You know, they rent them here, you know.
Say, who is this woman coming up the stairs? She's blowing up water wings there.
Can I help you, gentlemen? I'm the matron, second class.
Oh, will you show Mr. Benny to his cabin?
May I see your ticket, Mr. Benny, please?
My ticket?
Don't bother. I'll check your name. You're sailing second class?
Well, not exactly second class.
Oh, third class. That's 3 flights down.
Thank you. It's down here, Fred. Just follow me.
Jack, I don't get it. A guy with your money can certainly afford to travel first or second class.
Fred, I may be a lot of things, but there's one thing I'll never be.
What's that?
A snob.
A snob?
When I travel, I like to be with people.
Well, if you go any lower, you'll be with fish.
Well, I think we're in third class now. Gosh, I'm going to look funny in my beret. Everybody down here is wearing babushkas.
All right, gents. Welcome to third class.
Who are you?
The steward in charge.
Oh, will you show Mr. Benny to his cabin?
Cabin? You mean hammock, don't you, Bud?
Well, all right, to his hammock.
That's better. What's your number, Buster?
Number?
Yeah, didn't you get a number with your ticket?
My ticket?
You're third class, ain't you?
Well...
Jack, you must be third class.
I'll check. Steward.
Yeah?
Is the coast clear?
Yeah.
Sam sent me.
Oh, Sam sent you. Oh, that's 2 flights down.
2 more flights?
Yeah, go through the decompression chamber and turn left.
Come on, Fred.
Jack, what is this? Who is Sam?
A sailor I met at Roseland. He said if I ever went on the Queen Beulah to mention his name. Here we are, Fred. Put the bags down.
Gosh, it's dark in here, Jack.
It sure is.
Hey, Jack, something is licking my face.
No kidding?
It's a cow. Why, the place is crawling with cows.
Good, I'll have fresh milk all the way over.
Jack Benny, the star of the Lucky Strike program. You think you are on the Contented Hour.
Fred, not so loud.
How can you travel down in the bottom of this boat? No room, no bed.
Fred, quiet.
Well, you can't stay in here with all of these cows. They can't do this to you, Jack Benny. I'll get the captain.
Fred, will you shut up?
Shut up. You're going to England, aren't you?
Yes.
You've got your ticket, haven't you?
Well...
You haven't got a ticket. I knew you were cheap, but going to Europe as a stowaway.
Look, Alan, give me my Nightingale and go already.
Benny, you can't get away with this. The captain will find you down here with all these cows, and then what are you going to say?
Moo.
thank Jack Benny for dropping in. After tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we won't be here to remind you that your Ford dealer extends you a standing invitation to stop in and let him show you the new Ford. He'll be glad to have you get inside a new Ford and handle the controls. And he will also explain the new engineering features to you. Everyone's saying the new Ford is the car of the year. You'll say the same thing after you visit your Ford dealer. Thank you, and good night until October 3rd. Thank you. Good night.
Now get more flavor for 99 cents with 7-layer nachos from Taco Bell. 7 intense flavors stacked on crispy golden chips. To get 7-layer nachos for just 99 cents, think outside the bun.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Where are we going, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I don't know where you're going, Chester, but I'm going to get myself a haircut.
Say, I need a haircut, too.
It costs 2 bits these days, you know.
Well, I didn't say I was going to get one, Mr. Dillon. Not till the weather gets hot, anyway.
Well, I hope you're saving up for it, Chester.
You know, a man oughtn't to have to spend money on things like haircuts.
Well, why don't you get married and let your wife cut it for you?
Mr. Dillon, that'd be like buying a whole cow just to get one piece of steak.
You know, Chester, I got an idea your hair's going to get longer and longer.
Look, it's no more than down to my nose now. Excuse me, mister.
What's the matter with you? Can't you see good?
I was looking at my hair.
Well, maybe you could look at it easier if I scalped you.
All right, now, just take your hand off that knife, mister. I said I was sorry.
Anybody bumps into Lou Quiller better be sorry.
Take it easy, mister. He didn't hurt you.
What are you cutting in on this for?
There's enough fighting in Dodge without anything as silly as this.
What do you care about how much fighting there is?
That's my job. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Oh.
Did you say your name's Quiller?
You never heard it, Marshal. I ain't wanted nowhere.
Maybe not. But the way you're going, you soon will be.
Yeah. I'm going to get me a drink.
Mean, ain't he?
Hey, just another hard case, Chester. Dodge is full of them. Well, here's the barber shop. I'll be back at the office in about a half hour.
Yes, sir.
Right over here, Marshal.
Hello, Teeters.
You know, you are real lucky, Marshal. This place was full up an hour ago.
Yeah?
You can hang your coat and stuff on the wall there. That's
right.
right.
Now, the rate you're going, Teeters, Dodge will have a lot of pretty respectable-looking citizens by nightfall.
A man ought to get his hair cut every month or so, Marshal.
Yeah?
I keep telling them all that. Here, let me get this sheet across you.
Yeah.
There we are. But most of them don't care. They'd sooner go around looking like wild animals. And that's what they are, just plain wild animals. They don't think of nothing, Marshal, but drinking and fighting and tearing things apart. Oh, have a chair, young fella. I'll be ready for you in a few minutes.
I don't want a haircut. I want a shave.
Well, I'll take care of you. Just hang your coat up right there next to Marshal Dillon's.
Marshal Dillon. You really a marshal, mister?
Yeah, that's right.
Marshals and sheriffs are one of a kind. Killed my pa. That's what happened.
Is that so? Now, who's your pa?
My pa's dead. Back in Alamosa. I got a grudge against lawmen. I got a grudge against all of them.
Look, fella, why don't you sit down over there?
You're awful drunk for so early in the day.
You shut up, Barber. So that's your coat over there, huh, Marshal?
Yes, it's his.
It's gonna be real easy. I think I'll shoot me a marshal. Watch.
I got a gun under this sheet, fella.
No, you ain't.
It's pointing right at your belly.
Your gun belt's hanging over there under your coat.
You can't see it, can you?
No. But it's there.
You're gambling with your life, fella. You start for your gun and you're gonna die.
I don't believe you.
Now get out of here. Go on. Walk out that door. Slow now.
Hooey. I thought you was going to have to kill him, sure, Marshal. Darn fool kid.
It wouldn't have been easy, Teeters.
What?
I bluffed him. My gun's hanging under my coat over there.
Is that so? Well, see, that's great, Marshal. You sure made a fool of him. Wait till I tell everybody about this.
Forget about it, Teeters.
What?
Nobody likes to be made a fool of. Might drive that boy into doing something to try to prove he isn't one.
Oh. Well, okay, Marshal. I won't say nothing.
Yeah. Good. Oh, Sam, give me a beer, huh?
Right up, Marshal.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Say, that's a nice dress.
Thanks. The Jonas down the store ordered it for me.
Huh?
Came in on the Santa Fe from Kansas City today.
You know, Mr. Jonas was going to order me a couple of vests. That was last fall, I think.
Here's your beer, Marshal.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
Oh, say, I heard about you at the barber shop today.
Oh, you did?
Teeters has been telling everybody about it.
Yeah, I told him to keep it quiet.
Well, he should have. That boy's name's Dave Robbins. He was in here a while ago, and everybody was laughing at him about it.
Yeah.
He said he was going to dig Teeters' tongue out of his head. I think that's how he put it.
When did he leave, Kitty?
Just a little while ago. With that ornery-looking Lou Quiller.
Quiller?
Yeah.
How did they happen to get together?
Well, you think there might be trouble, Matt?
I better go find young Robbins, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Sure.
Well, I finally located him, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
He's right next there in the oasis.
Yeah, he would be in the last bar we looked at. Is Quiller with him?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
There's Dave, Mr. Dillon. He's sitting alone now.
Now, will you stay here, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Dave.
How'd you know my name?
I heard it. You mind if I sit down?
Wouldn't do much good if I did, would it?
Dave, tell me about your pa, huh? What happened to him that got you so mad?
It's none of your business.
Well, you were about to shoot me for it this afternoon.
Nah, even drunk, I wouldn't have shot you. Not like that. I was bluffing too, Marshal, and I was awful drunk.
I told the barber to shut up about all that, Dave.
You did?
Well, I kind of figured that you wouldn't be very proud of it.
Why do you care how I'd feel?
Dave, there are enough hard cases around now. Like Quiller over there. And you're about to become another one. Now, you leave Teeters to me. I'll talk to him.
Stopping his talk now won't do any good. People are already laughing at me.
Look, Dave, I've been bluffed myself. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Look, I'd still like to hear about your paw. You say a sheriff killed him out in Alamosa?
Shot him in the back. Pa wasn't even armed.
Well, why did he do it?
Pa was on to him. There was a bank hold up and nobody got caught, Marshal. And then Pa found out the sheriff had some of the money.
Oh.
After the sheriff killed Pa, I started to tell people the truth about it. But they didn't believe me. He put a rope on my feet, Marshal, and dragged me out of town.
Oh, well, that's bad, Dave. But lawmen are like any other people. There are all different kinds.
Maybe.
No, that's true. You think about it. And Dave, don't let Quiller talk you into anything, huh?
And I'll have me some more of those chili peppers, Matt.
Okay. There you are, Doc.
Thank you.
You know, those peppers will make your hair straight, Doc.
Oh, 10 years ago, they might have.
You know, you must have been quite a lady killer then.
I still keep my end up, Matt.
Yeah, but you're slowing down, Doc. I've been noticing it.
Oh, is that so? Well, how would you know anything about that?
Well, word gets around.
Oh, Matt, you're the biggest liar in Dodge. Outside of General Parsley Smith.
Well, you think the general's a liar?
He claims he was on Robert E. Lee's staff. Says he rode into the Shenandoah Valley with Lee back in '63.
Well, maybe he did.
Oh, maybe. You know what he really was, Matt? He was the regimental butcher.
Well, you can't expect him to go around bragging about that the rest of his life.
Dillon, Doc.
Oh, Chester.
Chester?
I just come by the barber shop, Mr. Dillon. There's quite a crowd outside.
Well, what for?
Well, sir, I got and looked through the window, and Teeters is laying there with blood all over him. He looks dead to me.
What?
Young Dave Robbins is laying there, too. I think they went and killed each other.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, because millions in Europe and Asia still have need for clothing and food relief, and because nonprofit CARE still sends more food and clothing per dollar spent, continue to give the CARE way for the relief of misery in foreign lands. Send your name and the name of the person you're helping with complete address to CARE, New York. Enclose $10 or $6.95 for the new budget parcel. CARE, New York. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
All right, let the doc through here, please, will you?
Yeah, let me through.
Pardon me, please. Will you let us through?
I think the door is locked, Mr. Dillon.
Stand back a little, I'll kick it open.
Stand back here.
Okay, Doc, go on in.
All right.
Chester, you stay by the door and keep everybody out.
Yes, sir.
All right, you sit here. Looks like they had quite a fight here, Matt.
Well, let's find out if they're dead, Doc. Take a look at Teeters first.
All right, we'll see now. Yes, I thought so.
What?
He's got a broken jaw, Matt.
Well, that wouldn't kill him.
His neck's broken, too. And he's dead. Oh, poor fella.
All right, let's look at Dave Robbins there.
Let's see. He isn't dead. I can see him breathing. He's got a lump on the back of his head, that's all. Dave, wake up. Wake up. Oh, yes. Oh, he must have fallen and hit his head, Matt. Open your eyes, Dave.
Doc.
Yes, you're all right. Here, just sit up a little bit here.
Oh, he hit me, Doc. He hit me with his gun.
There's no gun here, Dave, except yours. And I think I better take that right now.
Marshal, Teeters is dead, ain't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
You must have hit him awful hard, Dave. You broke his neck.
I didn't hit him. I tried to stop it.
What happened, Dave?
I didn't want to come here at all. But Quiller talked me into it.
Quiller, huh?
Yeah, he said we'd scare him a little and make him stop talking about me. But then Teeters didn't scare, and Quiller started beating him up. I tried to stop him, Marshal.
Well, you're the one that's been threatening Teeters, Dave. What's Quiller care about him?
I don't know. I don't know why he did it.
You're going to have a hard time convincing anybody of that story, Dave.
You believe me, Marshal?
When we find Quiller, I'll know whether to believe you or not.
He won't be in Dodge. Not now.
Well, you got any idea where he might be?
Well, he said something once about a deserted cabin he'd found up on Walnut Creek. But I don't even know where that is.
I do. We'll look around Dodge first, and then we'll ride north.
You mean you're taking me with you, Marshal?
One of you is going to hang for murder, Dave. And as soon as we find Quiller, I'll know which one.
Hey, maybe Quiller ain't running at all, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he was coming up here anyway.
No reason why he should run. He isn't guilty, Chester.
I might have known nobody'd believe me. Nobody ever has.
Oh, you ain't hung yet, Dave. Hey, look. There's a cabin.
The one Quiller told me about is hid under a bluff of some kind.
Well, there's people in this one. A woman out back there. See her?
It's not much of a cabin. Pull up, boy.
Oh.
Let's leave the horses here.
Look at that horse out there, Mr. Dillon. If that ain't the sorriest animal I ever laid eyes on.
That horse is bedrock, Chester. Somebody's rode him too hard.
Well, then they ought to shoot him.
Hello, ma'am.
Who are you?
My name's Dillon, ma'am. Is your husband around?
No, he ain't around. Not no more. Not since this morning.
Oh. Is that a grave you're digging, ma'am?
I made it real deep. I didn't want no sign of a grave here.
Well, what happened to him? How'd he die?
Man killed him.
What?
Rode by here this morning and killed him.
Who rode by and killed him?
I don't know. What difference does it make?
Look, ma'am, I'm a lawman. I'm a U.S. Marshal. Now, will you tell me what happened, please?
A marshal, huh? You catch him and hang him, Marshal, but it won't bring my husband back. I gotta live here all alone now. I ain't even got a baby. I always wanted a baby.
Can you tell me what the man looked like, ma'am?
He come out on that horse out there. He took ours. My husband didn't want him to. He tried to stop him.
I'll bet it was Quiller, Mr. Dillon. He's that mean.
Was he a tall man, a black mustache, carrying a bowie knife in his gun belt?
A knife. That's what he killed my husband with. Said he wouldn't waste a bullet on a dirt farmer.
Sure sounds like him.
Maybe you'll believe me now, Marshal. Quiller knows he can't hang twice. What's he care how many men he kills?
Was he still heading north when he left here, ma'am?
Over that way, Marshal. I stood here and watched him till he was plumb out of sight.
Yeah. Well, is there anything that we can do for you?
Bring the horse back unless he's ruined him like he done that one there.
You'll have a horse, ma'am, I promise you. We'll stop on our way back. Goodbye.
Don't bring that man here. I don't want to see him.
All right, ma'am. I won't.
Oh, that poor woman.
He killed Teeters, too. You believe me now, don't you, Marshal?
Just 'cause he killed this man don't prove he killed Teeters, Dave.
Now, wait till we find him. He'll own up to it. He's got to.
He might, Dave, if we can take him alive.
Oh. If you don't take him alive, then I'm in a bad spot, ain't I?
Let's find that cabin before it gets dark.
Ain't he ever coming back, Chester?
Mr. Dillon knows what he's doing, Dave. Doggone it, take it easy.
Yeah, sure. Now, I got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. There he comes now.
We sit here too long, Quiller's sure to get wind of us.
No, he ain't. He's probably laying around that cabin thinking he's safe as if he was in Texas.
What'd you find, Marshal?
Well, he's there all right, but he's getting ready to move on.
How you know?
He's saddling his horse.
Well, how are we going to stop him? Without shooting him, I mean.
That's a long chance, but maybe we can surprise him and get the drop on him. Now, we're going to have to split up, Chester. One of us will wait on this side, and the other will have to go across the top of that bluff and wait on the other.
All right, sir, I'll go.
No. No, you stay with me, Chester.
What?
Dave, here's your gun.
A gun?
Take it.
I don't understand, Marshal.
You go across the bluff. We'll wait for him if he rides out that way.
How do you know I won't warn him and take sides with him?
I don't know, Dave. Now get moving.
Okay.
Mr. Dillon, you're taking an awful chance.
He's got his choice, Chester. If he makes the right one this time, he just might go on making them. It's worth the chance. Now, come on, let's get over there. All right, Chester, this is far enough.
Quiller's getting on his horse.
If he rides this way, we'll throw down on him at the same time. He might be surprised enough to give up.
He's mounted.
Yeah.
Hope, look. He's going the other way. I sure hope Dave's going to stop it.
There he is.
Hold it, Quiller. Get your hands up. No, you don't.
Come on, Chester.
He killed him.
He went for his gun, Marshal.
You shot him right in the head, Dave.
He'd have killed me if I hadn't.
Yeah.
But now I can't prove nothing about Teeters. Maybe I should let him shoot me. It sure beats hanging. I can't win nohow, Marshal.
You could have warned him, Dave. There'd have been a fight with Chester and me, but you might have won that.
I know. I was thinking about it all the time I was crossing the top of that bluff. Maybe I should have. But it's too late now. Here's my gun, Marshal.
Keep your gun, Dave.
Keep it?
I believe you about Teeters.
Marshal, I
believed you right from the start, but I wanted you to prove something to yourself, Dave. And I think you have.
Marshal, I'd kind of like to go back to Dodge with you. Maybe show everybody I ain't what they thought.
Good, Dave. We'll be there by morning.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Harry Bartell, Edmund Penny, and Vivi Janis. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. A dream can sometimes serve as nicely as the real thing. An old prospector convinces Gene Autry tomorrow evening on CBS Radio. Don't miss the adventure and Gene's songs, too. George Walsh speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Fifi from Every Day's a Holiday. One of the nicest letters we ever received came in recently from Mrs. D. White of Hammond, Indiana. She says, I used Jell-O for many years and always have several boxes on my pantry shelf. I have 4 small children, and they love it as well as the grown-ups do. I have to count my pennies just now, but we're all satisfied if we can have Jell-O. It's economical and so delicious. I would also like to tell you how we all enjoy listening to Jack Benny. He's like your product, the best there is to be had. I suppose this is just one letter of many thousands writing to praise your fine dessert, but I sincerely mean every word of it. Well, Mrs. White, we sincerely thank you for every word. It makes us very happy when people take the time and trouble to write us such nice letters, and there's really not much to add to that excepting this. Jell-O brings you extra rich fruit flavor, and that's why it tastes so delicious. So when you buy, be sure to ask your grocer for genuine Jell-O. That was Fifi from Every Day's a Holiday, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for a little surprise. Jack and Mary are driving back from San Francisco, where we did our last broadcast, so we'll pick them up in the Maxwell en route to Hollywood. Take it away, Highway 99.
Well, Mary, we sure had a nice time in San Francisco, didn't we?
Yeah. But, gee, this is a long drive. We left Thursday, and here it is Sunday.
I know. But remember, it's 500 miles from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Now, this trip used to take 3 months in a covered wagon.
Gee, I'm glad we haven't got a top.
Well, it's Rochester's fault. Hey, Rochester, speed it up.
Let him alone. It's all he can do to hang on to the steering wheel.
Well, if you're so bored with this trip, why didn't you take the train?
You told me it was only a 10-hour drive, and here we are on our 4th day.
Well, I couldn't guess it right to the minute, could I?
To the minute? At the rate we're going, I'll be late for my Christmas shopping.
Well, at least we haven't had any tire trouble. You didn't hear a blowout on the whole trip.
Of course not. Those tires are too old to make a noise. And look at poor Rochester. He's all in just from driving.
He is not. He hasn't complained at all. Hey, Rochester. Rochester. Hey, Rochester.
What's that?
Rochester, wake up.
Put the coffee on, honey.
How dare you fall asleep at the wheel? Now, don't let it happen again.
All right.
That's better.
But it won't hurt to nudge me once in a while.
Gosh, that was a narrow escape. Say, we ought to be getting into Los Angeles pretty soon. Rochester, you sure we're on the right road?
I think so. There's a sign there that says San Diego Zoo.
Zoo? That's San Diego 200. Zoo. Say, at that, we must be in the Los Angeles city limits.
We've been there for 2 days.
Is that so? Gee, Mary, you're comical.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it?
I hate to keep bringing this up all the time, but we need gas.
Now, we don't need any gas. Look at that gauge. It registers 12.
That's the speedometer.
Well, wait till we run out. Gas. This car's got an appetite like a blonde.
Pull over, Rochester.
What's the matter?
A man on a bicycle wants to pass us.
Oh, well, let him go if he's in such a rush.
Get off the highway, you road hog.
I'll go button your lip.
Says who?
Says me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
If this argument expands, I'm neutral.
Don't worry. He's just showing off on that bicycle of his. I hope he gets a puncture. Serves them right. Goody, goody.
That's us, boy.
Us? Oh, we've got the flat.
With cars like this, they're going to bring horses back.
Oh, don't rub it in. Here's a gas station, Rochester. We better get that flat fixed. We need some gas anyway.
Okay.
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
Fill her up.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I'll handle this. Fill her up. Give me about 2 and, make it 3. Give me 3 gallons of gas.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, squeeze the hose.
Yes, and another thing, Bud, I just had a blowout. Fix the tire, will you?
Okay.
All right, what are you waiting for?
Which one is flat?
Can't you see? Which one is it, Rochester?
Well, if that left front ain't wearing a stick pin, that's it.
Oh, yes, there it is. Fix it, Bud.
Why fix it? Haven't you got a spare?
Yes, but I'm not going to take my geraniums out just for this. Now, check the oil and water. I'm going to the lunchroom next door and get something to eat. Say, Bud, is the food good in there?
No, but you'll like it. The second cup of coffee's free.
Fresh guy.
Let's go, Jack. I want a ham sandwich.
Me too. Can I get you anything, Rochester?
Make mine a chicken sandwich on toast with a fried egg on it, bacon under it, and tuck in some sliced tomatoes.
Oh, a 6-decker, eh? What is this, your birthday?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't care if it is. You'll get a ham sandwich the same as us.
All right, but put a candle on it.
Come on, Mary. Go. I'm hungry.
Gee, what a place. Even the cobwebs have cobwebs.
Well, it's good enough for a sandwich, anyway.
Good afternoon.
We'd like 2 ham sandwiches, please.
Boiled, baked, or deviled?
I'll have baked.
Give me deviled.
Oh, lamb?
Yeah?
2 hams, 1 with horns.
Okay, Emmy.
Now, let's see. How's your coffee?
Much better
better, thanks.
That's good. Oh, here's something I'd like, Mary. Pickled pig's feet. Give me an order of pickled pig's feet, lady.
Do you want them plain or with spats?
Plain. I don't want spats on them.
Okay. Oh, lamb.
Yeah?
1 pig's feet. Hold the galoshes. Gee, I'm awfully hungry, Jack. I want more than a sandwich. Why don't you try one of our special dinners? All you can eat for 35 cents.
See, all you can eat for 35 cents. How can you make any money on that?
Wait till you taste the food.
Oh, pipe down, lamb. That's my husband. He's a little wacky. Will there be anything else? Yes, I'd like something with my coffee. What kind of pie is that over there? It's either peach, cherry, apple, or layer cake.
Well, don't you know?
No. I'll take a piece anyway. I might hit the jackpot.
Will you hurry those sandwiches, please?
I'll go right in and fix them up.
Thought your husband was making them. What's he doing in the kitchen?
He's got his wooden leg in the stove. We're out of coal.
Oh, you're out of coal.
Ouch!
Oh, what's the matter, lamb?
We're out of wood, too.
Now, please hurry that up there, lady. We got to get going.
Okay. There's a radio right behind you if you want to pass the time while you're waiting.
Oh, yes, thanks. Say, Mary, tune in on something, will you?
All right, but if it's us, I'll scream.
And furthermore, it's not only economical, but easy to make. So look for the big red letters on the box. Sing, Kenny.
Well, now there's a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, ain't it?
Well.
Rosalie, my darling, Rosalie, my dream. Since one night when stars danced above, I'm oh so much in love. Oh, Rosalie, have mercy. Rosalie, don't decline. Won't you make my life thrilling and tell me you're willing to be mine, Rosalie, mine? When knighthood was in flower and a man wooed a maid, beneath her sacred bower he sang a serenade. Today is just the same when a man rules a maid. He calls to her by name and sings a serenade. Rosalie, my darling, Rosalie, my dream. Since one night when stars danced above, I'm oh so much in love. Oh, Rosalie, have mercy. Rosalie, don't decline. Won't you make my life thrilling and tell me you're willing to be mine, Rosalie, mine?
That was Kenny Baker singing Rosalie from the picture of the same name. And Kenny, that was really excellent. If Jack were here, he'd say that you sang that song with vibratility, animation, and savoir-faire.
Oh, Jack wouldn't say that.
Oh, yes, he would, too.
Well, he wouldn't understand it then.
Say, Don, I wonder what's keeping Jack. They left San Francisco Thursday.
Yes, he should have been here a long time ago.
He probably had trouble with that gasoline snail he drives.
Well, we've got to keep this program going. Now, let's see. What can we do?
I'm double-jointed, if that'll help any.
Oh, Kenny, you've done your share. Have you any suggestions, Phil?
Sure, how about a crap game?
Oh, no, Phil, nothing doing.
Well, we just can't stand here like a bunch of goofs.
Why not?
Hello, fellas. Here we are.
Yeah, we finally made it.
Well, Jack, Mary, it's about time we got here.
Well, boys, it was a nice trip, but we're sure glad to be home.
Well, what delayed you, Jack? Did you have any trouble?
No. What was the hurry? We just took our time and stopped whenever we wanted to. Didn't we, Mary?
Yeah, whenever we didn't want it, too.
Well.
Tell him about that bicycle that passed us.
A bicycle?
No kidding, Jack. Did a bicycle really pass you?
Well, what of it? It was a brand new 1938 model.
Boy, was Jack mad.
Well, I wasn't mad when he passed me. What burned me up was when he started doing those figure eights around my car. He was a regular Sony Heine on wheels. Hey, Rochester, did you bring up my bags?
Yes, sir. Here they are, all 5 of them.
Oh, you carried them all up at once. Say, they must be pretty heavy.
No, they ain't. I forgot to pack them.
You forgot to pack them? That's fine. I'm here and my clothes are in San Francisco. Now what'll I do?
I can lend you one of my suits, Jack.
Well, thanks, Kenny, although it might be a little snug on me.
Not after you bend over.
Oh. Well, it'll do till I get my own back, huh?
Well, Jack, I can let you have a shirt.
Oh, one of your shirts, Don, huh? That's fine. I won't need your suit, Kenny. Now, let's see. What else do I need?
Say, Jack, I can let you have a beret. You look good in that.
That's swell. A tight suit, an oversized shirt, and a beret.
If you need a slip, let me know.
Thanks, Mary. That's sweet of you.
Say, Mr. Benny,
Yes, Rochester?
if you need any shoes, there's room in mine.
Don't get so clubby, Rochester. Just leave the bags here and run along home.
I want to stay and listen to the program.
You can't stay here. There's a lot of work waiting for you at home.
That's what I mean.
Well, all right, Rochester, you can stay. Just sit down and be quiet.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's get on with the show, fella. What have we got lined up for tonight?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you, there's been a reporter around here looking for you.
A reporter?
Yes, you know, there have been a lot of statements in the papers lately saying that you're going to retire from radio, and he wants to verify it.
Yeah, what's it all about, Jack?
Gee, I don't know. It's news to me. I mean, I might have said that someday when I'm old and gray, I might settle down on a little chicken farm.
What are you waiting for, the chicken?
No, I expect to be working for a long time yet, and on radio, too. Even television.
Yeah, maybe even in Technicolor.
There's an idea. I'll look good in Technicolor, won't I, Mary?
Yeah, if they ever need a blue leading man.
Well, anyway, fellas, I can't quit radio. Now, what would you all do without me?
That's right. If I worked for any other guy, I'd have to learn music.
You sure would, Phil. And another thing, fellas. Supposing something happened and I did retire. There are plenty of other comedians. There's Fred Allen, Eddie Cantor, Bob Burns, and yes, there's Phil Baker.
And that guy ought to retire, too.
What? Who said that?
I did. Just call me Beetle.
Beetle?
Beetle? Who?
Beetle?
Oh, Jack, that's the invisible man who haunts Phil Baker's program all the time. You know, you hear his voice, but you never know where he is.
Oh, that werewolf. What's he doing over here? Listen, Beetle, did you come over here to haunt me?
How can one ghost haunt another?
Now, wait a minute, Beetle. I'm not a ghost.
Oh, you're not, eh?
No.
Well, you'll do till Halloween comes along.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, where's that voice coming from, anyway?
I don't know. You got me.
Gee, this makes me feel creepy all over.
A good bath will cure that.
Is that so? I bathe as often as you do.
Oh, a fugitive from Saturday night, eh?
It's a fine thing in the middle of a broadcast, arguing with a phantom.
Gee, this is spooky. I'm scared.
Me too.
Gee, I don't feel so good either.
Well, guess we'll be running along now.
Rochester, you stay right here.
Yeah, stick around.
Don't count on it.
Well, what are you scared of, white boy?
I ain't white.
No, wait till you look in a mirror.
All right, Beetle, we got a program to do. Now, what are you bothering me for?
I hate comedians.
Then why pick on Jack?
Yeah. Tell him a thing or two, Mary.
Oxford 7071, kid.
It's a date.
That's fine, Mary, making a date with a ghost, a spook, a phantom.
Yeah, go again.
Rochester, where are you going?
To Phil Baker's, that beetle can't be in two places at one time.
No, I can't, eh? Now, come here, Rochester. Come here.
So long, folks.
Rochester! Rochester! By Phil Harrison's auction. Phil, I'm glad you picked out such a hot tune. That's just what we needed after that jittery episode with Beetle there.
Are you sure that guy's gone?
Yes, why?
Come on back, man. You know, Jack only had half a band.
Oh, what cowardly musicians. It's a lot of spineless jellyfish. And now, folks, going from the...
Oh, Jack.
What?
3 of those jellyfish are taking off their coats.
Hey, Phil, discipline your men.
Sit down, boys. You can get them later.
You see, Smarty?
I should worry. I'm through way before they are. Say. And now, folks, going from nothing to the sublime, tonight we will present... Come in.
Pardon me. Are you Jack Benny?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Evans Plummer of Radio Guide. Is there any truth to the report that you are about to retire from radio?
Not that I know of. And who should know better than me? Or is it I?
I is correct.
Well, you can quote I as saying that there must have been some misunderstanding. To tell you the truth, Mr. Plummer, between the radio and the cinema, I expect to be busy for quite a time. Don't I, Miss Livingston?
Rather. Pip, pip.
So you see, Mr. Plummer, it'll be a long, long time before I fold up my microphone and bid radio adieu. Or as the French say, adios.
I see. Well, Mr. Benny, what do you think you will be doing in the future? Let us say 20, 30, or even 40 years from now.
Well, that's rather an interesting question. Would you really like to know what I will be doing 40 years from now?
Yes, I would.
Then listen. Are we ready, boys?
Yeah.
Curtain. Music.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston with Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Memory. Swing it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny. Wheel him in, boys.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Yippee! How are you feeling, Don?
Well, I'm feeling fine, Jack. Fit as a fiddle. How are you?
Eh?
I said, how are you?
It sure is. I hope it stays this way. Yes, sir.
Well, tell me, Jack, how's your rheumatism?
100%. It's up to my ears now. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Eh? I said, what's that?
Read my lips, you old fossil.
I would if you could move the darn thing. Well, Mary, how's your husband?
Eh?
Glad to hear it. Mary, you're looking good. You have your face lifted again?
Nope, had it lowered this time. Couldn't get my hat on.
Eh?
I said I couldn't get my hat on.
Yep, you are putting a lot of fat on. Well, here comes Kenny Baker.
Hello, Jack. Is it time for me to sing yet?
Pretty soon, Kenny.
I hope so. My wife and family are listening in.
Oh, say, I meant to ask you for the last 10 years. How many kids you got now?
5 boys.
5 boys, eh?
Yep. Let Bing Crosby top that.
That's a slicker.
Who said it?
What are you going to sing tonight, Kenny?
By mere beast to Shane.
Is that darn thing still around?
Say, Jack, here comes Phil Harris.
Oh, Baldy, eh? He lost his hair, folks. Still a darn rounder, though.
Hello, Jack, old boy. Glad to see you.
Now, don't you talk to me, Phil Harris, after that New Year's Eve date you fixed up for me back in 38.
What date?
That Dolores Del Schmutz.
Oh, Dolores. Whatever became of her?
You know darn well what became of her. I ain't married to Loretta Young.
Well, if you can break loose tonight, I got a couple of hot numbers.
Oh, no, I don't see how you can keep on running around at your age there, Harris. Every time I see you, you got a girl under each arm.
I need 'em to hold me up.
Well, that's better than doing your nightclubs. Can you still do the Big Apple?
Shucks, I can't even eat one.
Well, just the same, you seem to go on forever.
And so does Jell-O with its 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red.
Keep going, Wilson.
I can't do it. I'm out of breath.
Too bad, too bad.
Say, Jack.
What?
Look who's tottering through the door.
Oh, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Here I am again.
Well, Andy, you're the only one of us whose voice hasn't changed.
It still ain't Schubert's Serenade.
Say, you look mighty spry for a man 82. You stand so straight and erect.
Gosh, my arteries are so hard I can't bend over.
Tell me, Andy, how's your Ma and Pa?
Well, not so good, Buck. They were playing tennis yesterday, and Pa got his beard caught in the racket. He's in pretty bad shape.
Why? What happened?
He swung at the ball and broke his neck.
Oh, that's too bad. Your Ma must feel terrible.
Yeah, it broke up the game.
Oh. Well, Andy, now that you're here, how about you and me playing a game of checkers?
Oh, no, you play too rough.
I do at that. Well, let's have another number by the orchestra. Go ahead, Phil, play something.
What do you want me to play?
Don't make no difference. I can't hear it anyway. What are you laughing at, Mary?
The clarinet player's got so many wrinkles he can't find his mouth.
Oh, go ahead, Phil. Wait a minute. Come in. Mr. Benny? Yes? Is it true that you're going to retire from radio? No, I'm not. Then I ain't either. Goodbye. Oh, you're not, eh? I've been waiting to do that for 40 years. Play, Phil.
Here's some news for everybody who likes good things to eat. That certainly does mean everybody. It's a new Jell-O recipe called Ocean Crest Bavarian, and it's one of the most delicious that you've ever tried. A lovely, creamy combination of lime Jell-O molded with nut meats, dates, and marshmallows. And here's the way to make it. Dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O and chill until cold and syrupy. Then fold in the following: 1/2 cup of whipped cream, 1/2 cup of chopped nut meats, 12 dates, and 6 marshmallows cut into small pieces. Pour into a mold and chill until firm. Ocean Crest Bavarian is so attractive to look at and swell to eat. It's a real party dessert, and still it's easy to make. Just be sure to use genuine Jell-O, for Jell-O brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavors. So ask your grocer for Jell-O tomorrow and make some Ocean Crest Bavarian.
This is the last number of the 18th program of the new Jell-O series. We're with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a special announcement, and that is 2 weeks from tonight, by special permission of Samuel Goldwyn, we are going to present our version of United Artists' outstanding production, Hurricane. This will be the supreme effort of the Benny Guild. So be sure and listen in, folks, as this will be presented for one night only. Remember, our version of that drama of the South Seas, Hurricane.
Come on, Jack, let's blow.
Oh, good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. The tune, I Could Use a Dream, is from Sally, Irene, and Mary. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Rated T for Teen. A girl imprisoned, enslaved, deceived by a force so evil, she has no choice but to destroy it. And she is not alone. This winter, ride the winds to vengeance. Panzer Dragoon Orta.
For graceful fury, there's no power greater than X.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll in Invitation to Happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Great drama has been fought inside the roped square of the prize ring. And behind such drama, there's often a moving story, never imagined by the spectator. It may be a brutal story, or it may be tenderly human, like tonight's play, Invitation to Happiness. In the Lux Radio Theater, this title really has a special meaning. In fact, one lovely member of our audience says it might be a statement about our product, because Lux Toilet Soap is an invitation to happiness for every woman. But tonight's Invitation to Happiness is the highly personal story of a real man. A story that only a few people know about a prize fighter named King Cole. A story that was never printed on the front pages, nor told over the radio. A story that involves the woman who loved him, the son who hated him, and emotions that were too strong even for a strong man who lived by his fists. It was Fred McMurray who played King Cole in the recent Paramount picture, based on an original story by Mark Jerome. When I met Fred in the studio gymnasium a few weeks ago, before I caught this cold, it reminded me that Invitation to Happiness was on our schedule, waiting for a date. We set the date during a handball session, and as I was leaving, Fred picked up some boxing gloves. But he explained that he had a date with another producer, and, I quote Fred, a producer who was a sucker for a left hook. Since Invitation to Happiness is far more than the story of a prize fighter, our casting problem involved the choice of a leading lady who must be sympathetic and definitely a lady. That gave us a chance to reunite Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll in the Lux Radio Theater, because I don't know anyone who fits the role of a lady more convincingly than Miss Carroll. These two stars have been teamed recently by Paramount with very happy results, but their first appearance was at our microphone. Let's lift a few years now from the private life of King Cole, the heavyweight challenger, The years when he was fighting for the championship and forgetting the woman he loved. The curtain goes up on Act One of Invitation to Happiness, starring Fred MacMurray as King Cole and Madeline Carroll as Eleanor. New York City, 1927. Just across the river from the twinkling lights of Manhattan stands the Queen's Sports Arena, where there's a prize fight every Wednesday night.
King Cole at 196. Mike Galliotti at 203.
Down the aisle to ringside seats come Eleanor Wayne, wealthy young society girl, and her distinguished white-haired father.
It's just a down up front. Down in front.
What's the matter with that fellow? What's he yelling about?
I guess he wants you to sit down, my dear.
Down in front.
Down in front.
Oh, keep quiet.
Eleanor, please. I'm afraid I shouldn't have brought you here.
Why not? I'm not complaining yet. I'm having fun.
Well, sit down, darling, and please don't get into any argument.
What's the matter now? What happened?
It's a knockout. The fight's over.
A knockout? But we didn't even see it. Who got knocked out? King Cole?
No, the other fellow. King Cole's the winner. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, Dad, what's the matter with you? Aren't we even going to see one fight?
Not tonight. I've got to talk some business.
Business with whom?
With King Cole and his manager. Come on, my dear. Hang on to my arm.
All right.
They said they'd meet us here right after the fight. Just coffee, waiter.
Listen to me.
Yes, my dear.
Dad, you're not really going to buy a prize fighter.
Certainly not. Just half.
Half a prize fighter. You're crazy.
Oh, I can afford to be a little crazy, can't I?
Take all the things you know absolutely nothing about, put them in one great big pile, and right in the middle will be half a prize fighter. Dad, I'm not going to let you do it.
Now listen, Eleanor. King Cole is the best heavyweight prospect in the country.
You're just quoting someone, some swindler who's after your money.
No, Hank Hardy's as honest as they make 'em.
And who's Hank Hardy?
Manager and trainer of King Cole. He picked the king up in Chicago. They've been trying to break into New York for months, taking whatever club fights they could get for a few dollars.
Yeah, and now they're going to take you for plenty.
Eleanor, for heaven's sake.
Daddy, it's almost interesting, but I'm very happy I insisted on coming with you tonight. Somebody has to keep an eye on you every minute.
Eleanor, I want you to understand that I am now of age, and I will not tolerate any interference from you in my business affairs.
Is that final?
Yes, that's final.
What makes you think so?
Nothing. I was just hoping.
Well, where is this future champion of the world, anyway?
Well, Hank has to give him a rub down before he gets dressed, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. You know, you talk just as if you knew something about it.
Okay, King. Come on, slip into your pants and make it snappy.
Hey, what's the rush? The fight's over?
Hey, close that door, somebody. Come on, hurry up, will you, King?
Hey, wait a minute, will you, Hank? Say, ain't you going to see Billy about another fight here?
No, come on.
Why not?
You've kicked around the clubs long enough, kid. Next fight's going to be in big time.
Yeah? What'll we use for hamburgers while we're waiting?
Oh, just the $2,000 I'm getting tonight?
2,000?
Sure. We're going to a training camp. Get you in shape for traveling 10 or 15 rounds. Teach you some of the smart points of the game. How's it sound, eh?
Sounds cute. Where are you going to get $2,000?
I'm selling half interest in your contract, kid.
Oh, no, Hank.
It's the only way we'll ever get any place. Look, son, you're burning yourself up knocking out pork and beaners for chicken feed. Maybe you'll last a couple of years that way. Then what?
Oh, Hank, this is supposed to be a personal setup between you and me. So far, we've been pulling in our belts without squawking. Let's keep on going the hard way, too.
I'm going to make you a champ the only way.
Yeah?
Even if you get sore.
Okay. Let's go meet the bankroll.
Hello. Sorry we kept you waiting. This is King Cole. King, this is Mr. Wayne.
It's a pleasure. Hank, this is my daughter. Eleanor, Mr. Hardy, and King Cole.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I know you.
Well, Hank,
Just a moment, Dad. Perhaps I should explain to you gentlemen that I'm here to look out for Dad's interests. He knows nothing whatsoever about the fight industry.
Eleanor?
I'm as much a part of the deal as he is.
A woman don't belong around a prize fighter, Miss Wayne.
How do you mean that?
Well, they're bad for a fighter. I mean that they...
Listen, if you're hinting, Mr. Hardy, that I have any ulterior motive towards your beautiful young gentleman, I can assure you...
What is this?
He's not hinting anything, Eleanor. Go on, Hank.
Well, if you're still interested, Mr. Wayne. I figured on taking Cole up the lakes for a month or so to harden him up, and then...
What does he weigh now?
Hey, wait a minute. Why do you ask him what I weigh? I can talk. What do you think, you're buying a steak?
King, stop it.
How tall is he, Mr. Hardy?
Say, if this is your idea of something, you can have it. I'm not going to sit here and listen to Lady Richbuck's horn in. She's had everything she yelled for all her life, and she shows it. And that's the kind of dame I can't stand.
Hey, come back here. Come back.
Eleanor! Eleanor!
Hey, taxi. Riverside Drive and step on it.
Okay.
Come back. You hear me? Come back, you. You can't talk. Taxi! Taxi!
Yeah, miss?
Here, follow that cab. Don't let him out of your sight.
Okay.
There's your man, miss. Sitting over there on the bench.
Thanks. Wait for me, will you? Listen, you.
What do you want?
I don't want anything from you.
Then what'd you follow me here for?
I just wanted to tell you that nobody has ever talked to me the way you did.
So what?
You were very insulting, Mr. Cole.
I didn't insult anybody. All I want is for people to mind their own business.
Well, there's no reason to call me a snob.
I never said snob in my life.
Well, you just as much as said it. You were very unfair.
Unfair? When you and your old man were slicing me up like a pie? You know, I bet you'd be surprised if you knew why you really was here.
Would I?
Well, maybe you think I'm bragging, but I know plenty about women.
Congratulations.
Especially when they follow me around to tell me how much they don't like me. Then I know they're falling hard.
I ought to slap your face.
I'm not kidding. There's a blonde in the nightclub, see? Harry's nightclub. She sings and she can't sing for sour apples. Well, when I walk into Harry's, the band plays Old King Cole, just like she tells them to. And she takes my arm and leads me to a table.
Who asked about your blonde?
I'm telling you. A guy in my business can learn a lot. Because when a woman loves a fighter, she loves a man. And those are the ones that show you how it is with all women.
And what about me?
You know by now. With all your class and fine clothes, you're still a woman. And there's something about me that's got you. Once a dame slapped my face like that in Chicago, and I picked her up and threw her in a fish pond.
Go ahead and throw. Throw me into the river.
Don't worry. I'm not sore anymore, because I feel sorry for you. And you're a lady, and I'm a mug, and I know where I belong. Come on, sit down. I'll tell you something just to show you there's no hard feelings, huh?
What?
You know, it's a funny thing. Ever since I came to New York, I kind of figured this was my own private bench. And I should never come here except the night before a fight.
I didn't realize I was trespassing.
I discovered it the night before my first fight in New York, and I've been using it ever since. I'm walking around, see, and I got an edge like a razor. And I come here. And I look across the river there, right into the lights. And I see a woman. A sleeping woman.
Over there on the Palisade?
Yeah. That's all I need, just to see her sleeping. Right away, my muscles loosen up and I get relaxed. And I go home and sleep, just like she's sleeping. And the next morning, I wake up all fresh and clean like a baby. And I can step in a ring and lick any man alive. And I'm still not bragging.
You're a strange person. First, you're the way you were, and now the way you build romance around your work. I always thought prize fighters were men with no foreheads and snorting noses.
Yeah? Well, I better get going.
To meet your blonde, I suppose.
That's right. You know, I wish I had the nerve to fall for you. You're a swell dish.
That's sweet of you.
You can kid all you want, but take a tip. I'm bad news for you if you keep thinking about me.
Oh, go on and meet your blonde. Don't worry about me.
Well, for your sake, I hope your old man doesn't buy half me.
I hope so, too. Good night.
Morning, Eleanor. You're down early.
Morning, Dad. Had your breakfast?
Just finished.
I suppose you went through with that silly deal last night.
Yes, I did, and it's not silly.
It's the worst investment you ever made.
What makes you think so?
Well, he's conceited. He's impossible. Goes to nightclubs and runs around with cheap blondes.
How did you find that out?
Oh, I was... I'm watching out for you.
That's a lot of finding out to do in one night.
Now, listen, Dad. If you ever hint that I'm even slightly interested in that pig-headed pugilist of yours,
Eleanor, put down that grapefruit. Put it down. My, but you're touchy.
Where's he going to train? Some nightclub, I suppose.
Oh, we're sending him to a camp.
When?
He and Hardy are leaving today.
How long will they be gone?
Oh, several weeks.
How far away is the camp?
I suppose you could drive there in a couple of hours. Why?
Oh, nothing. I was thinking it might be a good idea to take a run up sometime. We've got to protect our investment, you know.
Yes, of course. Say, for a girl who's not interested, you certainly...
Dad, you know what I said.
No, Eleanor, put it down. My mistake. That's the girl.
That was a very good dinner.
You can thank the cook.
I will. Who's the camp musician?
You can thank the cook for that, too.
Say, maybe
Maybe you'd like to be alone. I can go inside if you'd rather.
Still got that chip in your shoulder, huh?
Seems to me it's your chip.
Yeah, forget it. I was a little burned at first when your old man bought in on me, but I don't mind anymore. I gotta admit he's doing plenty for me. This is a swell place.
I told him it was the wrong thing to do.
It was.
What?
But last night I stood down there by that practice ring, and all I wanted was Madison Square Garden, and the band was playing my piece. Will you be surprised when that happened?
Will you?
No.
You're rather certain about your future, aren't you?
Look, I better get you straight about me. When I talk about being champ someday, it's not talking about something I know is going to happen. It's talking about something that's got to happen. Do you see the difference?
No.
Well, I want you to. Because you already know more about me than I ever figured to tell any woman.
What do I know?
Well, for one thing, that there's something hanging over me all the time. The fear of getting licked. That's why I kid myself into seeing a thing like the sleeping woman. Something to tell me I'll be okay.
You're afraid of taking a beating?
It's not the licking that bothers me. It's something I don't know about myself. I mean, what would happen to me if I'd found I'd gone as far as I could without being champ? You see what I mean?
In a way, I do.
It's hard to explain, but I'm living for one thing, to prove to myself I can be champ.
And if that doesn't happen?
Doesn't it? Well, it'd be like getting to a certain spot and finding that from there on there's nothing in the world. When you're living and working for one thing, I can't explain it.
I think I understand how you feel. And you'll get what you want. I know that.
You think so?
Yes.
You said I was a funny guy. You're funny, too. You better go on inside.
Why?
Can't you tell? Because I like too much to look at you and be near you. Out here, I'm liable to forget that you're a lady and I'm just a mug. Like right now, I want to kiss you, and any other time I wanted to kiss a woman.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah.
I slapped you once. For less than that.
But not this time, huh?
No.
We're headed for trouble, lady.
That's right. Headed for trouble.
Tries his left again and takes a right to the heart. He's looking at Cole in surprise, and there goes another to Snell's jaw. Snell is hurt. He goes into a clinch, but Cole hammers at him with left and right, and he staggers away. A left to his jaw, a right to his heart, another right, and Snell is down. He's down. The count is 6, 7, 8, 9, and the fight is over. It's a knockout for King Cole in the first round in his first fight in Madison Square Garden.
Hello, Fighter.
Hello. I won.
Yes, I know. I heard it on the radio. You're wonderful.
I wish you'd been there.
It's better this way. I like trespassing on your own private block of Riverside Drive. Did you come up here last night to see a sleeping lady?
Yeah, I saw her. Can't see her tonight, though. Can't see anything but you. Wish I had my arm around you.
Like this?
Yeah, like this. Oh, lady, why do we keep leading with our chins?
I don't know.
I'm no good for you. I told you, we're headed for trouble.
That's right.
There's guys on the right side of the tracks that'll eat off their right hand for you. This is a shame.
Yes.
Why don't you say something to put me straight?
I want to, but I can't. This is my fault, and I can't understand why I've done it. I'm supposed to be part of a small circle that lives and dies within the circle, never looking outside, because nothing worthwhile ever happens beyond. We're supposed to be protected by two great walls, money and family.
That's it. That's what I want to hear.
That's what's supposed to be, but ever since I can remember, I've wanted to be outside those walls. There was boarding school when I wanted public school. There was a girls' college when I wanted the thrill of being in a state university, where the boy beside you waited on tables to pay for the future he was dreaming about.
I never got near university. Not even high school.
My mother died when I was very little. She wore a ribbon around her throat, and she would have fainted to see you hit a man.
My mother scrubbed floors in an office building. See what I mean?
But that's wonderful.
Look at me. You know what I am. Where's it going to end? Can you see yourself married to me?
That's all I can see.
Oh, you're crazy. I tell you, you're tossing over everything you were born for. Why don't you help me? Tell me off. Put me in my place.
All right, you have a blonde and you're cheap and common. The only way you can live is by your fist.
Now you're talking. You meant that, too, didn't you?
And I love you very much. And when I marry you, it'll be because I want you. Without rhyme or reason, I want you. And I don't care what anyone says or what anyone thinks as long as I'm with you.
Oh, honey, I can't argue alone.
That was the first act of Invitation to Happiness. Two people from opposite worlds have found each other. How far apart these worlds are, they've yet to learn. While we're waiting for Act Two, our between-the-acts impresario, Mr. Ruick, has a little presentation involving both words and music.
Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll will be back to bring you Act Two of Invitation to Happiness after our short intermission.
Oh, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, Sally?
Do you know which letter of the alphabet appears most often in the English language?
Why, the letter E, I believe.
That's right. And E is the first letter of a word that appears very often in every good housewife's thoughts, too.
E. Could it be economy?
Right again. Well, you know, we've been thinking. It's not much fun making both ends meet if you've got to sacrifice quality.
So when it comes to the important matter of complexion care, clever women get both economy and quality.
They use Lux toilet soap.
Musical notes from the register ring when you buy Lux soap. Take so little money, it makes you feel sunny to buy Lux soap. Though the price is a symbol, Lux soap is a symbol of quality care for your skin. The register rings with the bargain it brings when you buy Lux soap.
Thank you very much, Sally, Irene, and Mary, for reminding our audience that Lux toilet soap is as fine a soap as money can buy, and that you can buy it for only a few cents. The reason it costs you so little, ladies and gentlemen, is that literally millions of cakes of Lux toilet soap are sold to women everywhere who want to take the best care of their skin. That's why, for only a few pennies, you can buy a soap that contains only the finest ingredients, a soap that's laboratory tested for mildness. Lux toilet soap is good for your skin. Remember, it's the soap with active lather. I wish you'd buy some Lux toilet soap today and notice the smooth surface, the whiteness, and the firmness. Buy some. Get in the habit of using Lux toilet soap. And pretty soon, you'll see that here, quality and economy go hand in hand.
The register rings with the bargain it brings when you buy Lux soap.
Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Invitation to Happiness, starring Fred McMurray as King Cole and Madeline Carroll as Eleanor. From their bench on Riverside Drive, it was only a short step to a waiting taxicab, in which King Cole and Eleanor Wayne were whirled to the home of a friendly judge and onto the front page of every newspaper in the country.
Here you are, paper. King Cole West Society file. Eleanor Wayne bride, a heavyweight slugger.
In the living room of the Wayne mansion, the bride's father faces his new son-in-law.
Have a seat, Cole.
Thanks.
I asked Eleanor to wait upstairs while you and I became a little better acquainted. After all, I've thought of you only as a fighter, you know.
Sure, that's right.
Now tell me, I can't go on calling you Cole, can I? And your first name can't really be King.
It's Jim.
All right, Jim. First thing I'd like to hear is a little about you as an individual, your family and all that.
That's what I thought. There's not much to tell about my people, except they worked too hard and died too young. When my old man died, I quit grammar school and went to work in the Chicago stockyards. One day a guy took a swing at me, and I swung back, and he went down. That's the way I've been earning my feet ever since. But you can tell your society reporters I never went to reform school, and I never went to jail. How do you like them apples?
Let's see. You weigh 196, don't you?
Huh?
How tall are you?
6'3". Why?
I'm interested in two things. In my daughter's husband as a man, and in my daughter's happiness as a wife. I can see you're a man. As for the other, I don't know. I can only hope and ask you to do everything in your power to make it possible.
I'm hoping myself. You've got a lot more class than I'm used to.
Don't let it worry you. Good luck, son. And now, you better go see your wife. I asked her to wait upstairs, but you'll probably find her listening at the door.
Dad, that's the most insulting thing I ever heard. Oh, Dad, I love you. Thanks for everything, darling.
Sure. And now, if an old man may be excused, good luck to you, too, my dear.
Thanks. Oh, King, didn't I tell you?
Yeah, he's swell. Now, there's only one thing that's got me worried.
What?
This layout. It's going to take me a long time to feel like I really belong here.
Oh, you belong right now.
No, there's lots to learn. I never noticed before I don't use all the right words, or right fork, or anything like that.
King.
But I'm going to learn, see? I'm a little scared now, but I guess I can get used to class, all right?
Oh, let's forget that, King. Let's just be ourselves always. Feel what we like and say what we like and always be honest with each other, shall we?
Okay, lady. That's swell with me.
I'm the one who knows. It's my business to know. And I say the kid's getting softer every day.
All right, Hank. Keep your voice down.
Okay, then. I'll shut up and let you do the talking. Maybe you'd like to train the kid, too.
Hank, cut it out. Let's quit arguing and do something. After all...
Oh, there. You two kids fighting?
No,
of course
Eleanor.
not.
Oh, well, that's nice. Peter said you wanted to see me, Dad.
Yes. You see, Eleanor, Hank worked out with King this morning, and he... you tell her how he was, Hank.
Well, he's all off form. No speed, no wind, nothing, Mrs. Cole.
Well, that isn't his fault. The gymnasium took quite a while to build, and I guess I've been taking up a lot of his time.
You know he's signed to fight Nicky Ferreira next month?
Yes, of course.
Well, how would you like to see him get his ears knocked off?
What?
That's exactly what'll happen to him if I don't get him in shape in a hurry. So...
Yes, Hank talked to King this morning about going to training camp, and...
How long?
Until the fight.
Well, then I'll go, too.
Yes, that's just what King said.
But it's what I don't say. I don't want you to go, Mrs. Cole.
Well, who's asking you?
Oh, I wish I knew how to talk to you. Look, a fighter's got work to do, lots of work. He's got to keep his mind on only one thing, and that's winning his next go. They're no good if they can't do that. And a woman... Well, a woman gets in their way. Understand?
No, I don't. I want you to understand that my married life happens to be my own affair, and I'll do as I wish.
For the love of...
You mustn't think Hank is meddling, Eleanor. It's only that he hates to see the King's hopes for the championship spoiled.
Especially by a woman who says she loves him.
I don't see that.
Well, I do, and you ought to take my word for it. Look, Mrs. Cole, you know how much he wants that crown. You know how hard he's worked for it. Why don't you give him a chance? Let him go alone. Well?
All right, Hank. When are you leaving?
Right now. Thanks. I'll go and tell the kid.
Eleanor, you've done the right thing, honey. Hank's already thanked you. The same for me.
Oh, forget it. But I think I've already put one over on Hank.
Put one over? How?
I'll let you know as soon as I'm sure.
I played the Jack of Hearts.
Oh,
It's your play, honey.
Excuse me, Dad. I'm not interested tonight.
Since when did I become bad company?
Oh, be quiet. It's just that I'm used to having a man around.
Well, what am I?
You're my maiden aunt. It's your play.
You know, I think I've just tumbled to what you meant about putting one over on Hank.
That's good.
We're going to have another fighter in the family, huh?
Are we?
Well, aren't we?
I told you I'd let you know when I'm sure.
Well, let's find out about this right...
Mind your own business. It's still your play.
Yep, we sure put one over on Hank.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the ringside of the Boston Athletic Club where King Cole meets Kid Sicchio in 6. We hope sensational rounds. Mr. Cole has been doing pretty well for himself these days. After finishing Nicky Ferrara last May, he went on to 7 successive victories in as many months. Kid Sicchio is a favorite.
Dad, please turn it off.
What? But the fight's going to start.
Please, Dad.
No cinch for either boy.
Okay,
They're both
honey.
long-range hit.
Oh, anything wrong?
No, I'm just too nervous tonight, that's all.
Well, take it easy, darling.
I can't, not any longer. Do you realize how many times he's been home since he started on tour? Exactly twice in all these months.
A fighter has to travel. He can't stay forever in one city.
I don't care about fighting. He should be here. Now, above all times, he should be here. Oh, Dad.
Eleanor.
Yeah? Yeah, this is Hardy. Oh, hello, Wayne. What? Can't get him now. He's on the way to the ring. Yeah, but... Hospital? Oh. Okay, I'll tell him right after the fight.
Hello, honey.
Hello. I hear you won again.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you see the baby yet?
No, I came straight to your room.
Well, go look at him. He's very unusual. By special permission of a prize fighter's career.
Oh, I know how you feel, honey. The one place I should have been is here tonight. Even weeks ago, I should have been with you, waiting, but...
Never mind.
But, honey,
Good night.
But, honey...
Good night. I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, lady.
No, Jim, come back.
What's the matter?
I didn't mean it, honestly, I didn't.
Oh, it's my fault. The whole thing. You got a raw deal, lady.
All these months I've been alone, sometimes almost hating you. And I see you, and I love you more than ever.
Oh, cut it out, will you? You'll have me bawling like a kid.
That's what I want. 2 babies needing me.
I wish there was some way to be with you all the time. I thought it'd be so easy to hit the top and settle down with the money I earned for you, but I don't know. All a man can do is keep on fighting and trying. I have to do that. I have to.
I know, and I'll learn to be patient. Because I'll have to admit you're worth waiting for. Only, please don't make the waiting too long.
Oh, lady, if you'll just give me a little while longer. Just a little while, that's all I ask.
Telegram for Master James Cole, Jr. Wish I could be there when you blow out the 3 candles. Anyway, 3 cheers all the way from California. Signed, Dad.
Look at the snapshots, eh? Can you imagine me with a kid that big?
Hey, you'll be a heavyweight in a couple of more years.
Oh, no fighting for that kid. He's a gentleman.
And it's taking lots longer than we thought. But I have a feeling I'll be right up on the top in another few months. And we'll be together very soon. Soon.
Go back to school this afternoon, Mother?
No, Jimmy. I've got a surprise for you.
But, Mother...
Your father's coming home, Jimmy.
Oh.
I knew you'd want to go to the airport to meet him.
All right, Mother, but...
What's the matter?
Well, I should be at football practice this afternoon. We're playing the Case Juniors Saturday, and really I should be practicing.
This is something very special. Your father's coming home because he's going to fight for the World Championship.
Why didn't he fight for it before?
Because he couldn't, darling. Anyway, the point is, we haven't seen him for a long time, and he's cut short his tour to come home, and... Jimmy, will you help to make him happy this time? He's very fond of you, you know.
He doesn't care anything about me, or you either.
Jimmy.
Then why does he leave you alone so much?
You don't understand, dear. Your father's doing his work just like any other man. He can't help the fact that it keeps him away so much.
But you're so lonesome. Even with me, you're lonesome. I want you to be happy, and he's spoiling everything.
Jimmy, it makes me very unhappy when you talk that way about your father. Listen, you love him just as much as I do, and he's going to be champion of the world, and we're going to be proud of him because we love him. Please, Jimmy.
Yes, Mother.
Well, Jimmy, let's take a look at you.
Fine boy, King.
Yeah. Could stand a little meat on him, though. How's football, son?
All right.
He's playing the Case Junior Saturday. Isn't that what you said, Jimmy?
Uh-huh.
Well, King, how did you feel when you got the news about fighting for the championship?
Yeah, almost like it couldn't be true. I've lived a long time for this chance. I'm going to be plenty ready when it comes.
What are your plans?
I figured on going up north to start light training in a couple of weeks.
But the fight is 6 months away.
Oh, I could use more time than that, lady. I'll need at least 3 months up north. After that, we'll hit camp for the real work. And
I think I'll say goodnight, Mother.
Oh, what's the hurry, son?
Well, I have to get up early for school. Are you coming up, Mother?
In a few minutes, dear.
Hey, what's the matter with him?
Nothing. King, I usually read to him for a few minutes while he dozes off. Why don't you do it tonight?
Me?
Uh-huh.
All right. I guess I can get away with it. Black Cavalry was not disappointed.
Mynheer
Van Gen readily procured good horses, and all the boys could ride, though none was as perfect a horseman as Peter and Ben. They saw the
Hague?
Yeah. They saw the Hague to their heart's content, and I'm not so hot in the reading, am I?
Oh, you're fine, sir.
Why don't you call me Dad? I thought we'd agreed on that.
Well, I tried to, sir, but...
You don't like me, do you?
Please, would you ask...
What's the matter with me? I'm your father.
Oh, please ask Mother to come in.
All right. I'll go get her.
Jim. Is he asleep? You didn't read very long.
He wants you.
Why?
Because... Oh, what's the use? I try and I can't get anywhere near him. My own kid.
He's only a child. He's shy because he doesn't see you very often.
That's not it. He hates me. What do people say in this house that makes him hate me?
King.
I can feel it. I can feel it with you, too, like whispering behind my back. What's the matter with you? Decided after 10 years you're too good for the guy you married?
I hope your son didn't hear you say that.
My son. He can't even call me Dad.
And whose fault is that?
Mine, I suppose. That's what I get for all these years pounding my heart out in the sticks.
You're not talking sense.
I'm saying what I feel. That kid's speaking for all of you. He doesn't know me and he doesn't want to know me. He's ashamed of me.
All right, have it your own way. But how can a child learn to love a father he sees once in 6 months?
I'm doing the only thing I can do.
Yes, for yourself. You had enough money 5 years ago. You could have come home then and let your son know you and love you. But you wouldn't quit because you promised yourself to achieve something regardless of us.
What do you want me to do? Quit now that I've signed for the biggest fight of my life?
Oh, do what you want. Only don't expect us to crawl to you on our hands and knees just because you dropped by on your way to the championship. We don't care whether you're champion or not.
I figured it was like that. All right.
Where are you going?
I'm going back where you found me. To a place where people talk my own language. Where a man can be himself with his own people and not worry what they're thinking about. I'm sick and tired of trying to be something I'm not.
King, is that you?
Yeah. Did you have to wait up for me?
I couldn't sleep. I wanted to see you.
Well, take a good look.
King, you're... I think you better go to bed.
You didn't think I'd do it, did you? Yeah, and the band played Old King Cole and I liked it.
Good night, Jim.
What do you think now about the guy you married?
Let me go. Jimmy'll hear you.
I ask you what you thought. All that talk about waiting for me and my own kid not knowing me. That's not what's the matter with us. That's not what keeps eating inside you.
You're hurting my arm.
We know what's wrong, both of us. I told you the first night I met you. You're a lady saying I'm a tramp. I showed you tonight, too, didn't I? Say something to that.
What should I say? That I hate you and I don't? All I know is that our marriage has gone on the rocks. And I had to stand and watch it crash because I didn't know what to do. You were in trouble tonight, and you went right back to the people who knew you before I did. That meant a lot. Why couldn't I hold you tonight?
You told me where I stood. I wanted to stay, but...
But you left. And now, after waiting all these months to tell you how much I love you and missed you, I'm going up to my own room and lock the door.
Oh, I'd like to talk some more. I'm all mixed up.
I'm not. Good night.
Oh, well, honey, wait a minute.
Mother.
Oh, Jimmy. When did you wake up?
I heard talking, Mother. It's because of me, what I said to him.
Oh, no, darling, no. It's because of me, dear. I failed, Jimmy. I failed.
The curtain falls on Act 2 of our play. In the third act, King Cole continues his quest of the championship and makes a great decision. During this brief intermission, an invitation to happiness. Here's a gentleman with a personal invitation for you.
Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll will return for Act 3 in just a moment. The other day, an investigator was talking to a housewife. The minute Lux toilet soap was mentioned, the housewife said,
Lux toilet soap? Oh, we use it all the time. The whole family uses it. I buy it a dozen cakes at a time. I use it for my complexion, of course. And my whole family loves Lux toilet soap for their baths because it gives such wonderful lather.
Yes, that's the way people who use Lux toilet soap feel about it. They love its creamy, active lather. They love the gentle, thorough way it cleanses. In fact, it's so popular that an active lather bath at the end of the day is a family habit in millions of homes.
Women like the way active lather protects the most important charm of all, daintiness. They know that a daily Lux soap beauty bath makes them sure of skin that's sweet.
And men like it because with Lux, they can get a lot of lather, and they get it quickly. For a bath that makes them feel good as new, on top of the world.
And don't think that wives don't know that, Mr. Ruick. That's why the clever ones are always sure to have plenty of Lux toilet soap on hand.
Yes, an active lather bath is a thorough bath. It carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Lux soap is as fine a soap as money can buy. Yet, because millions of cakes are sold, you can buy Lux toilet soap for very little. I hope you will buy it, and let your whole family enjoy the luxury of using this fine white soap every day. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with Act 3 of Invitation to Happiness. Several weeks have passed. Jim and Eleanor meet for the first time since their separation in a divorce court. The problem before the presiding judge is the custody of the boy, Jimmy.
And I have therefore reached this decision. James Cole, the child, is in your custody, effective as of today, for a period of 6 months. Thereafter, Eleanor Wayne Cole, for the ensuing 6 months, you are your son's custodian. After which period, the child himself shall choose which parent he shall remain with permanently. It is my fervent hope that before this decree becomes final, you two parents will have reached a more pleasant solution of your difficulties. That is all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will the counsel please remain?
Certainly, Your Honor. Good day, Mrs. Cole.
Oh, Eleanor, wait.
Yes?
I hope you understand why I asked for the boy. To make him see that I love him just as much as you do and want him just as much.
I understand. Don't you think it's a little late to try and prove that? I'll pack his things and send him to your hotel. You're going to spend 6 months with your father. After that, you come back to Grandpa Wayne and me. Then you decide for yourself.
But, Mother, why
Look
can't
here. See if you're a strong enough man to close that suitcase, will you?
Why can't I tell the judge that I want to stay with you? Can't I explain to him, please?
Yes, but that wouldn't be fair. You must give your father a chance.
I won't. I'll run away.
Jimmy, is that your way of helping? I want you to promise me something, Jimmy.
What?
Go to your father remembering that it's natural and right for you to love him. The way you feel now is wrong. You've built a wall around yourself that's hurt him terribly. I love him, but I can't do anything to help him as long as he feels the way he does. You're the only one.
It's all my fault, isn't it?
No, don't think that. Just promise that you'll help us all by giving him a chance.
I'll try.
Thank you, darling. You'll probably find that your father is a very wonderful man. I did, a long time ago.
Come in, Jimmy. Well, better get that coat off, huh?
Thank you.
That's good to see you, Jimmy. Oh, is there anything you want, like a sandwich or a soda or something?
No, thanks.
Oh, I almost forgot. See over there? That football suit's for you and the motorbike and the whole works.
That's wonderful.
And do you know who we're going to see tomorrow? Dutch Arnold, the greatest pro football player in the country.
Really?
Yeah, I saw his picture in your room at home, and we're going to be his guests at the game tomorrow. We'll sit right with the squad on the bench. How do you like them apples?
Very nice of you.
Yeah, we're going to have some great times together, aren't we, Jimmy?
Yes, sir, but... oh, dear.
All right, son. Go ahead. You miss her, too. I understand.
I'll be all right, Dad.
Sure you will. We're going to be a great pair, you and me. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Hey, look busy.
Yeah, I'm writing a letter to Mother.
Oh. Want me to see if I can dig up a stamp for you?
It's all right. Mother gave me some.
Oh, how's everything going to school?
Pretty good.
That's fine. Say, I figured maybe tomorrow we could go riding in Central Park if you want. We might even start looking around for your own pony, huh?
My own pony? Say, that'd be swell.
Maybe this afternoon, huh?
Wait till I tell the kids at school about this, especially Pinky Muffet. He thinks he's so much. Almost had a fight with him today.
Fight, huh? What about?
Well, he was with some of his friends, and he said you'd never be champion of the world if you lived 1,000,000 years.
Oh, he did, huh?
I stuck up for you, though. I said you'd knock that other fella flat in 2 rounds, maybe 1. And you will, too, won't you?
Sure I will.
We'll sure show old Pinky Muffet, won't we, Dad?
Yeah. We'll sure show Pinky. Hello?
Hello, Keith.
Oh, hello, Eleanor.
I know I shouldn't ask this, but have you anything special planned for Jimmy this afternoon?
Well, not exactly. Why?
I'd like to see him so much. It'd mean a lot to me.
Well, yeah, I guess that'd be all right.
Oh, that's grand of you. May I send the car to pick him up in half an hour?
Oh, sure.
Thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eleanor. Would you like to spend the afternoon with your mother, Jimmy?
Oh, yes. That'd be great.
She's sending the car for you.
I better get ready right away.
Well, hey, take it easy. It won't be here for a half an hour.
Oh, but I better be downstairs so I won't miss it.
Yeah, well, tell your mother hello for me, will you?
I will, and I'll tell her all the things I just wrote in the letter. About the pony, too.
Have a good time, Jimmy.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, King, where have you been?
Yeah?
What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. Why?
Look, fella, I haven't said anything before. You've had a lot on your mind. But it's about time you started training for this fight. Now, when are we leaving town?
We're not leaving town. We're staying right here.
Oh, King, you can't do it. This is the biggest fight in your life. And you might just as well face it. You're no kid anymore.
I know. I'm 30 years old. In the fight game, that makes me an armchair cripple.
Well, then why not go to camp for some real work? What do you say, huh?
Can't you see what I'm up against, Hank? I can't take the kid out of school to go to camp, and if I leave him here, I'll lose him.
I know that.
So I stay right here with him.
Okay. Okay. There goes your fight.
Don't say that. That's the thing I'm counting on, to make the kid proud of me. Seeing me champ of the world. And it's going to happen.
Wonderful to see you.
Goodness, what a big hug. My, but you're getting tall, Jimmy. Yes, sit down, Howard. Tell me what you've been doing.
Oh, a lot of things. We went to the football game.
Yes, I know.
And we sat right on the players' bench, me and Dad.
Dad?
Isn't that swell?
You're having a good time, aren't you?
Yes, very good.
How is your dad?
Fine. He's always asking me if there's something I'd like. He's very nice to me.
I know he is. Does he ever mention me?
Lots of times. It sort of slips out.
What does he say?
Just good things, and he quits talking for a while.
Do you think he misses me a little?
I guess he does. I know I do. I want to be with you, Mother.
Jimmy, don't.
I've tried to do what you told me about being fair, but at night I get so lonely. I can't stand it any longer.
Jimmy, dear, listen. You just told me that your father's doing everything he can to make you happy, and I'm proud of the way you've acted so far. You mustn't give up now. This is my fault for asking to see you. We can't destroy what he's done.
Why do you always tell me to try and let him keep me? Mother, don't you want me anymore?
Oh, please, please, Jimmy, don't.
I got your message, Mrs. Cole.
Sit down, Hank. I know you're very busy, but I wanted to speak to you. Hank, I'm worried about Jim.
No more than I am.
All these things I've been reading in the paper, are they true?
Well, physically, he was never in better shape.
Then what is the matter?
The way his mind is. All keyed up about holding on to the boy. Can't even think about the fight.
He should have gone to training camp. Did he give that up to stay with Jimmy?
Yeah. He's ruining his chances. You've got to plan your moves. Be ready for surprises. Know where you're going every second. If you don't, you're licked.
Could that happen to him?
Yes, it could, the way he is now.
What are your plans if he loses?
None. Just quit, I guess. He wouldn't fight after that.
And do you think Jimmy will come back to me when the 6 months are up?
Yes, I think he will.
So do I. That leaves King alone. Just when he's lost everything. That can't happen to him. It mustn't happen to him.
Well, I didn't know you felt that way about
He
him.
mustn't go to pieces, Hank. We can't let him lose. You've got to make him win.
Well, I'm trying. And I'll try twice as hard now for you. But he's still the man in the ring.
And now they're getting final instructions from the referee. The crowd's on edge, waiting to see fight history made. Can King Cole do what few men have done in the ring? Can a man who has fought 11 years win the championship in his 30s? Fight experts say not. But nearest is King Cole's 10-year-old boy sitting at the ringside. And if a boy can make a wish come true for his dad, there'll be a new champion tonight. Now they're going back to their corner.
Now remember what I told you. Keep moving, see?
Sure, Hank, sure.
And if you get in a jam, don't be afraid to cover up.
Cover up. With the kid out there watching me? Don't worry, Hank. I could win tonight with one hand. I got something to fight for now.
And there's the bell! Cole came out of his corner fast and backs the champ against the ropes. He swings a long right to the head. The champ covers quickly and shoots a short left to the chin, and Cole is in there again with a looping left to the head and a short right that takes the champ by surprise. He's shooting him fast now from all angles, and the champ goes into a clinch. Cole's trying hard to break, seems to be trying for a quick knockout. Now they're out of the clinch, and the champ is moving faster. Cole's strategy may work, but if it doesn't, he's taking a very long chance. There's 14 rounds to go, and anything can happen.
Listen, King. You're taking too many chances. All through that round, you left yourself wide open. You're not fighting your fight.
I know what I'm doing.
But you're not doing what we planned.
This is working better. I'll take him in the next round.
And now the champ's not swinging wildly anymore, just landing solid blows to the body and head. He's cool and collected now, and Cole apparently can't get past his guard. There go two quick lefts to Cole's head. A right to the stomach, another right, and Cole is down. He's down. 4, 5, 6. He's up again. He's on his feet, but a little groggy. And now the champ is moving in. A right and a left. Another right. Another right. It's the end of the 5th round, and Cole hasn't been able to land a solid punch since he had the champion on the run in the first. And he's been taking a terrible beating the last 3 rounds. Hard lefts to his head, crushing blows at his midsection. And there's a touching bit of drama here tonight, folks. Cole seems to keep looking down at his son at the ringside, trying to tell the youngster everything's all right. The boy seems to be taking every punch with his father. Folks, I'm watching one of the gamest fighters in ring history tonight. King Cole has been knocked down 8 times in 8 rounds, and he's still fighting. His trainer has been pleading with him to quit, but he won't admit he's beaten. Right now, he's swinging wildly, trying hard to land. The champ steps in, shoots a terrific right to Cole's jaw, and Cole is down again. He's down in a neutral corner, trying to pull himself up on the rope.
7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, Lux. All right, now, come on. It's all over. That's a boy. It's all over, Hank.
That's right, son.
Don't let the kid see me, Hank. Don't let him see me.
All right. Take it easy.
I've lost him, Hank.
Don't talk now. Just lie quiet.
I've lost my son.
Keep that door shut.
Jimmy.
Oh, Hank, get him out.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Jimmy.
Dad, I know how much you wanted to win, but please don't feel so terrible about losing. You did the best you could, and there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Thanks, son.
And the reason I came down here is to tell you that I've decided to stay with you.
With me?
Yes, Dad.
Did you hear that, Pop? He wants to stay with me. Did you hear, Hank?
Yeah, I heard.
Why, son? Why did you decide that?
Because I want to.
No. Go on, tell me why.
Because, well, you'll be all alone. You've got to have somebody now. I think you need me.
Thanks, son. You've made things a lot easier for me. I know now what I'm going to do.
Hello, Fighter.
Hello, lady.
I thought I'd find you up here, on your private bench. Let me see you. Are you hurt badly?
No, not bad.
I just wanted to thank you for bringing Jimmy back to me.
It's all right.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. Except that tonight he showed me that he has something and you have something that I'll never have. I mean, some of us are fine people and some of us are just plain no good. I couldn't keep him knowing he was so much your son and so little mine. That's all. Well...
How did it feel, losing tonight?
I was ashamed for a while, but not anymore.
He used to say that if you were ever really beaten as a fighter, you'd be afraid of what would happen to you after that.
That was before I knew how it feels to lose. It's not bad. It's kind of good. Like a big load off my shoulders.
And you made a sacrifice tonight. For the first time.
No. I just saved the kid from making one. You're feeling sorry for me, lady, and you and I don't like that, do we? Well, good night.
Good night.
Mother, are you ready yet?
Hey, what's this?
Jimmy, go back to the car, dear.
Hello, Dad. Are you ready yet, Dad?
Ready?
Come home with us. Mother said you might.
Jimmy.
She did?
Yes. I said that I thought you needed us. She said it was us who needed you. And I think she's right. Well, guess I'll wait in the car.
Lady, did you really say that?
Yes.
And you're not afraid that we're...
Heading for trouble again? No. I still think that you're worth waiting for.
Oh, lady. Lady.
Fighter King Cole has hung up the gloves. Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll return to the footlights and our microphone.
Shall I say it now, Madeline?
I think you better ask Mr. DeMille.
Later, I think, Fred. Just now, I'd like to ask you to explain an item called skeet shooting. I understand you rate as a champion in skeet councils, too.
kind of a silly sounding sport, isn't it?
No, I don't think so at all. I think shooting clay pigeons instead of real birds is much more sensible.
Well, it's really pretty good sport. You see, there's a machine that throws the clay bird up in the air very much the way a real bird would rise from the ground.
And then all you have to do is to hit it.
There's a rumor that our Mr. McMurray once made a perfect score, something like 100 hits out of a possible 100.
Yeah, it sounded like an impossible 100 until I saw the official score. What were you using, Fred, an anti-aircraft gun?
Well, a score like that was kind of an accident with me, Mr. DeMille. But shall I say it now, Madeline?
Not yet, Fred. You know, I've always admired people who are good at things like that. Personally, I'm a duffer at all sports. In fact, my dog doesn't even think I can take him for a walk satisfactorily.
Must be a pretty fussy dog.
He's a police dog, very highly trained. A friend of mine just gave him to me. He heals perfectly, but I'm not used to such an educated dog. During our first walk together, I think I fell on my face 5 times. And each time I got such a pitying look from the dog. There seems to be a complicated set of signals that he knows and I don't.
Perhaps your friend should have sent a book of instructions with the dog.
Or perhaps I should have gone to the same school that he did. You know, a school for dog owners might not be a bad idea. But before we go, Mr. DeMille, I want to say something about the product behind this program. There are some things a woman has to be pretty serious about, and one of them is her complexion and her complexion soap. I use Lux soap regularly. I like it better than any other soap I've ever tried. Certainly helps to keep one's skin soft and smooth. And now, Mr. DeMille, what can Lux Radio Theater fans look forward to next week?
Next Monday night, Madeline, we're going to present Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins. And our play is the recent success, The Old Maid. A Pulitzer Prize winner on Broadway and now a distinguished motion picture. It's a story about a woman who makes the greatest sacrifice any woman can make for her child. The sacrifice of never being known to the child as its mother.
Yes, it's a fine play, C.B. The kind people remember. But don't you think it's about time for me to stay here?
Yes, Fred, I think it is.
Oh, okay, here you go. Hello, Mom. It was a tough fight. I'll be right home. So long, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. That was a championship performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins in The Old Maid. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Roy asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Cy Kendall as Hank Hardy, Harry Humphrey as Mr. Wayne, and Eric Burtis as Jimmy. Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll are currently appearing in the Paramount picture Honeymoon in Ballet. Mr. McMurray is now making Little Old New York at 20th Century Fox, and Miss Carroll soon starts work in Paramount's Safari. The picture Invitation to Happiness is a current Paramount success. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Hollywood Cavalcade. Our sponsors join me in calling your attention to a special event this week, the annual Mobilization for Human Needs. In democratic America, mobilization is against poverty, disease, and suffering. Your contribution to your community chest is the democratic way of being a good American and a good neighbor. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
UPN Movie Friday. Deep in the African bush lives a new breed of animal. Hello? Jim Carrey.
Detective coming through!
On his wildest case.
Do I have something in my teeth?
Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls. 8/7 Central on UPN Movie Friday.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
warrior of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Naughty Pine Mines. That's right. That's what it's called. Mr. Leverson? I'm sorry, he's in conference at the moment. Oh, just a moment, please. I think he's through.
Well, that's about the picture, Randy.
I really appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Leverson.
That's all right. You proved yourself to be a good man around the mine. We're always looking for good foremen. Now, best of luck in your new job with us.
Thanks again.
Mr. Leverson?
Yes?
I have a phone call here for you. Will you take it in your office?
Yes, switch it in there, please. Oh, Randy.
Yes, sir?
I knew there was something else I wanted to tell you, but it slipped my mind.
What was it, Mr. Leverson?
You'll be heading up the crew down in Tunnel 13.
Yeah, that's the one you said, sir.
Well, over the weekend, a few of our lab men were down there checking the area, and they said that you're in the middle of a kind of sandy patch.
Well, I'm glad to know that. We'll take it easy, only small blasts.
Better not blast today at all. At least not until you've cleared that sandy area.
Whatever you say, Mr. Leverson. Only, I guess you know that'll really slow things up down there.
Not in the long run, Randy.
How do you mean that?
Well, I figure it'll be faster in the long run to have the whole crew make it through that area safe and sound.
Well, looks that dangerous, huh?
You never really know about that kind of thing. Might be as strong as Gibraltar. Then again, well, you know.
Okay, sold. You don't think I want any accidents on my crew the first day I'm foreman, do you?
No, I don't. So go slow. Use only the light power tools. Shouldn't be any trouble at all. You and your men have been around these mines long enough to know what you're doing. Well, better get going. Those crews ought to be forming about now.
Tunnel 13 crew over here. Brenner, Compton, Kennedy, Snyder, Morris, Reed, Peterson, and Peterson. Let's head for the lift, men. And don't forget your lunches. We're not coming up till late this afternoon.
Let's get out.
And never thought I'd see the day.
That's the matter.
Him, the foreman. Or I should say the new foreman. Big deal.
Oh, I don't get it.
You're new around here, ain't you?
That's right. I only started here last week. I worked in the mines in the East for a while. What's the matter with the foreman?
He ain't no real foreman. Around here, they make a guy a foreman for a week every once in a while. Try him out. That guy is just a flunky with a higher pay rate this week, that's all.
Yeah, if he's just a guy like you and me, he ought to be okay to work for. Most of them foremen don't know what it's like to do a good day's work.
Don't get your hopes up, fella. He ain't like you said, just a guy like you and me. Now, Randy Williamson, he's something special. Leastwise, he thinks so.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, all right. Wait till you work with him a little. You'll see what I mean.
Al, he better not get smart with me. I'll tell him where to get off faster than he's ever been told before.
Don't be too sure. We're going to Tunnel 13 today, and he's the foreman, you know.
What's that to me? I've worked in other mines before, and I can work in other mines again. I don't have to take nothing from nobody.
Is that how you came out here from the East, Snyder?
As a matter of fact, yeah. I had a couple of fights with guys who thought they could tell me what was what.
I don't think you better tangle with Randy. I've seen him do some pretty strong things.
I've tangled with bigger guys than him. But don't you worry. I won't give him no trouble if he don't give me none.
Well, how's it going?
Ah, this is taking all day.
Sure is. Why don't we just settle it with a little blasting powder?
I told you my instructions were to go easy through this area because of its high sand content. A blast through here might start a cave-in.
In this stuff? Why, back east we didn't look twice at dirt like this. We just blasted right on. One blast would settle the whole thing.
One blast might settle more than you think, Snyder. Just keep digging. I wondered where you'd gone. Maybe you don't get enough sleep at night, Snyder, but this isn't the place to catch up.
Well, I thought I'd give it a try anyhow.
And this abandoned shaft was just the place, huh? It amazes me how fellas like you find these places almost right away.
Fellas like me? What do you mean by a crack like that?
Come on, let's get back to work with the others. For all you knew, this tunnel might have been filled with gas.
But it wasn't. Now, was it?
I suppose this is as good a time as any to tell you, Snyder, that I expect top performance out of every man on this crew. I don't mind you grumbling if you feel you have to, like your friend Morris. But I won't stand for gold bricking. Now, you've had your little try at it. Now you know where we stand.
They told me you were a preacher. But I thought you only preached about religion.
I don't know what you've heard, but don't confuse what I just said with a sermon. There's no choice involved in this. It's either shape up or ship out.
Now, you listen, Mr. Foreman. I'm not used to people telling me what to do. I don't like it. And I don't listen to it for long.
If that's a threat, Snyder, you can keep it to yourself. I don't scare easily. Now, how about getting back to work, huh? Maybe you can get rid of some of that energy in a decent way.
Sure. I'll go back to work. But don't forget what I said. You push me too far, and it'll be at your own risk.
Oh, boy, I thought lunch would never get here. Seems like we've been down here for 10 days.
Well, sure does. It's because that stupid foreman wants to pick along instead of blasting. Takes forever that way.
Well, you know what he said about that sandy patch. I guess he just don't want to risk a cave-in.
Nuts. I looked at this area myself. There's no more sand in this part than anywhere else in the tunnel.
Yeah, I saw you looking around. Where'd you go there for a while?
Just back into one of the old tunnels for a nap.
Really?
Yeah, but old Head in his hands caught me.
Oh?
Look at him over there.
Oh, you mean Randy Williamson. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I finally figured out what he's doing when he looks like that.
Now, what's he doing?
He's praying.
Praying?
Yeah. So, he caught you sleeping, huh? What happened?
I tried to throw his weight around a little. I told him to get off.
Yeah, did he?
Not for a while, anyhow. Well, I figure we're going to have trouble before the day is over.
He try to sell you on religion yet?
Nope. Maybe he figures I'm too far gone to start.
Yeah. And I sure am glad somebody finally came along that he can't get the best of.
Meaning me?
Meaning you. Some of the other guys and myself sure don't like the way he always has to do things according to the rules. Always holier than thou, you know. And now they made him foreman.
Why don't you tangle with him?
I don't know. I suppose we like our jobs. Know what I mean?
You know, back east, when we didn't have too much use for a guy, he usually had some kind of accident down in a tunnel somewhere.
Yeah?
Now, just say something was to happen to the saint over there. Who'd take over?
Guy with the most seniority, I guess.
Now, who's that? He can see all the guys from here.
Well, Looks like it'd be me.
Wow, very interesting.
Hey, wait a minute. What you got in mind? I don't want any
easy,
part of
Morris.
my-
Just take it easy. All I wanted to know is who would take over if anything would happen to him. That's all. I'm worried about the work.
Yeah, but you said that back east when you didn't like somebody...
Just forget what I said about back east. Come on. We'd better finish lunch or he'll be over here calling us loafers and making me mad.
Yep, that's what I heard from Brenner.
How long did he say?
Since right after lunch.
Now, hold it. Here comes the big chief. We'll settle this thing right now.
How are you fellas getting along over in this branch?
We got a little question for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We heard that we're all through that sandy place where we were supposed to go slow.
Yeah.
That's right. We passed it just a little after lunch. Why?
Well, then how come we're still picking our way along? Why don't we get back to blasting?
Why?
You men have worked around mines long enough to know that. You have to get far enough away from a danger spot before you can blast. Thought you were experienced men.
I used to think I was experienced, but you really take the cake.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You think you're a big man, don't you? Big foreman's pay for a week and all that. Push the other guys around.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't...
Now, you wait a minute. Looks to me like you plan on taking as long as possible with this job just to make sure you can get all the extra pay for working down here in Tunnel 13.
That's ridiculous. How much we get paid doesn't depend on how fast we go. We'll have to work down here all week anyway. I don't know what's getting into you, Snyder, but you can be sure when we get to the top tonight, I'm going to do a little checking on you. Now, how about both of you getting back to work?
What's the matter, Mr. Big? Did you trip?
I tripped all right. And if I'm not mistaken, it was over your pick.
Well, accidents will happen, you know.
That's right. They will. But that kind of accident had better not happen again.
What are you trying to say? That I caused it to happen?
I'm just saying that it better not happen again. Now, I've got to get back to the others.
Looks like you tripped again, Mr. Boss. And the way I figure, you just ran out of cheeks to turn.
What are you after, Snyder?
Ah, look. You look like you got a little cut on your face. Here, let me wipe it off. You know, Boris, I think he likes it down there on the floor. That's the third time in the last 5 minutes he's gotten down there.
Yeah.
Just tell me what it is you're after, Snyder. Just tell me.
Sure, I'll tell you. I don't like anything I've seen and heard about you. You're the good guy. The one everybody's supposed to look up to. Even the religious bit. Well, I don't look up to nobody. That's why I'm going to keep putting you down there.
Think that's a safe way to live, Snyder? Knocking everyone above you down?
That's my way.
What happens when you get older, Snyder? What happens when you meet somebody who's tougher? How long do you think you can go on?
I haven't had any trouble so far. And I don't think I'll have any here.
Yeah, but what happens when you get into a situation where you're helpless?
Helpless? Get that, Morris? Me, helpless.
Yeah, that's right.
That day'll never come.
That's where you're wrong, Snyder. The day's coming when we'll all be helpless.
Looks like yours is arrived.
I'm talking about the day when we face God and can't do a thing about changing the past.
Here we go with the religious bit. I figured it'd come. As soon as you guys get in a corner, you try to talk your way out with religion. Well, that kind of thing doesn't work with me, Mr. Preacher. So you can put your sermons away. I'm going to rip you right in two.
That's so?
Yeah, that's right. And when I face God, if I ever do, and he reminds me of the day that I beat his little pet to a pulp, I'll laugh myself sick.
Snyder, maybe you're better than that.
What's the matter with you? I thought you didn't like this guy.
Well, he ain't really so bad.
I'm just doing you and the other guys a favor. Besides, I haven't had a good fight since I came out west.
He's pretty strong.
Now, let's see how strong. See if you can catch this pickaxe, Mr. Religion. Well, you did. Now, here, try another one. Uh-huh. Now, got your hands nice and full, huh? Good. Now, catch me.
Snyder, you clubbed him with that pickaxe handle.
You're right. He was pretty tough.
He ain't moving. Did you kill him?
I don't know. Harry, better take a look. Nah, he's still breathing.
Looks like he's bleeding pretty bad.
That's nothing, just a few scratches. Come on, we've got to get back and tell the others that he's had an accident. Looks like you're the boss from here on in.
Me?
That's right. But you'll do things the way I see them, won't you?
Sure. I'm the boss. So you see, men, it looks like I'm boss from here on in. I think Randy will be okay, but we better leave him to rest. Snyder here was only scratched up a little in the small slide, so we'll keep right on working with the rest of us. Now, let's show the boss we can move things right along now anyhow. First thing we're going to do is blast our way down Tunnel B.
Hey, didn't Randy say that we wasn't ready to blast yet?
Yeah, but he told us we're all set to blast just before the accident.
Yeah, he did. So, Peterson, get all set up at the end on Tunnel B there. We'll blast as soon as you're ready.
See, Morris? Told you there wasn't any danger. No cave-in. Nobody trapped. That two-bit foreman was wrong. And he was wrong about a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I gotta admit, he was right. Oh, Snyder, what was that? What happened to the lights?
What do you think it was?
A cave-in.
That's right. A cave-in. Now stop sniveling and get your flashlight working.
There, Snyder, look.
The main tunnel. Number 13. It's collapsed.
We're trapped. That's the only way out of here.
Where are the other men? Hey! Hey, men! Where is everyone? Hey! Hey!
They must all be under there. Snyder, what are we gonna do?
So you see, Bill, we've come a long way since we first took over the old Knotty Pine mine.
I should say so. Your whole setup is very impressive, Bob. Looks like you've reduced danger to a bare minimum.
Yeah, too. Now, the only possible danger spot is Tunnel 13.
If someone were superstitious, he could really make something out of that, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Anyhow, 13's way at the bottom. Men stay down all day because it takes so long to transport them up and down. But even there, there's always a...
Boss!
Well, what is it, Hook?
The signal. There's trouble. Looks like a cave-in. Tunnel 13.
13? That's where Williams and his crew are working today. Now, come on, Bill. You might have dropped in just in time to be some help.
How long do you figure the oxygen will hold out?
With only two of us breathing, it should last plenty long enough.
If only that cave-in hadn't packed the dirt so tight. My hands are bleeding from trying to scrape a path.
Keep digging. It's our only hope.
Me? Why don't you dig for a while? You got us into all this.
Hey,
you and your
Morris.
big mouth.
Morris, I don't want to hear that kind of talk. Now, you just do like I say, and we'll be all right.
I ain't so sure. The only reason we're here, and who knows what happened to the others, is because I did what you said. No, Snyder, I don't think we're going to be all right. I think we're dead right now.
Shut up. Now, no more talk like that. I'm the one who decides what happens here. Me. As
That's not true, Snyder.
Randy!
That's right, Snyder. You're not the one who decides what happens here.
I suppose you are.
No, Snyder, I'm not the one either.
Yeah? Who then?
I think he means God.
God?
That's right, Snyder. We've all had our chance at being boss around here. Look where it got us. Now the only one who can really direct things is God himself. We're all helpless.
Helpless? Not me. I told you once before I'm not helpless. I can take care of myself.
Can you?
You can't do it, Snyder. There ain't a thing you can do. For the first time, I'm beginning to see what Randy here's been talking about all these days. It's hard to see when everything's going the way you want it to, but no.
That's right, Morris. When things are running smoothly, it's a lot easier to believe that you can run your own life. But what happens when the mind caves in?
My whole life's been a bunch of cave-ins. No, it's too late. I got just as long as that oxygen holds out, and then...
It still isn't too late, Morris.
Will you two shut up? I'm trying to figure a way out.
That's wasting time. The only way out of here is through that blocked tunnel. The only way any of us will make it through there is if someone comes in to get us.
You know how hard it is just to get men down here, let alone equipment of any size.
I said it wasn't too late, Morris. If you're really interested in being right with God.
Well,
God. What does God have to do with anything down here? He doesn't care about us.
You don't know what you're talking about, Snyder.
Yeah, I forgot. You're one of God's pets. I suppose he does care about you.
I think he probably cares more about you and Morris than he does about me. He knows me, and he knows I know him. But you...
Double talk, that's all it is. Come on, Morris, help me dig.
I can't, Snyder.
You what?
I said I can't. I'm not so sure that all the digging we could do would get us out of here. I gotta know what Randy means.
Maybe you ought to listen too, Snyder. We're all in the same boat down here.
Now your talking is just using up air that might be put to better use. Like trying to dig out of here.
Go on, Randy. It never seemed important before now.
It's funny, isn't it? We all know that we have to die sooner or later. But it isn't until we're really faced with death that we even give the afterlife any thought.
Yeah, I guess so.
But God has given it some thought. You see, he wants us to spend all of forever with him.
I wouldn't want me, not the way I've been.
You wouldn't want any of us, the way we've been. It only takes one sin to make a sinner. So you see, in one way, Morris, you're the same as everybody else.
And God doesn't want anyone. You might as well start digging.
It does seem like the right answer, doesn't it? There's not a person in the world that doesn't fall under the title of sinner if it only takes one sin. The Bible even says if you break one commandment, you're guilty of all of them.
Yeah, I thought you was going to give us a little hope. Oh, I really am scared to face God.
Of course, I would be too. But that's only half the story, Morris. The other half reads, Christ died for our sins.
Yeah, you see that written all over. On signs, you know.
Right, but you don't often see what it means. Morris, God is no dummy. He knows what we all are. In fact, he knows us better than we know ourselves. He knows if we have a choice of good or bad, we'll take whatever looks like it'd be more fun or to our advantage, whether or not it's good or bad.
That's sure the truth with me.
There's really only one man who ever chose the right thing every time, even though it finally meant his death.
Jesus?
That's right. He lived the life that God meant for us to live. God lived in him, and he pleased God with every thought. That's what God had in mind for us.
That's crazy. Nobody could do that. Morris, how long you got to listen to that stuff?
Go on.
Well, Jesus lived this life for more than just an example to us. All the examples in the world couldn't make us clean before God.
Yeah, I know. He taught a lot of good things.
Oh, even more than that, Morris. You know as well as I do that teaching or rules don't make a lot of difference when we think we can get ahead without them.
That's why we're here.
The whole purpose of Christ's life was to make you, me, anybody, holy and clean before God. And he did make that very thing possible.
How?
God so loved the world that he made Jesus Christ the one to be punished for the sins of the world. When he was tortured and murdered, he then faced the terrible punishment that should have been yours and mine.
He did that
For me?
How could he? He didn't even know there was gonna be a you.
Just before he was crucified, Jesus prayed for his disciples, and then for us, you and me. He said, "Neither for these only do I pray, but for them also that believe on me through their word." That's anyone today.
Believe? That's all? Just believe what you just told me?
That's right. And allow God himself to get together with you and clean out those dusty corners.
You won't have to look far to find my dirt.
And once you've accepted his gift, holiness and righteousness with him, you must set about to live what has happened.
Like you do.
Well, like I try to.
Listen who's talking about living. Wake up, little dreamers. We're trapped in a cave-in. Doesn't look like any of us will have to worry about how we live anymore.
I see it, Randy. I get what you're saying. Jesus' death rights me with God. And now I have to live like he did, to please God.
Well, this little meeting is very inspiring, I must say. Well, what good's the whole thing gonna do you? You, big preacher, you think you just made a convert, huh? Ha. Well, I say that if there was a chance in a million that he could get out of here, why, Morris had dropped this whole thing faster than you could say jackrabbits.
Hello in there! Are you all right?
Well, that sounds like... It is. It's Ranger Bill Jefferson.
We found them. They're all okay.
Well, here it comes, Morris. You and me, we made this whole mess. You gonna be a fancy pants Christian about it and stick around? Or are you gonna do the smart thing and make a run for it with me? You better decide in a hurry.
That's the whole story, Mr. Leverson.
Your whole story doesn't completely jive with Snyder's story, Morris. What do you say to that, Snyder?
I say he's a stupid jerk for spilling the whole thing. And don't bother about firing me, mister. I quit.
Snyder, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't even want to smell you around here, I'd make you pay for what you've done.
Send me a bill. I'll put it on the stack with all the others.
As for you, Morris, taking into consideration all that Randy has told me, I'll keep you on. But keep your nose clean. One inkling of trouble from you, and you can go with Snyder.
You won't have to worry about me.
Well, if what Randy tells me is true, I'm sure I won't. It's just a good thing for both you and Snyder that all the other men were far enough back in the tunnel not to be caught by the slide. You might both be serving time for the rest of your lives.
That's about it anyhow.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, the way things turned out, the rest of my life is going to be a serving time. Only it won't be for the state. It'll be for God.
Well, boys and girls, I didn't have a lot to do with today's adventure, but that wasn't the important thing. The important thing is that the call of Jesus to come unto me was answered. I hope you know how important it is for your own life. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
UPN Wednesday. The hunt for a Vulcan fugitive reveals a shocking secret from the past.
I killed him.
The ball! Enterprise Wednesday on UPN.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So vote for Gracie, who is the president of racing.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend. Who's going all day long.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Well, folks, we're having the same unusual weather here in Southern California. It was raining so hard this morning that even the footprints in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater were wearing galoshes. Then the sky
Wait a minute. Unusual weather. Well, it's a beautiful day. As a matter of fact, it's been beautiful all week.
Oh, isn't that too bad? Now Bob Hope won't have anything to talk about.
Of course, he can always talk about Crosby's horses.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He does at that.
Oh, and by the way, I saw one of Crosby's horses at the racetrack today.
Did you say hello?
No, I said goodbye. I was walking too fast.
Probably one dark horse talking to another.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Ray.
Hi, Gracie. I brought you a little present.
Oh, Ray Noble again?
I hope you like it.
Well, I can't wait to unwrap it.
It was a long time growing it. This morning I cut it just for you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What is it?
It's a lock of Ray's hair.
That's some present.
Oh, Ray, I adore it.
Well, I'm glad that's off my chest.
Well, there's a pretty little thing.
Oh, to give a present like that certainly takes a lot of pluck.
Oh, by the way, Gracie, I reserved that table for two after the broadcast.
Oh, in the same old place?
Yes, on the same old table.
Oh, good. I'm just dying to shoot a game of pool.
You can meet him at 9 o'clock behind the 8 ball.
Hello, Prez.
Hello, Pinky.
Well, George, how's the Secretary of State this evening?
I'm not the Secretary of State.
Well, I don't know. You look like Hull to me.
I
do, huh?
The variety clubs like your political speech in Dallas.
Oh, grand true. But George's speech was a riot.
Really? Well, I'm dying to hear it, George.
Well, all I said, Truman, was members of the variety club.
Yeah, isn't that a scream, Frank?
Yeah, it must have killed the people.
I didn't say anything.
Gracie, when you got home, was your kangaroo glad to see you?
Oh, you mean Laura? Oh, I'll say. She wagged her tail so hard she knocked my sister Bessie out of bed.
Kangaroo sleeps with your sister Bessie?
Oh, what's the matter with that? Bessie's very nice.
Must be a nice little family.
Of course, Monday night is Hazel's turn, and Friday night...
To sleep with the kangaroo?
No, sleep with Bessie. And Friday night...
Well, why? Why does everyone want to sleep with Bessie?
Well, she's the only one who's got a bed.
The only one who's got a bed?
Yeah.
Please, everybody, I'd like to hear George's speech.
Well, thanks, Truman. I got up and I said, members of the variety club...
Gracie, you mean there's only one bed in your house?
Well, you know how small our apartment is.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Well, it's so small, my daddy has to shave before he can get into the bathroom.
Then where does he shave?
On his face.
Does he use a lather?
No, he stands in a chair.
Members of the variety...
Gracie, how many of you live in this apartment?
Oh, no, let me see. There's my little nephew, Porky, and there's my
Porky?
mother and my father. Yes.
His name is Porky?
Yes, and my father and my mother.
What was he named after?
After he was born.
That's a nice name, Porky.
Yes. He's the one with the revolving head. Then there's my
Just
mother
a
and my
minute.
father.
Just a minute. Your nephew has a revolving head?
Yeah, he got that from wiping his face in a roller towel.
Your family certainly gets around.
Yes.
And so does that kid's head.
Oh, and then there's my Uncle Max, an old Indian fighter.
An old Indian fighter?
Yeah, but he's not fighting anymore.
Why not?
He can't fight any
The old Indians, I told you. Uncle Max, he's the one with the flat feet.
Yeah, he got that way having his hat blocked while he had his shoes on.
George, please, the speech.
Well, I'll try again. Members of the variety club, stop me if you've heard this before.
Stop.
Why?
I've heard it before.
Oh, quiet. A very funny thing happened to me on the way to Dallas.
Oh, I thought you were born on the way to Cleveland.
That was another speech.
Oh.
How many of you live in this apartment?
Well, there's 16, including Laura and my Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara. That's the one with the wart.
Yeah, she married him last March.
I mean the one with the wart on her hand.
That's him, all right. She's been supporting him since they were married.
Well, all right, so 16 live in your house. A very funny thing happened on the way to Dallas.
17, including Mr. Phillips.
A very funny thing Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Who is Mr. Phillips?
Oh, he's been living with us for 12 years.
Well, who is he?
Oh, we don't know.
He's been living with you for 12 years? You don't know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
How'd he get there?
Well, we asked the landlady to bring us another bed, and he was in it.
Members of the variety clubs are very...
Quiet, George. I'd like to hear your speech.
What do you think I'm trying to do, Truman? But never mind.
Oh, go on, Judge. We're only kidding, aren't we, boys?
Oh,
and the speech was really a big hit in Dallas.
Well, members of the variety
It
clubs...
would have been just as good in Oakland.
Members of the variety clubs...
It would have been good in Glendale, too.
Members of the variety
I mean,
clubs...
Southside,
Quiet! Well, never mind. Let's forget it.
Oh,
okay,
let's forget all about it, huh?
Well, wait a minute. It's a great speech. It'll only take me a second. Members of the variety clubs. A very funny thing happened to me while I was flying to Dallas. I said to the pilot, "Hello, Palsy Walsy."
Judge always starts with a funny crack like that, huh?
I said, "Why do all pilots wear black belts?" And guess what the aviator said?
To hold up their pants.
How did you know?
I used to be a pilot.
So we hurried out of Dallas, and when I got home, guess what my cousin neighbor was doing?
She was mowing the carpet.
How did you know?
George used to be a pilot.
Oh.
Is there anyone here with a little intelligence?
Oh, coming, old boy, coming.
Well, you've got as little as anybody.
No, that's what my mother always says.
Oh, she admitted it.
Yes, she used to be a pilot.
Oh, go away. Go.
And while my cousin neighbor was mowing the carpet, my kangaroo Laura was in the kitchen laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing.
What was she laughing at?
Oh, my little nephew was sitting in a rumble seat tickling her.
He was.
Did you ever put a piece of wedding cake under your pillow to dream of the man you're going to marry? Well, I can tell you a more dependable way to help your dreams come true. Make yourself so attractive and appealing that men will just naturally fall head over heels in love with you. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream regularly to help keep your hands thrilling to touch. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening for rough or tender skin. This fine, fragrant cream helps guard against chapping and that flaky, dried-out look. Even one application of Heinz makes your hands look softer, feel smoother to touch. Use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream from tip to toe. It's a swell body rub. And above all, remember your hands. After every household job and every time you take your hands out of water, smooth on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. That's the way to help keep your hands soft and kissable. Then just hear that man of yours say,
"Honey, there's something about you that just bowls me over. Every time I touch your hands, they're so soft and adorable. They give me a thrill through and through."
Now, here is Frank Parker.
Tonight, my song is an unusual one, but I think you'll agree it's a pretty one. The moon was yellow and my heart was young. Written by Edgar Leslie and Freddie Allen.
The moon was yellow and the night was young. A smile brought us together, and I was wondering whether we'd meet again someday. The moon was yellow, and a song was sung. That vocal inspiration gave me the inclination to give my heart away. Here we are, is a romance to continue. Will it be my luck to win you? May I look that far? My love is mellow, and my hopes are strong. Around that Cupid fellow, behold, the moon is yellow, and the night is young. Here we are, is a romance to continue. Will it be my luck to win you? May I look that far? My love is mellow,
on that Cupid fellow. Behold, the moon is yellow. And tonight is
Frank, how do you reach those high notes?
My singing teacher used to be a pilot.
I thought so. I knew that was coming.
Say, Frank, Kenny Baker was in Dallas, and he sang the same song you just did.
Kenny Baker?
Uh-huh.
Who's that?
Isn't that a coincidence he asked the same thing about you?
For your edification, Frank, Kenny Baker has the same tone qualities in his higher register as Nelson Eddy.
Yeah, how would you know that?
I used to be a pilot, yes.
Oh.
And not only that, he has no stoop, no squat, no squint.
Who, Kenny Baker?
No, Philco.
Oh, Philco Baker, yes, that's that tall fella, yes.
Well, a lot of people like to hear Coming Through the Rye by Kenny Baker, but I'd rather hear Ain't Misbehaving coming through the nose of George Burns.
Is that so? I'll probably end up as the secretary of the nasal.
Oh, George. Hello, Bubbles. Hello, Gracie. I'd have been here sooner, but I was out with the boys. What boys? Don Wilson.
Oh, yes, the fellow who Jack Benny works for.
Say, Gracie, was your family glad to see you when you got back from Dallas? Oh, yes, especially my grandfather, who doesn't live with us anymore.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
He lives on a desert.
He does.
He's very wealthy. He's a half owner of a Mirage.
Of a Mirage? Who owns the other half?
Oh, some crazy guy.
That's very interesting.
He made a lot of money selling water holes to thirsty people for 20 cents apiece.
Must have made a fortune that way.
Well, of course, he really only gets 15 cents apiece because you get a nickel back on the hole.
If he ever gets out of a hole, he'll go broke.
Yeah. Why, Gracie, a business like that is better than the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal? What is that?
I don't know. Clark Gable mentioned it in the picture, and it got a laugh.
That's because he wore a funny hat.
Clark Gable. Say, in some places they think I'm bigger than Clark Gable.
In some places you are.
Say, George, I just as soon you wouldn't say those things about Bubbles' figure.
No?
No. You know how a thing like that spreads.
Well, don't worry, Bubbles. Just keep your chins up.
You know, I just can't wait for you to be elected, Gracie. Can you imagine me on the floor of the Senate making a filibuster like Jimmy Stewart did to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
Do you realize that he spoke for 23 hours?
An amateur, George. I can talk for 23 days. I can hear myself now saying, Gentlemen of the Senate, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Truman.
Are
you going to do this for 23 days?
Maybe longer. It feels good and soothing
Frank,
to
open the
tender
door.
hands. It's the
Truman, you're a little too close to the mic.
emotion
Step back a
that
little
contains
further.
2 vitamins
A little
A and D.
further, True.
You know what?
A little further. Frank, close the door. Nice work, Frank.
Really? That's the first time I ever closed the door on a broadcast.
No.
Yeah, look, I can even do it left-handed.
Frank, close the door.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll not only do it blindfolded, but I will drink a glass of water at the same time.
Get away
standing
from
on
that
my-
door, Frank.
I say, Gracie, did you ever see this album of pictures of me?
No, Ray.
See if you recognize anybody in this picture. It's a group of us in the country.
Oh, what a lovely group. Well, you're all holding up oatmeal cookies.
No, those are our faces.
Because oatmeal cookies have more expression.
Who's this little chap with the accordion pleated face?
Oh, that's me when I was 4 years old.
And who's that silly-looking sap next to him?
That's me when I was 9.
Why, Ray, the one standing behind them is you, too.
Yes, that's when I was 12 and a half.
In other words, all 10 in this group are you.
All except the old man with the gray hair.
Who's he?
Oh, that's me when I'll be 60.
Well, that's a nice future for you, Ray.
I've got a picture of me at home when I was 3 years old. I'm all covered with ice cream.
You're all covered with ice cream?
Yeah, my nurse was trying to put me in a good humor.
That was eccentric, wasn't it?
No, vanilla.
That's a better flavor, yes, vanilla. Come in.
If your hands are rough and red and you want soothing...
Good evening, Burns and Allen program.
Oh, that's a coincidence, so are we.
I'm George Burns. What can I do for you?
Well, you see, I've been listening with great interest to Gracie Allen's presidential campaign. I'm Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist.
Is that anything like a Republican?
I know nothing about politics.
Oh, a Democrat.
Doctor, you mean you're interested in her campaign because you're a psychiatrist?
Exactly. I'd like to ask her a few questions to see if she's capable of running the government.
In other words, you want to test her IQ.
Oh, all right, but whether I Q or I don't Q, I'll be elected.
I'll vote for you, Gracie.
I'm a specialist in mental therapeutics. I watch the mind and see what makes it tick.
What if it doesn't tick?
No ticky, no watchy.
No watchy.
Miss Allen, would you object to a little psychoanalysis?
Well, make it a small one. I only drink to be sociable.
Gracie, what he means is, how are your reflexes?
Well, they're all right, but I get better pictures with my brownie.
A reflex is sort of a jerk.
George, you're just self-conscious.
Oh, go.
Well, if you are self-conscious, Mr. Burns, you're what we psychiatrists call a manic depressive with a touch of schizophrenia.
Is that so? And how can you tell?
He used to be a pilot.
Everybody has got that one.
Now, Miss Allen, do you ever feel taut?
Taut?
Yes, tense, like you were being held in a vice and slowly strangled to death.
Oh, yes, lots of times.
What do you do to overcome it?
Oh, I just take off my girdle.
He means, is it a mental contraction or a muscular contraction?
It's a silk one. I got it at Bullock's.
Nice day, isn't it, Doc?
Miss Allen, yours is a very unusual case. Tell me, when you go to sleep at night, do you see strange things in your dreams?
No, just plain everyday things. Last night I saw a green leopard with pink stripes.
Now we're getting someplace. Miss Allen, did it have an electric fan for a tail?
Yes.
Did it have ears made of hot water bottles?
Yes.
Doctor, what are you crying about?
She stole my leopard.
Get out! Well, every screwball happens to me, especially that doctor.
Oh, he's a very brainy man and polite, too. Before he left, he gave me his hand.
He did?
Yeah, here it is. You want to shake it?
How do, Doctor? Come on. It's silly.
Say, George,
Yeah?
when Grace is elected president and I'm appointed postmaster general, I'm going to wear my hair pompadour style, so I'll have something to keep my stamps in.
Well, Frank, when Gracie's elected, you won't have any hair.
Well, then I'll part it in the middle like Jim Farley does.
Yeah, Jim Farley's hair is a goner.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Beautiful Chinese flowers.
Beautiful Chinese flowers?
Pretty smelly.
Pretty smelly, is that so? Come in.
You two can have beautiful, appealing hair. Was there a man in here who said he was Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist?
Would you recognize his hand?
Quiet.
He's an escaped lunatic, and I'm his nurse.
A lunatic in here? Well, of all places.
Yes, you said it.
Do you know what he does? He gets thermometers, breaks them open, drinks the mercury, and throws away the glass.
He must be crazy.
Certainly, that's the best part.
Well, just leave your address, and that's the door right over there. Yes?
Yesterday, I killed a man.
You killed a man? Why?
I was mad at him. He killed me first.
Look, let's get to the door, mister.
Have you noticed I've been whispering?
Uh-huh.
I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Well, don't let it get around, but here's the door.
Gentlemen of the Senate, if your hands are up.
Those guys give me the creeps.
Oh, don't be silly. They're no more crazy than I am.
That's what I'm worried about.
You know, George, you might not believe it, but when I was a young fellow, I was crazy, too. But I took some treatments, and in no time I was cured.
Completely cured?
Sure, just every once in a while I go, whoa! But outside that, I'm all right. Nothing happens.
Is that so?
Say, Gracie, did you hear Dewey's speech at the Hollywood Bowl Saturday night? Oh, yes. So where does he come off telling the people he doesn't like the way I'm running the government?
He never said such a thing.
Oh, we better not.
I see.
Criticizing our national debt. Why, we ought to be proud of it. It's the biggest one in the world.
You know, Gracie, you know nothing about politics. Do you know anything about the RFC? Are you familiar with the Dice Committee?
Oh, please, George. When a girl's running for president, she can't be too familiar with anybody.
I can't wait not to vote for you.
Say, Gracie, I forgot to tell you we received our calico dresses. Oh, you mean for my Omaha convention next month? Yes, but mine is too big. After all, I only weigh 300 pounds with my girdle on.
Well, what do you weigh without your girdle?
I don't know. I've never been able to get it off.
Well, don't worry. Someday you'll snap out of it. Come in.
Honey, almond cream is known by everyone. Good evening. I'm looking for two men. One says he's a psychiatrist, and the other says he's a male nurse.
And who are you?
I'm the chief deputy from the Lunacy Commission.
You'll never guess who I am.
Who are you?
I'm going to be the next first lady of the land. And the reason I'm whispering is because I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our next postmaster general.
Oh, is that so?
I should hope to scare you.
Whoa! Well, you're the two guys I want. Now, come on.
Wait a minute.
With me now. Don't fight here. I'll put you straight, Jack.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Yes, you and me both.
Are you happy?
No, I'm Gracie. You must be happy.
No, I'm Raymond.
Then we're still alone.
It's wonderful sitting next to you.
Is it? I've never sat next to me.
You know, I'm rather ashamed to admit it, but I've been dreaming of a wife.
Why, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Ray.
I'm afraid it is. It's the drummer's wife.
Well, I thought maybe you were dreaming that I would be your wife.
Well, tell me, would you love me when I'm weak and helpless?
I do.
I'm afraid you wouldn't find me a very affectionate sweetheart.
I would if you'd find me one.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
When you're near somebody you care for, do you ever get goose pimples?
Are they anything like cranberries?
Well, that's what you make pies out of.
Oh, really? I never tasted a goose pimple pie.
Oh, they're very good, and I love potato chips.
So do I. Do you believe in taking potato chips to bed?
Well, I do if they're sleepy.
You know, I must stop this elopement right now.
What elopement?
Well, my heart's running away with my head.
Oh, isn't that romantic? I hope they'll be happy together.
Oh, but Gracie, wouldn't you like to run away and leave the whole world behind us?
Yeah, but could we be happy in Glendale?
Well, we could force ourselves.
Sometime, Ray, maybe you can make my dream come true. Maybe you can grab me in your arms and carry me away from this tinsel existence, away from this phony life in Hollywood. I'd like to go to a place that's real, where people live on the level and there's no make-believe.
I'd love to, Gracie. Where do you want me to take you?
To the wrestling matches.
Thousands have already received their copies of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. You can have a copy, too, complete with music and verses, the same crazy campaign song that you hear right on this program. And this sheet music has a big picture of Gracie on the cover, too, wearing her famous, funny presidential hat. This Heinz offer is good for a short time only, So don't delay sending in your name and address, together with a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size, the 50-cent size, or the dollar size. If you use the 10-cent size Heinz, then send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And remember this, the more you use Heinz lotion for your hands, the nicer looking your hands should be. For this fine, fragrant lotion is extra creamy, extra softening to hands that get dry and chapped doing housework all day long. Heinz is actually a creamy emulsion containing 2 vitamins A and D. It's famous for giving women the world over the hands he loves to touch. Soft, thrilling honeymoon hands. Get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter, and then send the Heinz carton to Gracie Allen for your copy of your campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
And now Gracie will sing I Can't Love You Anymore. Sing it, Gracie.
I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you any more, I would have to be two. I love you with my heart, I love you with my mind. I love you, love you, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. I wish that I could fashion a masterpiece of melody and rhyme to convey in a clever way how very much I care. But I haven't a flair for clever things, and therefore what I have to say must be said in a simple way. I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you anymore, I would have to be two. I love you in the sun, I love you in the rain, I'd love you in the middle of a hurricane. So I can't love you any more than I do. Heel, toe, kick with the 1, 2, 3, and the 4, 5, 6. Da-da, slide, slide, slide. Da-da-da-da-da, glide, glide, glide. Love you with my heart, stop. Love you with my mind, turn. Love you, love you, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. Exit, any more than I do. Goodbye, any more than I do. So long, any more than I do.
Want a good hand cream? Then try the new Heinz hand cream in jars. It's made by the makers of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. And like this famous creamy lotion, Heinz hand cream is quick softening for chapped, rough hands. In 2 sizes, 10 cents and 39 cents each at toilet goods counters.
Thank you, Truman. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. In leaving, I want to quote the words of another great woman, Laura, my kangaroo, who says, Gracie will be our next president. I hoppa, 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 hoppa.
Good night. Good night.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
And next Wednesday, over these same stations, George and Gracie and all of us will be back again, don't forget. And don't forget, for honeymoon hens, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. And remember, too, next week, if your community changes to daylight time, we'll be back at the usual time. But if your community does not change to daylight time, we'll be on the air 1 hour earlier. Truman Bradley saying good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand? Even 6 politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know
Feel the attitude. Feel the intensity. Nothing beats World Wrestling Entertainment live. Monday night, it's live action in Chicago. 1 week from tomorrow, we head to Minneapolis. 1 week from Saturday, the superstars come to New York City. 1 week from Sunday, we make our way to Binghamton. And 1 week from Monday, we rock Washington, D.C. There's nothing like World Wrestling Entertainment live.
Hunt the biggest of all game. with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Case of Honor. The Green Hornet strikes again. Figures don't often make interesting reading, but sometimes they tell a story. Field commanders in the Army have asked for 600,000 WACs, and there are but 66,000 now in service. The story is pretty apparent. More women are needed to enlist in the WACs, and they're needed immediately to help win this war. They're needed in the Army Ground Forces, the Army Air Forces, and the Army Service Forces. There are 239 different types of Army jobs open to WACs, and each girl may choose her own branch of service. The coming invasion of Europe is going to take every ounce of fighting manpower available. That's why it's essential that American women fill these behind-the-line jobs. If you're eligible for service in the WACs, call today at your nearest U.S. Army Recruiting and Induction Center. And now, the Green Hornet. Two men sat in a black sedan, which had been parked on a byroad just off the main highway leading to the milling factory out at the edge of the city. For some time, they silently watched the highway. Then, after looking at his wristwatch, one of them spoke.
That guy ought to be along any minute now, Spike.
Yeah, but listen, Slick, how do you know he brings out the payroll?
I've been tailing him for a couple of weeks. Every Friday afternoon, he goes into the bank and brings out the payroll. And always at the same time.
Sure, but maybe he's got a guard with him.
No, I don't. I made sure of that. This guy's a manager out there, and he's been doing it that way for a long time. It isn't a very big factory.
Well, I hope there ain't any slip-up. All looks too easy to me.
Well, it will be easy. And I have a scheme to lay the blame on someone else right from the start. Yeah, put this on.
Oh, a mask, huh?
Sure, I made it. I'm going to wear this mask.
Hey, now I get it. Slick, you sure got what it takes.
Hey, look, that's the car we're waiting for. Get ready to start after him as soon as he passes. All right, get going, Spike.
Okay.
Good. There's no other cars in the highway. Step out and crowd him over to the side of the road so he'll have to stop.
We're almost alongside, Slick. I'll crowd him over.
Pull over and stop.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out, mister.
Oh, you're masked. The Green Hornet.
Good guessing. Go on, get out and be quick about it.
That gun. Be careful. I'll get out.
Keep your gun in this mug while I grab the bag out of the back of his car.
I'll watch him. Go and get it. Oh, no, you can't take that. I won't let you.
Oh, you...
Had to knock him out, Slick.
Serves him right. Now I'll get the dough. Ah, here it is.
Hurry up, Slick. I think there's a car coming.
All right, come on, let's scram out of here fast.
Hey, what about that jerk laying there in the road?
Never mind him. Get this crate going and fast. That guy will spread the alarm that the Green Hornet took his dough. Spike, I think we can pull a lot of stunts with these masks. And the cops will get red hot on the trail of the Green Hornet. Let's go.
A few hours later, Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
So the manager of the factory claims the holdup was staged by the Green Hornet, eh?
Sure, he swears it was the Hornet. He saw him face to face, he says. Reed, imagine the nerve of that spalpeen pulling a stunt like that right in broad daylight.
It was nervy, all right. No doubt about that.
That it was. And that factory guy was lucky he wasn't shot down in cold blood, too.
From all previous reports on the Hornet, he usually gasses his victims with a special kind of gas gun.
Well, he didn't use it on this guy. There was another masked guy with the Hornet, they say. And he popped the factory manager in the back of his head with the gun butt, then left him lying in the road.
See.
Believe me, Reed, that Hornet is getting to be a menace to the city. The cops are really out to get him this time.
Hello? Axford? Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. For you, Axford.
Thanks. Hello, Axford speaking. Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. What's up? He did? Glory be. I'm coming down to headquarters right away. Goodbye.
What's happened?
That was Burke. He says a gas station was held up a little while ago down on East Highway.
Is that so? Seems to be a minor crime wave taking place in the city today.
Sure, and it's a one-man crime wave at that. Sarge says the gas station robbery was done by none other than the Green Hornet.
After scouting around the city in a squad car for some time, in a vain search for clues to the whereabouts of the Green Hornet, Sergeant Burke and Axford returned to police headquarters where they were talking.
Well, Sarge, looks like you cops are stumped. That Hornet always was too slick for you.
That's enough of your ribbon, Axford. If the newspapers in this city would cooperate instead of lambasting us every time that spalpeen pulls a job, maybe we'd get someplace.
Sure, no, Sarge. We can't stop printing the paper and send the whole office force out hunting the Hornet.
No. But if you all publicize what a menace he is to the community and get the public to be on the lookout, we might have a chance to catch him once and for all.
Now, is that any way to talk when everybody knows Reed and the Daily Sentinel have a standing reward of $25,000 for the capture of the Hornet?
Well, just in case some people have forgotten it, you might tell Reed to headline that offer in the morning edition.
That's an idea, Sarge. I'd put it up to Reed when I go back to the office. Reed's as anxious to see him caught as you are.
The next afternoon, in their hideout down in the waterfront section of the city, Slick and Spike were making plans for committing another crime in the disguise of the Green Hornet.
This will be the biggest job of them all, Spike.
What is it this time, Slick?
We're going to bust into the City National Bank. I've been casing it for some time.
Hey, what about the guard there?
I got that all figured out. He makes the same rounds every night. I know just where he'll be at a certain time, 10 o'clock. He opens a side door to take in a night deposit from the drug company. We'll be there to follow him in.
Oh, why not just grab the drug company deposit and beat it?
We'll get that and whatever we can get from inside the bank, too.
Say, Slick, how about divvying up what we already got on those other two jobs?
Okay, if you want it that way. I hid the dough under some loose boards over in the corner. I'll get it. Now that you've seen where I hid this, I'll have to find a new place.
What's the idea? Won't you trust me?
Sure, I trust you, Spike. But not with my dough.
Well, half of it's mine, you know.
Half?
Sure, we split 50-50, don't we?
Where'd you get that idea? I do all the figuring, find the jobs to do. All you do is trail around after me and get gravy.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I'm giving you 1/4 to take. You're lucky to get that. There you are. Take it or leave it.
Now, hold on a minute, Slick. You ain't getting away with that.
Look, Head. I said take it or leave it. Of course, if you want to argue about it...
Now, hold on, Slick. Put that rod away. I'll take it. But it ain't being fair.
Now you're coming to your senses. As to it being fair, listen, Piker. Anything's fair to my way of thinking if you can get away with it. And I'm getting away with this, see?
Okay. I ain't arguing with you. Taking the dough, ain't I?
Sure you're taking it. Small-timers like you, Spike, can't resist the sight of greenbacks. I knew you'd settle easy.
Someday, Slick, you're going to meet up with someone who won't settle so easy.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just calm down, Slick. I was just beating my gums to hear myself talk, that's all.
Yeah, well, after this, wait till you're all alone, or those gums of yours are liable to be pasted together permanent. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Let's forget it. We can't be dogging at each other if we got a job to do tonight.
Yeah, that's right. You'll play along with Papa, and maybe this time I'll toss a few more extra bucks your way when I make the split. And if you don't play along right, brother, you won't only get nothing, but I might take the notion to see that you don't squeal about it later.
Oh, cut it out, Slick. We're friends, and I'm playing along. No need for you to threaten me.
Well, since we're friends, just consider that I just gave you a friendly warning. I'm going out for a while. Meet you here later.
Okay, Slick. I'll be here. So long.
So long, sucker.
Sucker is right for trusting a router like that. Do me out of my share, will he? I'll find a way to get even. Say, that headline in that paper gives me an idea. 25,000 for the capture of the Hornet, eh? Of course, Slick ain't really the Green Hornet, but who'd believe him? Maybe I'll get my cut after all, Slick. You sneaking double-crosser. Yeah, and get it at the expense of your own hide.
Hello?
Mr. Reed, there's a man calling. He won't say who he is, but he wants to speak to you. He says it's about something very important.
I see. Well, connect me with him. And Miss Kay says, see if the operator can check on who's calling.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
You're the publisher of the Daily Sentinel?
That's right. I'm Brett Reed.
Look, that stuff in your paper really on the level? About giving all that dough for the Green Hornet?
Yes. $25,000 will be paid to anyone who gives information leading to the capture of the Hornet. Why?
Got a tip-off on a job he's going to pull tonight.
Oh. Where?
Not so fast, mister. How do I know I'll really get that dough if he's caught?
Now, this is a reliable paper. All you have to do is to identify yourself, and it'll be paid. Who are you?
I'll just come in and say Spike sent me. That ought to be enough.
All right. Now, what's the tip-off you have to give?
Just this. Green Hornet is planning to bust into the City National Bank at 10 o'clock tonight through the side door. That ought to be a cinch to grab him.
But how do you know this? How do I know that you... Hello? Hello?
He hung up, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I see. Thank you. I could call the police and let them handle it. They might scare the guy off. And as the real Green Hornet, it's a case of honor with me to have a showdown with a fellow who's been cashing in on the Hornet's name. Yes, I think I'd better handle this myself. And to be certain that crook gets what's coming to him.
Now that I made sure the reward's on the level, I better call the coppers and tip them off.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Crosby in.
Listen, copper, I'm calling from a booth. There's a tip-off on the Green Hornet.
What's that? Say that again.
Here's a tip for you on the Hornet. Are you listening?
Sure, I'm listening. Say whatever you have to say and hurry up about it. Now, what's that about the Green Hornet?
He's going to try to crack the City National tonight at 10 o'clock through the side door. You better be there.
Holy smoke, are you sure? Who are you and how did you...
Now, Slick will find out who's the sucker.
Is that so, Squealer?
Slick.
Sure. I followed you here and listened to those calls you made. Get moving, Lug. I have some unfinished business with you. This rod will get a little use after all when we get to the spot I'm taking you.
No, Slick. I didn't mean
Get going. Guess I'll have to change my time on that little job tonight. After I get rid of you. Go on, sucker. You beat your guns for the last time.
We'll continue our adventure in just a minute. Suppose you were an American prisoner of war. Can you imagine just how happy and grateful you'd be to receive a package of food or clothing from home? Well, getting these things together and delivering them to all our boys who are being held as prisoners is one of the many tasks being undertaken by the Red Cross. In Europe, American prisoners are sent a standard Red Cross food package every week. The story in Japan, of course, is another matter, but the Red Cross has never ceased trying to establish regular contacts with American prisoners in Japanese hands. Now, the Red Cross, as most of us know, is supported entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. This month, we're asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross workers come to your home, give as generously as you can. And now, back to our story. After hearing from Spike, Britt Reed decided to go to the bank at 10 o'clock as the real Green Hornet, to have a showdown with a man who has misused the Hornet's name. But he doesn't realize he'll be going into a police trap. Meantime, he arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You come home late tonight, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato, I was busy at the office. My night's work isn't finished yet.
Oh, you go back to Central Office tonight?
No, Cato, there's a certain party in the city whom I'd like to meet. And the sooner the better.
Oh, when you talk like that, I know you're worried about crook who used Hornet's name.
Exactly. The honor of the real Hornet is at stake. That man must be stopped before he goes any further. And I hope to have a showdown with him tonight.
You have clue to his identity, Mr. Britt?
No, but I have a tip-off that he'll commit another crime, a bank robbery, at 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to be there, Cato.
Black Beauty's ready.
Good. It's 20 minutes to 10 now, so there's no time to lose. Come on, we'll get the gas gun and masks and be on our way to meet the fake Green Hornet.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the secret hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. As the hour of 10 approached, Sergeant Burke and a couple of policemen stood with Axford in the shadows of the building opposite the bank, waiting.
Say, Sarge, suppose he goes up the back way while we're standing here watching the front?
Do you think I'm stupid, Axford?
Well, no, if that's a direct question, I'll...
For your information, Cassidy's round back watching with one of the men. Others are planted on the side in the alley. We're going to let the Hornet actually get inside. Then we'll close in and get him when he won't have that speedy car of his handy.
Oh. Hey, look. There's a man with the handbag going toward the bank.
That must be the guy from the drug company. He makes a late deposit every night. He's pushing the night bell on that side door now.
If anything's going to happen, it ought to be now. Say, ain't somebody supposed to open the door for him?
Sure. There's a guard inside. He's taking long enough to open up.
Look, he's coming to the front.
Yeah. Now he's trying to look in the front window. Come on, I want to speak to him. Maybe something's wrong with that guard.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to try to get in here at the back so as to be inside when that imposter gets there.
Back door over there, Mr. Britt. But must be very strong.
Yes. Well, I'll find some way. You wait here. Well, if I could manage to... What's this? The door's unlocked. Huh. Strange. Well, here goes. Dark. I have to use my flashlight. What? Guard. Lying just inside the door. Let's see. Oh. He's dead.
Don't make a move, Hornet. I've got a gun on you.
A trap, huh?
Sure, and you walked right into it. I caught you with the goods, too, leaning over the guard you murdered. Keep your hands up and turn around.
All right. Take that light out of my eyes.
Your goose is cooked this time. Joe!
Here I am, Cassidy.
Step outside that door and blow your whistle for the Sarge. He's around front. Hurry it up.
Right. Don't let him trick you.
I'm watching. Go on. You make one little move, I'll drill you, so help me.
I believe you would at that.
Try it and see. Joe! Why the devil don't you blow that whistle?
So sorry. Man with whistle in this ball at that moment. Drop gun, please.
What the...
Drop it. That's a real gun in your back.
Trick. I might have known it. But gun or no gun, I won't let you get away with it.
Take it, fellow.
Just come on.
Quick, Cato. Make a run for the Black Beauty. Good thing you followed me.
Watch from shadows. Saw two men sneak after you.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Looks like two of them running away from the bank. Hey, there's somebody lying here. Where? Turn the light over there, somebody.
Here you are.
Say, it's one of your men. Here, you men. Look after him and find Cassidy.
Hey,
come on, expert. That's the Hornet getting away. I'm going to follow him and track him down if it takes all night.
That was a narrow escape, Cato. Evidently that man who's posing as the Hornet heard about the tip-off and came earlier. The fellow who called me must have tipped off the police.
Men now add murder to crimes.
Yes, he's a very clever chap and a dangerous one. There must be some way to find him. We've got to find him and get him into the hands of the police.
That is, if police not get us first. They're very hard to lose.
Well, we've lost him for the moment at any rate. Turn on the shortwave radio for the police calls.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Attention all cars. City National Bank robbed by Green Hornet. Guard killed. Hornet last seen in neighborhood of 1st and Wood Streets. Keep lookout for Hornet car. Keep lookout for Hornet car.
We're well away from there now.
Attention car 46. Attention car 46. Body of murdered man found earlier tonight in alley near River Street, off West Avenue. Identified as that of an underworld character known as Spike. Pick up all suspicious characters in waterfront neighborhood for questioning. That is all.
Cato, now I begin to see. The man who tipped me off today was named Spike. That's why he was murdered. And the one who killed him is the man we're looking for. It's a big risk for us, but we're going to River Avenue and West Avenue right now. Step on it.
Alley very dark. Neighborhood very bad, Mr. Britt. Why we come here?
That phone call to me late this afternoon was made from a drugstore at the next corner. I had the call traced. That fellow Spike probably lived near here. He and the other man had a hideout here.
This alley where he was murdered?
It must be.
What do we look for?
Well, there aren't many cars in this neighborhood. No private garages. What cars there are parked either on the street or in the alley.
Men who make believe to be Hornet said to use black sedan.
Yeah. The light of this flash. Look, there are a few cars here. Two black sedans. Now, let's have a look at them. This one isn't what we're looking for. Let's see that one over there.
What you doing, Mr. Britt?
Feel this hood, Cato. It's still warm. We'll have a look inside. It's not locked. That means the owner's probably coming back soon. Now look in that glove compartment. Cato, look here.
Mask. Like Green Hornet.
Right. The driver of this car's our man. I expect he'll be back soon to make a getaway. I'll get in the back of his car and wait. When he drives away, you follow. If the police sight us, use the smoke screen and catch up to us. I'll be ready for you by then.
Someone come. I leave now.
I'll sure be glad to shake the dust of this burg off my feet. Cop's squad car stopped at the corner. Better take it easy so they won't be suspicious and follow me. And give me the once-over. They're not starting up. Guess I'm in the clear. But I'll watch in a mirror to make sure. Yeah, they're not following, but the other car seems to be. I better step on it. Hey, what the? Now the cops are pulling out. What is this?
Pull over, Mug. I'll tell you all about it.
Hey, where did you come from? Get that gun out of my back.
Stop this car. Hurry up. Stop it.
Okay. If you'll tell me what this is, a mask. You must be the real Green Hornet.
Right, killer, and I don't like guys who use my name.
That was just a gag. I didn't mean
Shut up. Open that glove compartment and put that mask on. Hurry.
Why do you want me to
put it on, Mug?
All right. Yeah, there.
Well, I guess that bag on the seat there contains the swag you stole.
Hey, you're not taking that out, so...
Miss me, sucker. Now you take it.
Oh, don't. I'll divide with you. Gas.
There. With that mask on and the stolen money beside him, the cops will take him in. His fingerprints will show who he is, no doubt. Just a small-time crook who turned killer. Now to get to Cato and the Black Beauty. But I'll leave this little token first.
Police come fast, Mr. Britt. It's necessary to use smoke to delay them.
Get going, Cato, quick, before they spot us.
That looks like a car, all right.
Yeah.
Glory be, look on the front seat.
By the saints in heaven, it's the Green Hornet himself.
Doesn't seem possible, Ashford. Say, there's a bag. We'll have a look. Packed with dough. Just look at that. Ashford, we've struck a whole parcel of scoops for you and promotions for me.
Hey, Sarge, what's that on the guy's forehead?
Holy crow, the seal of the Green Hornet. Now, why should he go putting his own seal on his own head?
Get that mask off him. I have a hunch.
Do I dare know? Well, there.
Just as I suspected. That's a crook who was paroled a couple of weeks ago. He couldn't be the Hornet. I bet he was using the Hornet's name and the real one caught up with him. That's the answer.
You mean we haven't got the Green Hornet, then?
No. But as soon as we can make this mug talk, I'll bet we find we have the killer and robber we were after. Though he may have been working with the Hornet.
Oh, Sarge. Then there goes my biggest scoop.
Sure. And there goes all them promotions for me.
And there goes the real Green Hornet.
That March 15th tax date with the Collector of Internal Revenue is not far away. We have to pay for this war, and the bill is tremendous. Therefore, our taxes must necessarily be high. Here are those who must file a return. Any single person whose gross income in 1943 was $500 or more. Every husband or wife whose individual gross income was more than $624. Every husband and wife whose combined gross income was $1,200 or more. And every individual who paid or owed a tax on 1942 income. You may secure income tax forms and receive help free of charge from your local Collector of Internal Revenue. Remember, returns must be filed at the Collector's office, and any tax due must be paid not later than midnight of March 15th. Fill out your return now and find out where you stand. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
It began with a dream, and for some, it became a living nightmare. Now, only the toughest remain. Who will realize their destiny? Who will be stripped of their dream? The Tough Enough season finale, live tonight.
Silver. Wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Up fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust and a hurry. Hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Astride his great horse Silver, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of the early western United States. The stories of his strength and daring have come down through the generations, for it was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble at Hillsdale! We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Ezra Pike, a wheat farmer near the small western town of Hillsdale, was eating his evening meal with his wife Martha when suddenly she pointed out the window.
Ezra,
Huh?
just look outside.
Well, I'll be more of them dead-ratted cowpunchers.
Tramping down our wheat with their horses. And after you fenced that piece off.
Cut my fence, that's what they did. Well, I'll show 'em.
Now, don't start a fight, Ezra.
Where'd I put my gun? Now, here it is.
Oh, please, Ezra.
You want I should let them blasted cowmen get away with a thing like that?
You can't fight for them.
You stay inside and let me tend to this.
But...
Get out of there! Go on, get your horses out of my wheat. Hey, boy, look what's waving a gun around.
Careful, farmer. That thing will explode in your face and hurt you.
Get out, I tell you. You low-down coyotes. Get out. Who in blazes are you to give us orders? That's my wheat them blasted critters of yours are stomping down.
Now, ain't that too bad? Come a little closer, mister. There's something I'd like to tell you.
Huh? What do you got to say?
Just a little closer. I want to whisper it. That's it.
No.
I grabbed the farmer's gun, boys.
Give me that back. Let's see if he can dance as good as he can yell. Come on, mister, dance for us. No, you doggone skunk.
Here's another tune.
I'll have the law on you. I'll teach you.
Ezra, what they doing to you?
You stay out of this, Marty. Get back in the house like I told you. Ain't you dancing already, Ezra? Shucks, you ain't even limbered up yet. Come on. Ow!
Who shot that gun out of your hand?
I did.
Mask.
What the...
Outlaw!
What's the fun of... You watch him. Scout. Shoot at this man's feet again, and next time I'll do more than blast your gun away.
Now, look here.
You can't do it.
Ezra, what are these men doing in your wheat?
Just trying to make trouble, that's what.
Get out, all of you. You're trespassing on another man's property.
He's just a farmer.
Until the cattlemen and farmers learn to respect each other's rights, neither one will prosper. Both sides have been going out of the way to start quarrels.
He coming at us with a gun.
You likely deserved it. Now get out.
Come on, fellas.
Maybe we'll meet up again sometime, masked feller. And if we do, look out. Get up there. Get up there. Stranger,
I suppose you're an outlaw with that mask and all, but you sure showed up at just the right time.
I don't iron out outlaws, Ezra. You can take my word for that.
You don't act like one, and that's a fact.
I was surprised to see cattlemen over this way. I thought most of the ranchers were over toward the hills.
Uh-huh. They are. But cowmen ride by here every so often going to town.
I see.
Seems like it ain't enough with wheat prices way down and old Thaddeus Gruber refusing to loan us farmers cash to see us through till harvest. But on top of that, them blasted cattlemen have got to be raising Ned.
Thaddeus Gruber. Isn't he the banker in Hillsdale?
That's the varmint.
I've heard some things about him.
Well, I'll bet you never heard nothing good.
As a matter of fact, I haven't. What's been the trouble?
Ain't no one told you about the way he's trying to steal our land?
Steal it?
Just the same as.
I don't understand.
Then I reckon he ain't been in these parts for long. I figured everybody knew about that.
We were just riding through.
Well, the banker's trying to make us all sell our land cheap because he knows that next year the railroad will be building through, and then all this section will be worth 10 times what it is now.
But there's nothing to make you sell, is there?
Yeah. What are us farmers going to do if we don't? Right now, I got about $10 cash in the house to do me till this here winter wheat is ready to harvest.
Can't you borrow money on the crop?
That's just it. Can't borrow from the banker because the only thing he'll consider is buying at his price. Can't borrow from any one of the other farmers because they're just as bad off as I am.
But some of the cattlemen must have money.
To loan to farmers? You must be loco. Besides, they ain't so well off neither.
No?
We did all right over here, but where the cattlemen graze their critters, there wasn't enough rain fell this year to fill your head. The grass is all burnt off, and they're doing their best to borrow cash to see 'em through.
Then your only chance is the banker.
Which is the same as no chance at all. He aims to have our land. He's savage we got to have cash to eat, so he's just sitting tight till we meet his terms.
Tonto, I've changed my mind. We're not riding on.
Me think you stay.
Seems there's work for us to do here.
Work for you fellas to do? What do you mean?
We're going to try to help you, Ezra. And first, we'll call on the banker.
But who are you?
Come,
What
Tonto.
do you...
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Tonto! Silver! That mask! Girlie, I must have been blind. Marthy! Hey, Marthy!
What is it, Ezra? Land sakes, what you so excited about now?
Look, do you see that fella riding away on that white horse?
What's he to make a commotion about?
What's he? Marthy, that's the Lone Ranger!
Come in.
You wanted me, Mr. Gruber?
Get in here and sit down, Lim.
Sure. Seen you at the cafe. He said you asked for me.
Sit down.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong, is there?
You didn't do what I sent you to do.
Gosh, how'd you know?
If you had, you'd come right to my office to tell me about it.
Well, honest, Mr. Gruber, I done my best.
Then what was wrong?
Well, you know them cattlemen.
I know how to handle them, if that's what you mean. Which seems to be more than you do.
But I done like you told me. I've been a week traveling around to different ranches.
Ain't doing no good at all.
I tried. It ain't that them cowmen got any use for the farmers. Matter of fact, they hate the ground they walk on. As soon as I hinted you might pay 'em to turn their critters loose in the wheat, they started cussing you out instead.
Yeah, the fools.
If they thought of it themselves, might have been different. They ain't got nothing against driving the farmers out. It's just that they won't take pay for it.
And what?
Well, remember, it's them that said it, not me.
Let's get on with it.
They said as how they wouldn't do nothing to help you out if they had to starve for it.
They said that.
Seems like you ain't any too well thought of, Ron.
And by heavens, they will starve. I suppose they figure I don't know the range is burned up. I suppose when I ask a favor of them, they turn me down. I'm to loan them cash when they ask for it.
I don't know.
Well, I won't. I want them fool farmers out of this country before there's others from outside coming around and offering them more cash than I am.
Sure, I savvy.
Farmers having no cash, and I'll see if they don't get any. But they're just stubborn enough to hang on long as they can see a crop ahead of them.
But they won't be able to stick it out till harvest.
Of course they won't. Didn't I just say I wanted their land before I have to meet the price of outsiders coming here to buy?
Yeah, but...
Now, look here, Lim. If the cattlemen won't run the farmers out for pay, then they're going to do it for nothing.
For nothing?
They're all the time fighting with the farmers, ain't they?
Sure, but
Well, this time there's going to be a fight bust out. A fight that's going to have every farmer around here so blame anxious clean out of these parts, he won't be able to sell fast enough.
Say, Mr. Gruber, I bet that could be done.
I know it can. All you got to do is stir up the cattlemen without letting them know you're doing it a purpose.
Sure. Talk about how the farmers are breaking up the sod so's grass can't grow no more.
And tell them the farmers grabbed off all the best land. Make them think they're burned out this year because the homesteaders shoved them back on worthless range. Keep prodding at them. Get them to thinking all their trouble comes from the farmers.
And one of these days, it'll be a ruckus bust loose that'll tear the top off things. The way things are, all them cowmen need is somebody to get them started. And you're going to be that fella. Here's some cash. Take that and go over to the cafe. Every time you see a cowman, buy him a drink. Get him talking. And if you do your work right, before the week's up, things will be humming. I'll start right now. Give me that cash. This time you're planning things right, Mr. Gruber. You can't hire cattlemen to do your dirty work. But this way, you can get the same results by making them think they're fighting for themselves. Go on, now get started. Sure. Now that you know how things pan out, Mr. Gruber.
Get back inside.
What the?
Get back.
Hey, master. Hold up.
Come on, Tonto.
You can't get away
from
from
hold up.
Then let me go, eh?
You're not going to lead to spread a warning. Which one of you is a banker?
I am.
And you're the man I want to see. I've heard some stories about you, and I hope they're not the truth.
What right have you got
Listen to me. Is it true you've refused to loan money to the farmers?
What if I have?
You won't give them money to live on unless they sell out their holdings?
I run my business to please myself.
While doing that, you're forcing the farmers to lose everything they have.
I've offered them a price.
A price that's only a tenth of what they'll be able to get when the railroad is built.
Well, it ain't my fault.
You're a banker. Most men of your profession do everything they can to build up their community. But instead, you'd rather ruin the people of this district so that you can make an unfair profit.
This is my bank, and I'll do what I want with it.
And you won't reconsider?
I not only ain't changing my mind, but I'm going to set the law on you for threatening me like this. And serve you right.
I haven't threatened you yet.
You won't get
You can take this for a threat if you wish.
You can't scare me.
There's going to be justice done here. Your scheme isn't going through.
How are you going to stop it?
I don't know yet, but I'll find a way. Unless you decide to be fair.
Get out.
We're going. Come, Tonto.
And if you show your face around here again, you'll be jailed.
Don't try to follow us.
Who in blazes was he? Gunman hired by the farmers, that's all.
But what was
a
it?
dozen more like him couldn't keep me from running my affairs the way I please.
You hear that? They've gone.
Which is just what you're going to do. Leave. Get to the cafe like you started to before. And I'll stop at the sheriff's office on the way and tell them about the masked man and the redskin. Then start in on the cattlemen. Mr. Gruber, here's something you can tie to. I'll get him started. And when the finish comes, them farmers had better watch out.
Lem's efforts to stir up the cattlemen against the farmers met with almost instant success. The cattlemen, who felt themselves the natural enemies of the homesteaders, had been further embittered by the fact that while the country where they ranged their cattle was dry and parched, the wheat fields to the farmers had enjoyed an abundance of rain. But Lem, not satisfied until he'd spurned the cowmen to action, continued his campaign.
Fill 'em up again, barkeep. Jack, the way I look at it, you cattlemen have got a raw deal.
You think I don't know that?
And why don't you fellas do something about it?
Huh? Well, maybe we will. We'll stand for just so much, Lem, and then the fur flies.
Wheat where cows ought to be grazing.
It's your own fault, Gort.
Yeah?
You cattlemen ain't forgot how to handle shooting irons, have you?
We ain't. There's folks gonna find it out right soon.
Tom, you're the leader of the cowmen.
Sure I am.
Then if you want action, it's up to you to start it.
Well, the farmers! They got our reins! Stole it from us by pounding the lash under!
Run the farmers out! They stole our reins! Drive them out with lead!
Cattle starving!
Stole our reins!
Cattle starving!
Fellas, it's time we done something. And I don't mean tomorrow, I mean today. And I don't mean with talk, I mean with lead. So get out your guns and oil them up. We cattlemen are taking back what them farmers stole.
Lem, you did a good job. Before the night's over, the cowmen will be taking over. And after they've taken over, then I'll take over from them.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. The cattlemen, aroused by Lem Nugent, prepared to attack the farmers. And the farmers, learning what was threatened, gathered in town to defend themselves as best they could. The streets of Hillsdale were loud with angry voices and the clatter of hoots. But hidden by the shadows between two buildings, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the gathering storm.
Something's got to be done to stop them, Tonto.
Soon there'll be plenty trouble.
I suspect this is the banker's work.
That's what me think.
I noticed that man who was in his office when we called on him.
Him named Lem.
The past few days, Lem has talked with every cattleman who's come to town. And wherever Lem has been talk against the farmers.
That's right.
Trouble does break out. Many of the farmers will sell. Most of them are brave men, Tonto. They're not as familiar with horses and guns as the ranchers are. They'd never stand a chance in a fight between the two factions. But, Tonto, there's Ezra Pike. He's the man we helped when we first came here.
Him good feller.
He seems to be the leader of the farmers.
And there, feller named Tom Robert.
The leader of the ranchers. Get on your horse, Tonto.
What we do?
Steady, Silver. Kimosabe, if a fight is ever going to break out, now's the time. Ezra and Tom each represent their own side. If they talk things over reasonably, there may be peace.
Them look plenty mad.
That's just it. They lose their heads, but they won't compromise. This whole town will go fighting mad.
That's right.
And that's what we've got to stop. And Tonto, trouble starts. You take Ezra.
Tonto do that.
And I'll say, Tom, get Ezra on your horse. Make him go with you. Then head for our camp. Tonto, they're getting into a quarrel.
Are you right now?
That's it, Kimosabe. Ride. Come on, get him up, Scout. Out of our way!
Watch out for the horses.
Hey, we'll get trampled down.
Tom!
Hey, what are you doing?
You're coming with me.
Hey, look out.
They're trying to hold Ezra. Shoot him! Shoot him now!
Let me go. Watch out. You
ready, Tonto?
You ready? Get him up. We'll hit Tom
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. All right, Tom, get down.
Now, what's the idea? What'd you bring us here for?
You'll learn in a moment. Ezra, I want to talk to you, too.
I thought you was a friend of mine.
I'd like to be a friend to both of you.
You got a fine way of showing it.
Hold on.
Well, look here,
I've got a few things to say, and then you can both talk. But you're going to listen to me first.
Well?
Tom, you've allowed yourself to be used by the banker. He's trying to get the farmers to sell out. You and your friends are helping him.
That's not so.
You probably haven't realized it. You haven't allowed yourself to think it over. But it's true, nevertheless.
But what's that got to do with me?
Ezra, the homesteaders are at fault, too. Perhaps not as much as the cattlemen. But they've done their share to keep the quarrels going just the same. We're going to see if the cattlemen and farmers can't work together instead of against each other.
Several days went by, and during that time, Thaddeus Gruber waited anxiously for the outbreak between ranchers and farmers that never came. We see him now in his office as Lem enters.
Mr. Gruber, something's going to happen, all right.
Can't you find out what?
Nobody's doing any talking. That's what makes me more sure than ever that this fight ain't over.
Yeah?
It's when they quit shouting and everything seems quiet that things most usually bust loose.
I've got to be more sure than that.
Well, the cattlemen are dodging the farmers, and the farmers are dodging them. They act sort of like fellers that are just waiting a signal to raise a roof.
Well, if they ain't going to fight, I want to know it. Then I can plan some other way to make the farmers sell.
They'll fight. I got a notion the cattlemen are just waiting to figure the best way to start it.
Hear anything more about that masked fella in this part?
Nope. Just that they let Tom and Ezra go.
They say who the masked man is?
Tom said he was just some outlaw. Took him away thinking he had cash.
Maybe.
Oh, there's Tom now.
Coming here for a loan, I'll bet. Well, he won't get it.
There's some others with him. All ranchers.
Come in.
Afternoon, Mr. Gruber. Can we see you?
I ain't loaning no cash.
That's not what we wanted to talk about.
Come in.
Howdy, Lem.
Howdy, Tom. Howdy, fellas.
My time ain't to be wasted. State your business.
We was just wondering if that proposition Lem put up to us some time ago was still open.
What proposition was that?
You recollect it, don't you, Lem?
You mean... Say, Mr. Gruber, about ruining the farmer's crop. Ain't that it, fellas?
That's it.
Kind of late about agreeing to it, ain't you?
Well, things haven't changed none. You still want that wheat land, don't you?
And it's worth cash to you if we run our cows over the farmer's grain, ain't it?
It might be.
And for cash, we'll do that,
I
same.
ain't sure I savvy this. First, when Lem asked you to do that, you got riled. Now you turn right around and ask me.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Gruber, we just about got to do it.
Got to?
Uh-huh. We ain't going to have no winter pasturage for our cows, so if we're to pull through, we'll need cash.
Which same you won't loan us.
So we've decided to talk things over and get even with the farmers. And at the same time, get paid for doing it. Then we're agreeable.
Don't get the notion when that wheat land's mine, you ranchers are going to get any good from it.
We ain't figuring on that. Cash is all we want.
Well, then maybe we can make a deal.
But there's one thing, Mr. Gruber. We ain't going to do this for just a few dollars. You're going to pay us good. You're set to make yourself rich if the farmers sell out, and that should be worth plenty to you.
We won't have no trouble about terms.
And if you wouldn't mind putting it all down in writing...
In writing? You think I'm a fool? I'll put nothing down in writing. But I'll keep my word.
Mr. Gruber, I don't think your word's good for a thing.
Why,
but
you...
we'll take it. Because you know if you go back on it, your life wouldn't be worth a red penny.
I won't tell you.
Good enough.
It's agreed. The minute you fellas run your critters into that wheat, you get your pay. But if you back out, you won't get nothing.
Back out? Why, we wouldn't think of it.
Wait till the farmers see them cows. Once on their land, the damage is done. Now, how much cash do you men want?
The deal was made, and Lem, as the banker's representative, went with the ranchers to supervise the roundup. But the cattlemen followed their agreement with the banker to the letter. Everywhere throughout the scorched range, men routed out calves, steers, and dogies and drove them into one great herd.
Get moving, you blasted clear. Come on. Move along. Get along with you.
By twos and threes and dozens, wearing every brand known to that district, the cattle arrived from all directions. Cowhands raced their alert cow ponies to keep the herd from scattering. Tom Roberts, sitting astride a bay horse, shouted orders to the crew, while Lem sat beside him.
Red, get over there and ride point. Pete, watch them steers. Keep them from breaking loose. Lem, I'm telling you, this is a job.
How soon you'll be ready to start the drive, Tom?
We'll be on our way by noon.
That ain't an hour yet.
Just the same, we'll be ready. And Lem.
Yeah?
You tell the banker he better have that cash ready. Because just as soon as these critters drive them through the farmer's fences, we're collecting.
He'll have the cash for you.
I'd hate to think what had happened to him if he didn't, after all the work we've gone to.
If you're sure you'll be started when you say, I'll ride to town. And by the time we get Mr. Gruber and we ride back again, you should be most there.
We will be.
Well, then I'll get going and I'll meet you there. Well, get up. Get along now. Come on, get up.
The great herd was driven down from the hills toward the fields of green winter wheat, until at last it reached the fences built by the farmers.
Jack! Mort!
What is it, Tom? Want the fences cut?
Cut the fences and keep them critters moving. When they get inside, let them spread out. Then go ahead and cut any other fences you come to.
Right. Come on, Mort. I'll ride with you. Let's go.
From the other direction, confident of success, the banker and Lem raced to meet the ranchers.
There they are. They beat us here. Only there ain't no farmers around. Most likely don't know what's happened yet. They'll be along soon enough.
This is one time. Soon enough won't be soon enough.
Yeah.
There's Tom Roberts. Tom! Hey, Tom! Hey, hold up for a second.
We've done what we bargained for. You come to pay
Hey,
up.
Said I'd pay, didn't I? You taking the cash for all the ranchers?
Uh-huh. You seem in a mighty big hurry to turn it over.
Because I don't want the farmer seeing me pay you. Here, count it out.
I'll do that.
It's all there.
Your word ain't keeping me from making sure. Yep, that's it, all right.
Then come on, Lem. We've seen the cattlemen did what they promised. Now, let's clear out.
Just hold on.
Huh?
Here come some other folks I'd like you to meet.
Oh, it's the farmers. There's Ezra with them. And say, look, the masked man.
And the redskin.
We're all set, stranger.
But what's this all mean? You might as well go ahead and finish the deal, Tom.
I'll do that. Here you are, Ezra. Here's the cash we promised you.
Thank you, Tom. That'll come in mighty handy.
Hold on, you can't.
Is something wrong?
Tom can't give that cash to Ezra. That's my cash. What's the
Mr.
idea of...
Grover, you said you'd pay us to drive our cows into these fields. We did exactly that.
But I tell you...
There was nothing in the bargain to say that the cattlemen couldn't use that money to pay the farmers.
Pay the farmers for what?
For pasturing their cattle in these fields.
What's that?
No one has broken his word. There's nothing you can object to.
It was a trick. They tricked us.
Our cattle needed fodder, and there's nothing to beat young green wheat for that.
And us farmers needed cash so that we could hold on to our land till the railroad comes through.
But neither the farmers nor us cattlemen having the cash for what we wanted. Why, the masked fella showed us a way to make you pay the cost, Mr. Gruber.
I'll have the law on him.
But it wouldn't have cost you money if you hadn't gone outside the law to cheat these people.
Why,
But,
you...
Mr. Gruber, that ain't all the masked man done.
Hmm?
He showed us that sometimes it pays more for ranchers and farmers to work together than it does to be fighting all the time.
I'll kid you.
You'll do nothing of the kind. But I'll tell you what I would do if I was you. I'd pack my things and hightail out of here. Because after the things you've tried to do, I'm afraid you won't find the climate very healthy for you. If you savvy what I mean.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's trouble at the Blue Star Mine! We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
That is the Morphoray, and that, of course, is Jerry. The Morphoray is used in Ratchet and Clank to turn your enemies into chickens.
No, wait, before you do that, just explain to me how it's going to work.
Oh, it worked. Jerry's a chicken. Are you sure we can turn him back? Jerry?
The Morphoray, one of 36 weapons and gadgets not fit for this world. Rated T for teen.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is face. F-A-C-E.
Really?
You bet your life.
more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Not so loud, you'll wake him up. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $4,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have a bachelor and a spinster for you, selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air.
For me? Oh, you shouldn't.
Yeah, Miss Frances Richardson, Mr. Herman Cantor, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A bachelor and a spinster, eh? Frances Richardson. Where are you from, Frances?
From Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. And how long did you stay in Washington?
Well, I left there when I was 4 or 5 years old.
Oh, you were very smart for your age, weren't you? You must be a Republican, huh? There hasn't been a Republican in Washington since you were 4 or 5 years old. Hyman Cantor, huh?
That's right, Groucho.
You're the bachelor?
I'm the bachelor, yeah.
How old are you, Hyman?
Well, I'll be 58 on my next birthday.
51. You're a fine-looking lad.
Thank you, Groucho.
Where are you from, Herm?
From Bayonne, New Jersey.
Bayonne?
Bayonne, New Jersey.
Oh, I thought that was the front part of a rifle. How is it you're a bachelor, a fine-looking boy like you?
Well, I just decided I wanted to be a bachelor.
When did you make this decision? Huh?
Many years ago.
I mean, approximately, how old were you when you...
Oh, I would say about 20, 21,
20,
22.
and what was responsible for this decision?
I'm not going to let anybody boss me around, tell me what I can do and what I can't do.
Well, if I ever saw a man who was ripe for matrimony, it's Hyman here. He's certainly ripe. I don't know if it's for matrimony. By the way, Hyman, did you see my picture in Look magazine this week?
No, Groucho, no, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to regret it, but I was just checking, that's all. What sort of work do you do, Hyman?
Well, I'm not doing much of anything right now, Groucho. I'm a retired police lieutenant in Bayonne, New Jersey Police Department.
Is that so? That doesn't answer my question, but it certainly raises a few. What did you retire from?
I retired in the police department many years ago in Bayonne, New Jersey.
Oh, well, actually, you're a bull put out to pasture.
I guess you'd call it that, yeah.
Frances, do you have a job?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm head of the research department at 20th Century Fox.
Oh, well, that's a pretty important job, isn't it? Could you give me a part in one of your pictures?
Well, I'm afraid not. I just work in the library.
Oh. Well, I've been on the shelf for the last 6 months. Do you ever get any unusual requests for information?
Yes, we get quite a lot of them.
What, for example?
One quite unusual one was someone wanted to know what kind of chemical he could use to dissolve a body in a bathtub and not hurt the enamel.
Nice kid, this was. Just a playboy, that's all. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, and I've learned quite a bit, and I hope you win lots of money for me tonight, particularly since it's not my money. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $4,500 question. Now, Fenneman, suppose you handle this next interview.
Okay, Groucho, and who are you, sir? Why, it's our sound effects man, and I hear you rode in the new 1952 Plymouth. Well, such enthusiasm. A real beauty, huh? And what about those new Plymouth tone-tailored interiors? You don't say. Well, tell us about the ride. What kind of a road were you on? I know what you mean, real bad, huh? But inside the 52 Plymouth. Yes, that's Plymouth's sensational safety flow ride. Well, sound man, one more question. How about the engine? They tell me the cylinder head's been redesigned for smoother, high-compression performance. Can you show us how she sounds? Exactly. Quietest engine in Plymouth history. And these are just a few of the many exciting features. So, folks, run, swim, fly. To your DeSoto Plymouth dealers, see the 52 Plymouth.
All right. right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George?
Yes, sir. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $4,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the program.
Let's see how I can build you $20. You selected characters in nursery rhymes and fairy tales. Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet? You have $20.
What do you say?
19.
19 is all right with me.
19, all right. Who do you associate with a traveling pie salesman?
Peter Piper. No. Oh, no. No.
Talk it over.
Tom Thumb. No.
No, I'm sorry. Simple Simon.
You have $1.
Just want you to know that I have children, too. You have $1. Well, this is dreadful. Well, you're going for $4,500 tonight, and that's the big prize. How much of the $1 will you bet?
You do the talking.
50 cents.
50 cents. What royal character do you associate with a violin trio? Francis, you're either scared or nervous or... all right, you have 50 questions. Well, the answer, of course, is Little Jack Horner. Old King Cole. Oh, I know it. 25 cents. All right. Who do you associate with curds and whey?
The spider that sat down beside her. No. Eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her.
Yes, but we have to have the name. It's Little Miss Muffet. You knew it, but you just didn't know the name. You just muffed it, that's all.
That's all.
Now, how much you going to bet?
Bet it all.
All right, who do you associate with a candlestick?
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick.
That's right, Jack jump over the candlestick. Well, we don't let anybody leave here with 50 cents. No. We're going to give you one question. We don't want you to leave here with less than $25. So we're going to give you a question now for $24.50, and if you guess this correctly, we're going to give you $25. What color is the little brown jug?
Brown.
Brown is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited...
I got fired if I hadn't have said this.
Groucho, we invited some helicopter pilots to the program tonight, and our audience selected Mr. Henry Eagle to be on the show. His partner is a woman with an unusual occupation, Miss Hetty Klein. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Henry Eagle, and Miss Hetty Klein. Where are you from, Hetty?
I was born in Trenton, New Jersey.
Trenton, huh?
That's right.
What sort of work do you do, Hetty?
I work for CalBest Electronics.
For who?
CalBest Electronics.
Have you tried bicarbonate soda? What kind of an outfit is that?
Oh, we manufacture radios and television sets and amplifiers and all sorts of electronic equipment.
I see. And what is your job there?
I'm a production supervisor, and in my spare time, I'm a television repairwoman.
Really? Say, you're quite versatile, aren't you? Huh? Did you see my picture in Look magazine this week, Hetty?
No, I didn't.
I'm just checking this. Well, television is certainly a mystery to me. For example, what's wrong when those big gray lines suddenly shoot across my screen sideways?
Oh, you have trouble with your horizontal circuit. Probably the oscillator isn't functioning properly, or the flyback transformer's not quite right, or possibly it's off frequency, or maybe just your waveform isn't proper.
What are some of the other common complaints of a TV set?
Oh, your vertical oscillator might not be oscillating properly. Or...
You mean to say that my vertical oscillator isn't oscillating properly? Come outside and say that, Hetty.
It's quite possible that your audio output transformer might have shorted to the frame and shorted B+ to the chassis.
Well, that's true. That's definitely true.
Or probably your rectifier tube is shorted and giving trouble with your power transformer. That could short too, also.
I guess I'm pretty much of a mess. What sort of work do you do, Henry?
I'm a helicopter pilot.
Oh, say, you've certainly got the appropriate name for it, Eagle. But don't mention it quite so loud because there are children listening to this show, and We don't like you to use the word, say helicopter. No, we try to be that way in this show. Every once in a while, the nice Nellie comes out in me. What's the difference between a helicopter pilot and a regular orthodox pilot?
Well, a helicopter pilot pilots helicopters. And a regular...
I'm going to get some great answers from this kid here.
Regular pilot pilots airplanes.
Well, I have a pilot in my gas stove, and it doesn't pilot anything. It's out most of the time, and so am I. I'm home on the range occasionally. Just what is a hectocopter? And see if you can tell me without waving your arms.
A helicopter is a...
Hectocopter.
A hectocopter is a rotary-winged aircraft which depends on the rotating airfoils for its lift, and unlike an airplane, is aerodynamically unstable.
No, skip it. You'll never get it off the ground, huh? Who do you work for, Mr. Eva?
I work for Los Angeles Airways.
Oh. What kind of an outfit is that?
Well, Los Angeles Airways is the first commercial scheduled helicopter air mail service in the world, operating in the Los Angeles area here.
Tell us about your helicopter mail service. Has it speeded up mail service very much?
Well, it has speeded up the mail service greatly. For instance, you could mail a letter in San Bernardino tonight, and it would be in New York tomorrow morning.
That's quite an improvement. Only take me 3 weeks to walk to San Bernardino. As a matter of fact, I did mail an air special in Hollywood tonight, and will it be in New York tomorrow morning?
Yes, it will.
Well, that'll be quite a trick, because I sent the letter to Honolulu. Well, I've certainly added considerably to my education here tonight, particularly with my little joust with Hetty here. And if something goes wrong with my TV set, I'll call in my DeSoto Plymouth dealer. He can fix anything. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the $4,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The spinster and the bachelor went broke, so this couple has a clear field. And the secret word is still face.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected Rivers of the World. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you go for?
15.
That's fine.
What is the name of the sacred river of the Hindus? This river empties into the Bay of Bengal.
Ganges.
Ganges is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $4,500 tonight. How much?
35.
35. Are you going to try this time?
30.
30. What is the name of the Alaskan river that served as a water highway for prospectors during the gold rush?
Yukon.
Yukon is right.
You now have $65.
Here's your third question. You have $65. What are you going to try?
64.
What is 64? It's a number we try not to use on this show. What is the name of the South American river which has the greatest volume of water in the world?
The Amazon.
The Amazon is right.
You're really on your way. You have $129.
Amazon. I was out with one last night. Do you have how much?
$129.
Let's take it all.
You're going to bet $125?
No, all of it. $129.
$129. All right. What is the name of the African river which is the second longest in the world?
The Nile.
The Nile is right. Put it there, Henry.
And you wind up with $258.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We invited some dairymen to the program tonight, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Jack Melbourne. His partner is a housewife, Yvette Hoppus. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Yvette Hoppus. And Mr. Jack Melbourne, you're from Australia, huh?
I'm from Ohio.
Oh, from Ohio. I thought Melbourne was in Australia. You're the dairyman?
I'm a goat dairyman.
What's that?
A goat dairyman.
A goat dairyman, eh? Are you married?
Yes.
How'd you meet your wife?
I met her at a goat show.
Did she win any prizes?
Yes, she did. She won first prize. I came in second.
Well, that's very smart. Always marry the first prize. Mrs. Yvette Hoppus, you're the housewife, huh?
Yes.
What kind of a name is that? That's kind of a curious name, isn't it? Yvette Hoppus?
Yvette is French, and Hoppus is Irish and Dutch.
Oh, well, that's quite a combination. Anyone for smorgasbord? Where were you born? In France, Ireland, or Holland?
I was born in Alexandria, Egypt.
Well, kid, you've certainly been around, haven't you? Huh? What does your husband do, Yvette?
He works at North American Aircraft.
On aircraft? Is he a barber? What does he do?
He puts things together.
He puts things together?
Uh-huh.
What kind of things?
Oh, little iron things.
Little iron things like what?
Metal.
Oh, iron is a metal. I never knew that. Huh? You say you're a goat farmer, Mr.?
I'm a goat dairyman.
Oh, a goat. Oh, there is a difference. How many goats do you have at your dairy?
$10 and 290 does.
That's a lot of does to get for $10. Yvette, let's talk about your husband. How did you meet this metallurgist or whatever he is?
Well, I met him in an elevator, and the way it happened was that we were both on the same floor, and we saw the elevator door open, and there was no bellboy around, so we walked in, and my husband said...
Oh, you were married before you met him?
No.
That's quite a trick. In Egypt, you know, they do that. First they get married, and then they meet each other. Frequently in a grain elevator. That is, if they know the roads. Now, what happened?
Well, he said, well, no bellboy around, let's go in. And I said, okay.
Oh, he's pretty snappy with the repartee, wasn't he?
So he said, your face sure looks familiar to me.
Wait a minute.
Secret word.
You said face, that's the secret word, so you each win $50.
Thank you.
Not bucks. I don't want to say bucks to a goat farm. Well, there you are in the elevator, married. What happened?
So he said, you going downstairs? I said, yes. So he pressed the button to go downstairs. And do you know what happened?
There was no downstairs button.
No! The elevator...
In Egypt, the elevators don't have a downstairs button. They only go up, and then they sneak around the corner and come back.
The elevator got stuck between the second and third floor, and we were alone. So he said to me, isn't that intimate? I said, sure
He says, what?
is. Isn't that intimate?
He said, isn't that intimate, huh?
He meant romantic.
How did you figure that out, Yvette?
Later. Much later. So?
This program has now become, guess the name of that word. And did all this finally have a happy ending?
Oh, wonderful.
Now he's
Thank
putting...
you.
Suddenly I've become part of this romance. Now, Yvette, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to the goats for a minute, huh? How much milk does a goat give in a day?
Well, they don't really give it. You have to take it away from them.
Trying to make a goat out of me, eh? I suppose if the goat gets obstinate, you just take things in your own hands, eh?
Well, we treat them gently, kindly.
I guess you have to, don't you?
Play music for them.
You play music for them?
Yes.
While Nanny is being dehydrated, you play music? What kind of music? Everything I have is yours, or... Do they like patriotic music, like the Yanks are coming? Hooray!
Well, we play anything that happens to be on the radio.
I see. They still listen to the radio? They're the only ones, the only survivors that are listening to radio, huh? 40 goats in San Fernando. Wait till Sarnoff hears about this. Did you see my picture in Look magazine this week?
No, I haven't seen it.
Do you take Look magazine?
Well, I don't take it. I buy a copy every week.
You're pretty quick on the trigger, aren't you? Maybe your goats ate my picture, huh? Well, I learned a lot about goats tonight, and also about Egypt. Was that what it was?
Something, your money's not real.
Yvette, I want to explain something to you. Yvette, I'm going to explain the facts of life to you. There isn't anything on this show that's real. Plus that, there is a government law that you are not allowed to photograph real money. So on the show, we use this kind of Confederate money, and when the show is over, we will see that you are reimbursed with the real blown-in-the-bottle money. Now, does that wash away your skepticism about our whole operation here? Well, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $4,500 question. You run your $20 no more than the other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The TV lady and the helicopter pilot won $258, and the secret word is still face.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected foreign monetary units. Is that right? And there's no point of you looking at Mr. Fenneman's sheet because the answers are not on there yet. These Egyptian tactics will get you nothing. Now, here we go. How much you betting?
It's about
18.
18. What is the monetary unit of France?
Francs.
Franc, you're welcome. That's right.
You now have $38.
Remember, you're going for $4,500. Now, how much of the...
You're right, huh?
Oh. This kid could be a cashier at Alcatraz. And she looks so naive when she plays game up there. Huh? How much you going to bet? You have $38.
Let's bet 36.
36, huh? I bet you handle the money in your family, don't you, Yvette? Huh?
No.
You don't, huh? All right, what is the... You're betting $36. What is the monetary unit of Italy?
Liras.
Lira is right.
You've now climbed to $74.
You have $74. How much you going to bet?
72.
73. 73. What is the monetary unit of Russia?
Rubles.
Ruble is right.
You now have $147.
$147, and this is your last chance to beat the other people. How much you going to bet?
That's the whole thing.
Yes.
The works. Yep. What is the monetary unit of Canada?
Dollar.
Dollars.
The dollar is right. Put it there, kid.
And you wind up with $294. And that means that you people, in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $4,500 question. It's here. The car that's designed for you and your budget, too. The beautiful new 1952 DeSoto. And, brother, is it made for comfort. Big and luxurious in every way. Wide front and rear doors you walk through instead of crawl through. Inside, there's plenty of room to stretch out and relax in solid comfort. The seats are chair high, so you get more leg room. There's headroom to spare, even for Mother's favorite hat. And the luggage compartment, too, is big and roomy, designed to carry loads of luggage. You can slide luggage in or out without having to lift it over a ledge. Yes, sir, count on roominess. Plus a whole host of other great features. And you've got the 1952 DeSoto. The car that's designed for you And your budget, too. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and drive the exciting 1952 DeSoto. And remember, the dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car, most like high-priced cars. Well, here comes the winning couple, Mrs. Hoppus and the dairyman, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $4,500 question.
You bet there was never any question in my mind that you were going to wind up with the most money here tonight. Well, here we go for $4,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. I'm sure everyone has heard of Lady Godiva's famous legendary horseback ride through the streets of an English city. She did it in protest against impossible taxes. For $4,500, tell me, what was the city where this ride took place? Ooh, I know that. You've got 15 seconds. Talk it over. All right, what is the answer, you two? What is the answer? Coventry. What about me? You don't want to kiss me, huh?
You get after my money.
That's right. You win $4,500. Plus, how much in the quiz, George?
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm aware of that, George, but take a stab at it.
$294 in the quiz.
That means you win $4,794. Plus the secret word, which is a fake $100. You haven't got the audaciousness now to accept real money for that $100. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks. See the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When walking, stop at the curb, look both ways, cross when it's safe. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.